Wei thought about this. The patriarch is 8 days out. Yes, he will arrive into a situation where every major continental power has representatives on the ground, and the sovereign code is actively managing a precedent case. Taking direct action against a sovereign code review subject while the review is in progress is a serious violation of international cultivation law. She looked at him steadily. He is not going to stop, but his options narrow considerably, which is why he is accelerating, Wei said. He wants to act before the review machinery fully engages. Yes. He spent the next 2 days in continuous channeling with Liang Wuhuan, the joint push still running, the revival percentage continuing to climb toward the vault's operational parameters. The arrival of representatives from 3 continental powers and 2 cultivation alliances would have been a significant political management problem under any other circumstances. Under these circumstances, with Solon handling the sovereign code coordination and Duan managing the defensive positioning, it was primarily noise that he could not afford to attend to directly. Shin Baoli attended to it. The general had been conducting political meetings in Wei's place for a week. Using the partial corporeal manifestation, the revival now permitted to receive visitors at the anchor chamber's edge and conduct preliminary conversations with delegations whose questions he could answer without access to information Wei was not sharing. Wei had discovered, exceptionally good at political management. He had spent 30 years doing it in Linghai's military administration. They are more concerned about each other than about you, Shin reported on the second evening. The Empire fears the League will gain exclusive technique access. The League fears the Temple will obtain theological leverage. The Temple fears the Empire will claim territorial rights. Everyone's primary political objective is to prevent the other two from getting what they want. That keeps them occupied, Wei said. Occupied and present, Shin said. If the Void Harvesters attempt to act while 3 continental delegations are on the ground, the political consequences become substantially more complex than if they had acted a week ago. It was on the 3rd day, during the morning channeling session, that Liang Wuhuan's hands went still. Wei became aware of the change in the channeling pattern immediately. Liang's bloodline energy along the deep veins had a distinctive signature, and when it stopped flowing, the absence was noticeable. He paused his own channeling and looked. Liang was standing with his palms flat against the deep vein conduit, a natural ley line exposure point in the basin floor where the bedrock had eroded to reveal the underlying vein channels directly. His eyes were closed. His expression was the specific quality of someone who is perceiving something unexpected and is waiting to understand it before reacting. Liang, Wei said. There is another network, Liang said quietly. Below this one. Wei felt for it through his own soul thread connection and found nothing. Not an absence, exactly, but a specific variety of non-presence that was different from the emptiness of an unrevived zone. More deliberate. Ashen, he said through the anchor. The scholar arrived in under 3 minutes. He surveyed the zone with his mapping instruments, made 3 adjustments, and then went very still. I missed it, he said, which was not a thing Ashen said with any frequency. His voice had the specific quality of someone recalibrating their understanding of their own work's completeness. It is below the primary deep vein network by approximately 40 meters. Shielded, deliberately shielded, not just dormant. I surveyed this basin 6 months ago, and the shielding was sufficient to read as baseline stone. He looked at Liang. You are feeling it because it is not shielded against bloodline resonance. What is it? Wei asked. Ashen studied his instruments. He was quiet long enough that Wei began to feel the weight of the answer forming. The vault's circulatory network, Ashen said finally. I knew the vault existed, and I knew the weapons core was inside it. I did not know, the blueprints did not indicate, that the vault had its own vein network, separate from the main ley line structure. This is how it has been self-maintaining for 3,000 years. It is running on internal circulation that draws from the deep basin's geological heat, not from spiritual revival, completely independent of the world's status. He paused. It has been waiting, in full working order, since the collapse. Liang's hands had not moved from the conduit surface. It recognizes me, he said. His voice was very quiet. Yes, Ashen said. The vault's defensive systems are coded to Linghai's ancestral bloodlines. The chief engineer, Core's master, designed it that way specifically, as Core has described. The system recognizes the bloodline and reads it as cleared access. He looked at his instruments again. The external defensive architecture is lowering. Partially. The full lowering will require sustained bloodline contact. Liang Wuhuan kept his hands on the stone. After several minutes, he said nothing. But Core, who had come down to the basin when Ashen signaled, was reading the vault schematics in the specific rapid way he did when the engineering was active and responding rather than theoretical. It is cooperating, Core said. The vault is cooperating with the bloodline contact, lowering the secondary defense layer. He looked up. My master wrote this into the design specifically. He knew, or hoped, that someone from Linghai's refugee line would come back. He coded the vault to recognize them as allied access rather than external contact. He paused. It is a very specific act of faith in the future, building something that trusts the descendants of people who survived your civilization's end. Liang Wuhuan said nothing. Wei looked at him and understood, after a moment, what was happening. Liang's cheeks were wet. He had not registered it himself. He was standing with his hands flat against the vault's circulatory network, feeling 3,000 years of his ancestors' careful hope expressed in stone and engineering, and he had been crying for several minutes without noticing. Qian Rui appeared at the edge of the basin. She looked at the scene and did not interrupt. She stood quietly, the way she stood when someone needed to finish something before they needed anything from her. After a long time, Liang Wuhuan lifted his hands from the conduit. The defenses, he said. 60% lowered, Core said. Sufficient for access to the outer vault chambers. Full access will require the operator integration to complete. Liang nodded. He did not wipe his face. He looked at Wei and said, in the same steady voice he used for all his most important statements, my ancestors built it to let me in. Wei looked back at him. Yes. Then we make sure what they built it for gets used correctly, Liang said. He went back to the channeling position. The revival pushed past 73% before the session ended. The notification from Ashen's monitoring array arrived that evening. Asterisk Void Harvester Unit detected entering regional zone. 12 persons, not 9. Dusk Patriarch's advanced position confirmed. Estimated arrival, 1 day ahead of revised timeline. 7 days. Asterisk the Patriarch was not slowing. He was accelerating. Chapter 73. What the Bloodline Key opened the question of what the Dusk Patriarch actually was had several layers. The top layer was the legal fiction, a World Archive Preservation Specialist, a classification that existed in international cultivation law as a legitimate profession, entities authorized to assess, document, and appropriately process irrecoverable spatial holdings. The classification had been created several centuries ago and had provisions for everything from small dead fragments to full collapsed world remnants. It was, on its face, a reasonable professional category. The second layer was the operational reality. The Void Harvester's preservation work consisted of consuming the target world's accumulated spiritual energy for resale as refined cultivation resources. They had been doing this for at least a century under various institutional legitimacies. The 12 worlds the Dusk Patriarch had processed in his career each represented, at the end, empty void where something had existed. The third layer was the individual, a cultivator who had lived long enough to consume 12 worlds and was, by all evidence, not a simple predator. He had detected the continental response and correctly interpreted it. He had accelerated rather than withdrawn, suggesting he believed the window for action was narrowing. He had arrived 12 persons rather than the 9 reported earlier, suggesting he had called in additional resources after reconsidering his initial assessment. Wei Cangming knew all of this from Salin's intelligence reports and Ashen's structural analysis. What he did not know, and what was becoming increasingly relevant as the timeline compressed, was what the Patriarch would do if the legal route failed. He has operated legally for his entire career, Salin said, at the briefing on day 6. Every consumption in the documented record has proceeded through the archive specialist framework. He files, he surveys, he produces documentation, he processes. The documentation is always complete and correct. And if the legal route is blocked? Wei asked. No precedent, she said, which means either he accepts the block and withdraws, or we discover what he does when the mechanism fails for the first time. She paused. I believe a man who has consumed 12 worlds under legal frameworks thinks differently than a criminal. The law is not just camouflage for him. It is genuinely how he conceptualizes his work. Blocking it legally may produce a different kind of crisis than fighting would. She was right. What the specific nature of that crisis would be, they could not yet determine. On day 6, Ashen completed his survey of the third vein network, the vault's circulatory system, and presented his findings at the morning meeting. The chief engineer's design is more sophisticated than the schematics suggested, he said. His voice had the quality it got when he was professionally admiring something. The vault's independent circulation system has been running self-sustainedly for 3,000 years through a closed-loop architecture that draws on geological heat gradient, the temperature differential between the basin floor and the deep bedrock. No spiritual input required. No revival input required. It is, essentially, a mechanical system operating on physical principles that require no cultivation maintenance. He placed the detailed diagram on the table. The outer vault's defensive architecture is coded in 2 layers, he continued. The first layer responds to the world's revival percentage. This is the 70% threshold. The second layer responds to bloodline resonance. This is what Liang activated. The 2 layers must both be satisfied for full weapon access. My earlier surveys detected the first layer and missed the second because the second is not in the main blueprint set. It is in a supplementary document filed with the vault's construction records. Kor said, my master separated it deliberately. He knew the main blueprint set would be found first. He wanted the bloodline requirement to be a separate discovery, not obvious from the primary documentation. Why? Wei asked. Kor thought about this. Because someone who found the main blueprints would know the vault existed and would know the revival threshold. But they would not know the weapon needed a bloodline key to fully unlock. Without that knowledge, even if they triggered the revival threshold, they could not fire the weapon without a Linghai descendant's cooperation. Wei looked at Liang Wuhuan, who was listening to this description of his own necessary role with the specific quality of someone who had not expected to matter this much and was sitting with the weight of it. He designed it to require both of us, Wei said. Someone who would revive the world, and someone who carries the bloodline. Yes, Kor said. I believe my master anticipated that the operator would not be from Linghai's lineage. No surviving refugees would have the cultivation method required for world-scale revival. The revival practitioner would be an outsider. The bloodline key holder would be a refugee descendant. Both necessary, neither sufficient alone. Liang Wuhuan was very still. After a moment, he said, he didn't just hope the descendants would survive. He built the weapon so they would have to be involved in using it. Yes, Kor said quietly. Liang looked at his hands, the hands that had opened the vault's second defense layer by standing at a stone conduit and being, fundamentally, who he was. The hands that had channeled revival energy alongside Wei Cangming and aged 3 years and 8 days without complaint. He said nothing else. But the quality of his stillness was different from the stillness he had brought into the dimension the first time. The compressed energy of a man holding himself in position against internal pressure. This stillness was something else. Something that had, perhaps, finally found its ground. Ashen said, the patriarch arrives tomorrow at the current trajectory. The room shifted. Wei Cangming looked at the revival percentage on the wall, 74.1%. Then we have today to finish whatever preparation is not done, he said. What is not done? The list was shorter than it had been a week ago. Chapter 74. The archive preservation specialist, the Dust Patriarch, arrived at the edge of the regional zone on the 7th morning, which was 3 days ahead of Salin's original estimate and 1 day ahead of her revised estimate. A pattern that suggested either his intelligence on the revival's rate was better than she had supposed, or his patience had limits that were now apparent. He did not come to the anchor point. He checked into the formal cultivation guest house, the same building where Thane was staying, and filed his credentials with the regional administrative office before noon. The credentials identified him as archival designate Morn, representing an entity called the Preservation Consortium, which held international recognition under the World Archive Treaty of the prior century. He was, in every documentable way, a legitimate professional. Salin received his credential filing and studied it with the focused attention she gave to documents that she expected to eventually use against their author. She then sent a copy to Wei with a notation, *legitimate. Also completely useless for the actual purpose he is here for. The Archive Treaty's provisions for active recovery specifically exclude spatial holdings under active revival doctrine stewardship. He knows this. He filed anyway. Wei filed this away. The Patriarch filed credentials he knew were inapplicable. That was a specific kind of statement. Not hiding, not pretending the credentials would work, but establishing a record of professional intent that would matter if the situation ever went to review. He was doing what legitimate professionals did when they encountered unexpected obstacles. He was creating documentation. The 3 continental power delegations were still in the region. The Sovereign Code review process was active. When the Patriarch's credentials were logged, Salin's office automatically cross-referenced them against the active review and issued a formal notification to all parties that an additional interested entity had entered the jurisdictional zone. What happened next was what Salin had planned and what Wei had been too occupied with the revival push to attend to directly. The 3 continental powers, each of whom had separate concerns and separate interest in Linghai's disposition, received news that an archive specialist had arrived, which each of them interpreted through the filter of their own agendas. The Empire understood immediately what an archive specialist was and what it meant for their territorial claim. The League understood that a consortium entity filing under the Archive Treaty was a competing commercial interest. The Cloud Temple's elder researcher Thane sent Wei an emergency cipher message 20 minutes after the Patriarch's credentials were logged. The entity that filed credentials today is not what it claims. We have records of this preservation consortium designation being used 4 times in the past 60 years. Each time, the targeted holding was consumed within 30 days of the filing. I know what this is. Do you need our help? Wei responded. Yes. Tell me what you have. Thane's response arrived within the hour and included a document Wei had not expected. The Cloud Temple's 6th century observation record of void harvester activity, compiled specifically because the temple's theological doctrine held that the destruction of ancient civilizations' remnants was a category of cultural loss that required documentation. They had been watching. For 600 years, they had been watching and recording. The record included 12 entries, each one a world consumed, each one with a professional legitimacy framework erected and then rendered irrelevant by the consumption. And each one, in the margin of the consumption report, the same brief notation in the temple archivist's hand. The Preservation Consortium. Same designation. Same methods. Same result. Thane's cover note said. Archival designate Morn is the same entity that filed the original Preservation Consortium designation 6 decades ago. We believe he is the Void Harvester's senior operator and has been for at least 60 years. We do not know his actual history beyond that. But we believe this is the individual you are facing, not a representative of one. Wei read this twice and forwarded it to Solon. Her response was a single line. Intercepting his filing applications now, she found it in the 3rd application, a standard archive survey authorization request, buried in procedural language, that contained a specific clause enabling the Preservation Consortium's designated representatives to establish assessment perimeter protocols around a recovery site. The clause was legal. It was also, Solon noted in her annotation, specifically the mechanism by which the void harvesters established their consumption arrays, under legal cover of assessment perimeter equipment. She filed a challenge to the application within 30 minutes of finding it. The challenge created a review requirement before the application could proceed. The review requirement meant the assessment perimeter could not be established until the challenge was resolved. Resolving the challenge would take, at minimum, 4 days. The Patriarch had time. Not unlimited time, but more than he would have liked. He had, apparently, anticipated this possibility, because the next thing that happened was not an official filing. A courier arrived at Wei Cangming's registered cultivation address with a handwritten note on plain paper, sealed with no identifying mark, that read, I would be interested in speaking with you. Not as officials, as cultivators who are both looking at the same thing and understanding it differently. I suggest the public cultivation observation deck tomorrow morning. I will come alone. Wei read it 3 times. Then he went to find Liang Wuhuan. Chapter 75. The most dangerous kind of curiosity. The cultivation observation deck was a public platform on the region's administrative hilltop, built for practitioners who wanted to survey the surrounding leyline geography from an elevated position. It was used primarily by licensing assessors and independent practitioners conducting site surveys. It was open, visible from multiple directions, and equipped with standard monitoring instruments that recorded everything that happened on it to the administrative registry. In other words, completely neutral, completely observable, the safest possible place for a conversation with someone you did not trust. The Dusk Patriarch was already there when Wei arrived. He was standing at the platform's western edge, looking out over the region, and the first thing Wei noticed was that he was old. Not in the way of someone who had simply lived a long time. Cultivators at high ranks did not show age the way ordinary people did, but in a different way that was harder to name. Something about the quality of his attention. The way he looked at the landscape as though he had looked at a great many landscapes and had, through that accumulation, developed a relationship with looking that was different from what most people had. He was a compact man of moderate height, dressed in plain robes without institutional insignia, carrying nothing. His cultivation signature was present and substantial. When Wei's soul-kindled perception extended toward it, the result was like reaching toward a cliff face. Vast, deep, apparently solid all the way down. Not aggressive, just present in the way that very large things were present. He turned when he heard Wei's footsteps and looked at him with what Wei could only describe as genuine interest. Wei Cangming, he said. It was not a greeting exactly, more like naming a thing he was examining. Archival designate Morn, Wei said. You may call me Morn, if that is more comfortable, the Patriarch said. The title is a legal convenience. He looked back at the landscape briefly. You have done something remarkable. Wei waited. Most revival attempts fail at 30%, the Patriarch said. I have surveyed 14 dead worlds in my career and attempted preliminary revival assessments on 3 of them to evaluate whether recovery was possible before proceeding with processing. None reached 20%. The leyline architecture is too damaged, the spiritual density too depleted, the revival practitioner's capacity insufficient to sustain the input rate required. He turned back to Wei. You are at 74%. In 8 months. With a cultivation rank that should not allow the sustained output necessary for this. He paused. I would like to understand what you did differently. Wei studied his face. The interest was real. He had been in enough conversations to recognize the difference between genuine intellectual curiosity and manufactured friendliness deployed as a social tool. This was genuine. That was the problem. A predator with mercenary motivations was predictable. The legal framework, the economic calculations, the institutional pressures, those created leverage points that could be managed. A predator who was genuinely curious was harder. Genuine curiosity meant the patriarch was engaging with Linghai's revival as a phenomenon worth understanding. And phenomena worth understanding were, in his experience, also phenomena he might hesitate to destroy before he fully understood them, which made him more dangerous, not less. Why do you want to understand it? Wei said. Because in 60 years of this work, the patriarch said, I have never seen a revival this far advanced. And in 60 years of this work, I have developed the professional habit of understanding things I encounter before I form conclusions about them. He looked at Wei steadily. I want to understand what you did before it ends. The last 3 words were precise and deliberate and honest. He was not pretending that his understanding of the situation was different from what it was. He intended, absent a compelling reason not to process Linghai when the opportunity arose. He was simply saying that he wanted to understand it first. What would change your conclusion about how it ends? Wei said. The patriarch was quiet for a moment. He looked at the observation deck's Western survey instruments, the standard leyline mapping equipment, and then back at the horizon. If it were demonstrably a living world, not a recovering dead world, he said. The Archive Treaty's jurisdiction is specific. We process dead worlds. Not dying worlds, not recovering worlds. Dead worlds. He paused. The classification dispute with your sovereign code representative is genuine. I filed the challenge knowing it would be challenged, because the classification is genuinely unclear in your case. At 74% revival with reconstituted inhabitants and spontaneous biological generation, the living world classification argument has more merit than I would normally encounter. You are telling me the legal argument has merit, Wei said. I am telling you the truth, the patriarch said, with the quality of someone who had decided on truth as an operational principle for this conversation. The legal argument has merit. Your sovereign code representative is competent and the review process is working as designed. If the classification is granted, if the arbiters determine that Linghai is a living world, my professional authorization does not apply. I cannot proceed. Wei looked at him. The morning light was clean and direct at this hour, and the patriarch's expression in it had the quality of a man who had thought about many things for a long time and had arrived at a simplicity that younger people had not yet reached. And if the classification is not granted? Wei said. The patriarch looked back at the horizon. Then we have a different conversation. You have consumed 12 worlds. Yes. Were any of them recoverable? The question landed in the silence between them and settled there. The patriarch did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was careful. I assessed 3 of them as potentially recoverable. I concluded in each case that recovery was beyond viable parameters. I may have been wrong about the parameters. He paused. You are demonstrating that my parameters were wrong. Wei Cangming stood on the observation deck with a man who had destroyed 12 civilizations and was experiencing genuine regret about his professional methodology, and thought about what a dying world teaches a man about people who have made irreversible choices. Come with me, he said. The patriarch looked at him. Not to the dimension, Wei said. I am not inviting you in, but I want you to hear something. He took out the communication stone and played the most recent atmospheric recording from inside Linghai. The audio capture from the revived Artisan District's eastern quarter, which Ashen had installed 3 weeks ago as part of the natural revival monitoring system. The sounds of a neighborhood, wind through rebuilt streets, the ambient hum of active ley lines, something that might have been children's voices in the distance. The specific sound of a world that had decided to keep living. He played 40 seconds of it and then stopped. The patriarch stood very still. In 60 years, Wei said, you have heard dead worlds. You have heard dormant worlds. You have heard the specific acoustic signature of a world at various stages of consumption. He looked at the patriarch. What does that sound like? The patriarch was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, It sounds like what I have been telling myself was impossible. It is not impossible, Wei said. It is happening. Come back tomorrow, and I will play you another 40 seconds. By the time your legal challenge is resolved, you will have heard a world breathing. He left the observation deck and went back down the hill, and behind him he felt the patriarch's attention on his back. Not hostile, not calculating, but the specific quality of something that had been reconsidering its premises and was not yet finished. Which was, Wei thought, more progress than he had expected to make in 20 minutes. Solin's cipher stone chimed as he reached the bottom of the hill. His legal filing included a provision I missed in the first review. Section 14, subsection C. If the revival doctrine case is not adjudicated within 90 days of the initial filing, jurisdiction reverts to the archive specialist framework as the default classification. The original filing date was over 60 days ago. We have less than 30 days before the clock runs out on the review process. Wei read it twice. 30 days. The legal protection had a deadline he had not known about. He sent back. How do we stop the clock? Solin's response took 4 minutes. We don't stop it. We win the case before it expires. Chapter 76. What Liang remembered the conversation with the patriarch on the observation deck had not been entirely Wei Cangming's to manage. He had gone alone. He had returned alone. But 2 people had seen him go, and both of them had been waiting when he descended the hill. Solin, who had been monitoring the interaction from the administrative building's upper window, with the specific vigilance of someone who did not believe in leaving important conversations unobserved, and Liang Wuhuan, who had been standing at the hill's base with his hands at his sides and the expression of a man holding himself in position against every instinct. You met with him, Liang said. I met with him, Wei said. You were in his presence for 20 minutes. Yes. Liang's expression was not quite anger. It was something older than anger, a specific quality of grief that had been shaped by years into something that functioned like anger in a crisis, but was not the same thing at its root. He was quiet for a long moment. In the memory stones, he said finally, there are records from Linghai's final days. Not the historical archive, the crisis documentation, the council meetings, the emergency assessments, the military reports. Xin Baoli had access to these as senior military command. I have been reading them with his guidance for the past month. He looked at Wei. In the crisis documentation, there are descriptions of the entity that pursued Linghai, the organization that contracted the Void Harvesters, its methods, its operational approach. He paused. The specific description of their senior commander, his build, his manner, his way of conducting surveys before acting, it matches what you described to me when you came back from the tournament. It matches what Solin's intelligence reports describe. Wei was still. He is the same one, Liang said. It was not a question. The same organization, Wei said carefully. The same designation. Whether the specific individual has persisted for 3,000 years he is cultivated to a rank where normal mortality does not apply, Liang said. Solin's report on his cultivation signature confirmed that. He is the same one. He looked at Wei directly. He killed them. My grandmother's world. Her people. The children whose ghost impressions are getting clearer every day in that fountain square. He was there. He is the same being who was there. Wei said nothing. And you stood with him on an observation deck for 20 minutes, Liang said. And you came back without blood on you. There is a strategic reason for that, Wei said. I know there is, Liang said. He said it without heat. That is what makes this difficult. I know there is a strategic reason. Xin Baoli would have done the same thing. He told me as much before you left, without knowing I was going to ask. He said patience is how you survive against something that has more time than you do. He looked at the hill. I understand the strategy. I also want to take the resonance debt strikes 4 forms and use them to end this here. And if you did, Wei said, without the legal framework intact, without the vault weapon activated, against a domain holder rank cultivator with 12 consumed worlds of experience. Liang was silent. I know, he said finally. I know what happens if I do that. I know why we do not do that. He looked at Wei. I needed you to hear that I wanted to, before I decided not to. Wei nodded. There was something important in that. In a man saying the violent impulse out loud precisely to dispossess it of power over his choices. He understood it. He had done versions of it himself. Stay with me for the next 48 hours, Wei said. Ashen is running a complete structural analysis of the Void Harvester's legal framework. If there is a vulnerability, he will find it. I want you in the room when he presents it. Liang nodded once. They want to find Ashen. The scholar had been in the mapping station without sleep for 2 days, running legal framework analysis with the same methodical intensity he applied to architectural surveys. The difference between Ashen's approach to a problem and most other people's approaches was not intelligence, it was scope. He did not ask what was immediately relevant. He asked what everything was, built the complete picture, and then identified where the complete picture contained a weakness. He identified the weakness at midnight. The archive's specialist framework's jurisdiction depends on a specific classification, he said, spreading the documentation across the table. A world must be categorized as irrecoverable before processing authorization can be granted. The classification standard has 3 criteria, all of which must be met. He indicated the first criterion: spiritual vein density below 12% of baseline capacity. Linghai is currently at 74%. That criterion fails. The second: no surviving inhabitants of the original civilization. Linghai has 67 reconstituted citizens and counting. That criterion fails. The third: natural revival probability assessed at below 5% without external intervention. He looked up. This is the criterion the Patriarch's legal team will argue on, he said. They will assert that the revival is not natural, that Wei Cangming's channeling is external intervention, not organic recovery. They will argue that without his sustained input, the revival would collapse. He paused. 3 days ago, they would have been correct. Wei understood before Ashen finished. The world became self-sustaining, he said. Precisely. At 72% revival, the deep leyline network crossed the threshold of independent energy generation. The world is now producing its own spiritual circulation from the vault's geological system and the recovered vein's natural resonance. Wei Cangming's channeling accelerates the process, but removing him would not collapse the revival. The world would continue, more slowly, independently. Ashen's expression had the quality it got when a piece of analysis produced something cleaner than expected. The third criterion fails. The world is now naturally reviving. The room was quiet. Liang Wuhuan said, softly, he cannot legally claim it. He cannot claim it under the archive's specialist framework, Ashen said. Not if we document the independent revival evidence correctly and present it to the sovereign code arbiters before the 30-day review clock expires. He looked at Wei. We have 27 days. I need Yu Fengling's instrument data on the botanical independence markers, Qian Ruai's confirmation of the biological generation being non-derivative, and Salin's legal architecture to present it under the review standard. He paused. It is achievable, but it requires the document preparation to begin immediately. Begin immediately, Wei said. Ashen had already turned back to his work before the instruction finished. Wei looked at Liang Wuhuan, who was still standing at the room's edge with the specific quality of someone who has received information that does not undo the grief, but changes what to do with it. He cannot claim it legally, Wei said quietly. No, Liang said. He looked at the revival percentage on the wall. Not legally. The word legally hung in the room for a moment, with all its implications. I know, Wei said. Chapter 77. Living World. The evidence documentation process took 5 days of concentrated work. Yu Fengling handled the botanical data. She had been collecting independent measurements for 3 months, and her instruments had automated logging that created a time-stamped record of Linghai's biological generation from the earliest planned appearances through the current ecological complexity. She extracted the relevant sections, added formal notation that matched sovereign code evidentiary standards, and delivered a 40-page botanical independence report that she described as the most technically demanding document preparation I have done since my graduate thesis, and considerably more important. Qian Ruai contributed the biological generation attestation, a medical practitioner's formal documentation that the 32 spontaneous reconstitution events were self-generated by the world's spiritual energy rather than triggered by external input. She was specific and exhaustive. She included the physiological records of each reconstituted citizen, the atmospheric measurements taken at each reconstitution event, and her professional assessment that the generation pattern was consistent with an organically recovering world, not an artificially maintained one. Ashen provided the Leyline Independence Survey, his most rigorous work, cross-referencing 6 months of monitoring data to demonstrate the exact date at which the world's internal energy generation crossed the self-sustainability threshold. He included the geological heat gradient analysis of the vault's circulatory system. He included the deep vein acoustic measurements. He included calculations showing that at current independent revival rates, Linghai would reach complete recovery within 4 years without any further external input. Salin shaped it into a legal presentation that was, Wei thought when she showed him the final document, the most effective piece of legal argumentation he had ever read without being able to fully evaluate it. She had taken 5 people's technical contributions and woven them into a document that was simultaneously a scientific report, a legal argument, and a historical record, each layer reinforcing the others. The Living World Classification Petition, she said, presenting it to him on day 5. Ready for submission. How strong is it? Wei asked. If the arbiters apply the standard correctly, it is conclusive, she said. If they apply it with bias toward institutional interests, if the empire's political pressure or the league's commercial relationships influence the panel, it may not be sufficient. She paused. I have also prepared a secondary motion challenging any arbiter whose institutional relationships create a conflict of interest with the classification outcome, which covers all 3 of the originally assigned arbiters. I am requesting a reassignment to an independent panel. Wei looked at her. Will that work? It will delay the original panel's ruling by approximately 12 days while the reassignment is processed, she said, which gives us more time for the independent panel to review the complete documentation. She paused. I may have designed the reassignment motion with that timeline in mind. Did you design the entire situation to require a reassignment motion? Wei said. She looked at him with the expression of someone who did not believe in answering questions that confirmed operational methods to people who did not need to know the methods. I filed the petition, she said. The petition arrived at the Sovereign Code Office on day 6. The reassignment motion arrived the same day, which created, as Solon had anticipated, a procedural sequencing requirement. The original panel could not act on the main petition until the reassignment motion was resolved. It gave them 11 more days. On day 8 of the evidence preparation and 3 days after the petition was filed, Wei Cangming and Liang Wuhuan completed the push to 80%. The crossing was not dramatic. It was a number on Ocean's instruments changing from 79.8 to 80.1 during a morning channeling session, followed by a deeper structural shift that Wei felt through the soul thread connection as a settling, a quality of Linghai's internal architecture becoming more itself than it had been before. Not new, not something that had not existed, but something that had been trying to consolidate, finally consolidating. Ocean's instruments registered the change simultaneously. The external collapse resistance threshold had been crossed. Below 80%, a sufficiently powerful array attack on the dimension's anchor points could theoretically collapse the spatial integrity. Above 80%, the world's internal coherence was sufficient to maintain itself against external pressure indefinitely. Linghai could not be collapsed from outside anymore. Liang Wuhuan, finishing the session with his hands on the bloodline resonant conduit, said nothing. He sat in the channeling station's quiet and looked at the walls of a 3,000-year-old world that had decided, in the end, to live, and did not speak for a long time. Yu Fengling arrived with compound adjustments. She checked both their aging signatures and reported. The aging cost has stabilized. The world's core energy is generating compensatory healing at a rate that now approximately offsets new costs. You are not recovering yet, but you have stopped actively losing. Wei looked at his hands. He had aged a total of perhaps 8 years in the 8-month process, some from the early channeling, some from the push, some from the soul-kindled advancement. He looked, by his estimation, somewhere in his mid-30s. Not catastrophic. Not what he had feared when the work began. Liang looked perhaps 5 years older than when Wei had met him. Still himself. Still the man who had come in grief rage and stayed to become something else. We should sleep, Wei said. Yes, Liang said. The Sovereign Code reassignment motion was still processing. The Patriarch had been quiet for 3 days. No new filings, no observable operational movement. The 12-person unit he had arrived with remained at the cultivation guest house. Solon's monitoring noted that they had not moved outside the standard guest house perimeter. Wei fell asleep in the real world for the first time in 4 days and was woken 6 hours later by Ocean through the anchor, which was unusual enough that he came to full alertness immediately. What happened, he said. Nothing critical, Ocean said. But the arbiters have issued a preliminary ruling on the reassignment motion faster than Prefect Solon's timeline predicted. A pause that had something in it. The reassignment was denied. The original panel will hear the petition. Wei was quiet. Solon is already filing a challenge, Ocean said. But the denial means the 30-day clock proceeds on the original schedule. 15 days remaining. 15 days to win the legal case with a biased panel. Wei sent a cipher to Solon. What changed your analysis? Her response arrived in under 2 minutes. Asterisk the leak. New filing this morning establishing commercial interest in the archive specialist's operational authorization. The arbiters are financially connected to the league's cultivation commodity market. I missed it. I will not miss it again. Asterisk he read it twice. Then he sent back. What do you need? She sent back a list. He began working. Chapter 78. The Living World Argument. The hearing before the Sovereign Code arbiters was scheduled for day 12. It was held in the Regional Administrative Building's largest formal chamber, which was designed for licensing disputes and bureaucratic reviews, and had never in its history been used for a case that constituted, as the presiding arbiter noted in his opening statement, the first invocation of the living world classification standard in the Code's 700-year history. The chamber was crowded. Every continental power delegation had sent observers. The Preservation Consortium's legal team, 3 practitioners from an institutional firm that clearly had significant experience with archive specialist proceedings, sat across the table from Solon's prepared documentation. The patriarch himself was not present. He had sent a legal representative and had not attended personally, which was either professional distance or a deliberate statement. Solon presented first. She was precise in the way that she was precise in every professional context. Not performative precision, not the kind designed to impress, but the working precision of someone who had organized their thinking exactly to the scale of the problem and was reproducing that thinking in the most efficient available form. She walked through the 3 classification criteria. She presented the botanical data, the biological generation attestation, and the leyline independence survey. She referenced the archive specialist framework's own standard for each criterion and explained, with specific documentation, why each standard failed to apply. The Preservation Consortium's lawyers objected 3 times during the presentation. All 3 objections were procedural, challenging the admissibility of specific documents rather than their content. Solon had prepared for all 3 objections and had counterfilings ready for each that resolved the admissibility questions within the hearing's procedural framework. The opposing presentation focused, as Ashen had predicted, on the 3rd criterion. The consortium's lead attorney argued that Wei Cangming's channeling was external intervention of sufficient magnitude to constitute artificial maintenance, and that without that maintenance the revival would not have been initiated. He submitted a technical declaration asserting that the world's current self-sustainability was a downstream consequence of the external intervention, not evidence of natural recovery capacity. The declaration was well constructed. Wei read it during the recess and thought that the attorney understood the technical question very well and had found the strongest possible argument for the position he was defending. Solon's counter-submission was already prepared. She had anticipated the downstream consequence argument. But the moment that changed the hearing happened between submissions, during a procedural pause, when the presiding arbiter, a man in his 70s who had spent his career in the most procedurally rigorous corner of cultivation law and had the specific quality of someone who had decided that law was worth his precision, looked at the document stack, looked at the consortium's legal team, and then looked at Solon. "You have 3 corporeal witnesses listed as available," he said. "Yes," Solon said. "The consortium's declaration specifically categorizes these witnesses as spiritual projections rather than genuine reconstitutions. I would like to assess this claim directly." Solon stood. "I call Xianxia, formerly of Linghai's senior military command." The chamber door opened, and Xianxia walked in. He was in full physical manifestation. The revival's current capacity permitted it, and he had prepared for this appearance with the precision he brought to any significant engagement. He walked with the bearing of a man who had commanded in difficult circumstances for 30 years and had not lost the bearing in reconstitution. He sat across from the consortium's legal team and looked at them with the specific expression he reserved for situations where he wanted someone to underestimate him. The presiding arbiter looked at Xianxia for a long moment. Then he said, "You are a physically reconstituted person, not a spiritual projection." "I am," Shin said. "Tell me something only a Linghai military commander would know," the arbiter said. The consortium's lead attorney began to object. The arbiter raised one hand without looking at him, and the attorney stopped. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The final strategic council before Linghai's collapse was held in the basement of the Agricultural Administration building because the main council chamber's windows faced east, and Ashen had determined that the Void Harvester's survey instruments could read spiritual emission patterns through east-facing glass. We met in a cellar that smelled of preserved grain and argued for 11 hours about whether a civilization had the right to choose its own end. I voted yes. I have spent 3,000 years thinking about that vote." He paused. "Ask me the location of the Agricultural Administration building. Ask me the name of the grain preservation officer who let us use his cellar. Ask me what the first person to walk out of the vote counted as I said to me on the stairs." The arbiter looked at the consortium's attorney. The attorney said nothing. "The 3rd criterion requires the world to have natural revival probability below 5% without external intervention," the arbiter said. "The documentation before me demonstrates that the world is currently reviving independently at a measurable rate. The criterion is not met." He looked at the opposing submission. "The downstream consequence argument establishes that the revival was initiated by external input. It does not establish that the revival's current trajectory requires external maintenance." Those are different claims, and the documentation distinguishes them. He looked at the presiding panel, two other arbiters who had been consulting in quiet voices. One of the other arbiters said, "The Living World classification petition is granted." The consortium's lead attorney began speaking immediately. The presiding arbiter said, "I will receive your challenge." A pause. After lunch, Solon, from her position at the documentation table, made a single notation and then did not visibly react. She did not need to react. The ruling was the reaction. Wei Cangming, observing from the chamber's gallery, sent a cipher to Ocean, *Living World. Classification granted. Ocean's response was immediate. Confirmed the consortium's operational authorization expires upon classification finality. They have until the challenge period closes, I estimate 3 days, to act before the legal window shuts completely. 3 days. Chapter 79. When legal methods fail, the Preservation Consortium filed its challenge 2 hours after the lunch break. Solon responded to it before the filing was 20 minutes old. The response was 40 pages. She had written it before the hearing, on the assessment that a challenge would be filed regardless of the ruling's clarity, and had it ready. The response was so complete that the presiding arbiter set an expedited review timeline of 3 days rather than the standard 10. 3 days. The consortium had 3 days before the expedited review closed, and the classification became final. 3 days in which their archive specialist operational authorization remained technically active. The Dusk Patriarch had been quiet for a week. That quiet ended on the morning of the first challenge day. It ended not with a legal filing and not with a direct approach to the anchor point. It ended with Solon receiving an intelligence notification from the Sovereign Code's regional security monitoring that 6 cultivation signatures of law-touched rank had moved from the cultivation guest house into a dispersed pattern around the district, positioned, her analysis noted, at intervals consistent with consumption array node placement. And simultaneously, 3 signatures had moved to the eastern perimeter of Wei's registered scavenging site. Wei Cangming received this notification at dawn while reviewing the day's channeling schedule with Liang Wuhuan. He read it once and then said, calmly, "They are establishing positions." "The consumption array," Liang said. "Yes." He sent ciphers simultaneously, to Duan Qifeng, to Solon, to the Cloud Temple's Elder Thane, who had, for days ago, confirmed that the temple was prepared to provide active support if the situation escalated beyond legal resolution. He sent a 4th cipher to Ocean, *initiate anchor defense protocol. All available manifestation. He spent the next 3 hours coordinating. Duan Qifeng mobilized with the efficiency of a man who had been preparing for this for 2 weeks. His 20 cultivation practitioners took up positions around the anchor point's perimeter with the array specialists establishing containment barriers at the 3 most vulnerable approach vectors. He did not wait for formal legal authorization. He had filed preventive engagement authorization the morning after his first honest meeting with Wei, citing credible threat to a registered Revival Doctrine stewardship site. The authorization was on file. He was acting within it. Solon filed an emergency injunction against unauthorized array construction in the regional zone. The injunction would not stop the construction. It would create legal record of the violation that the arbiters could consider during the challenge period. She filed it anyway, because legal record was what she built with, and every violation documented was another stone in the case's foundation. Elder Thane arrived at the anchor chamber before noon with 12 Cloud Temple combat monks whose cultivation ranks were, Thane noted with the mild directness of someone stating a professional fact, appropriate for the situation. She had received Wei's cipher and had apparently been preparing for the call since the moment she confirmed the Patriarch's identity. "We have opposed Void Harvester operations before," she said. "Not successfully, historically. But we have better tools now." "What tools?" Wei asked. "You," she said. "The other times, we had documentation and faith. Now we have documentation, faith, and a 78% revived living world with an independent legal classification and a sovereign code injunction on file." She looked at the anchor point. "This is the most favorable set of conditions we have ever been in. I want you to know that, before it gets difficult." It got difficult before evening. The consumption array was established despite the injunction. The Patriarch's team moved quickly, and the legal process was not fast enough to physically prevent placement. Solon recorded the violations in real time. Duan specialists identified the node positions and began disruption procedures on the 2 most accessible nodes. The Patriarch's 6 law-touched practitioners, not the 12-person unit, which suggested he was holding some in reserve, engaged Duan's forces at the perimeter. What followed was not a clean engagement. It was a sustained, multidirectional exchange in which every party involved was managing simultaneous constraints. The consortium's practitioners trying to establish and maintain array nodes while Duan's forces disrupted them. The Cloud Temple monks working methodically through the array architecture with a specific expertise in spatial containment that made Wei think they had studied void harvester methods for a very long time. Solon maintaining the legal record of every action while operating. Defensive countermeasures for the anchor point's documentation assets. Inside Linghai, fully reconstituted citizens manifested at the anchor point's interior boundary. Shin Baoli organized them with the efficiency of someone who had run this kind of defense before, not in this dimension, not in this century, but the principles transferred. They could not project into the real world with combat force. The reconstitution process was not that advanced, but they could reinforce the anchor's spiritual boundary from within, making the dimensional interface harder to breach. Wei Cangming coordinated from the center. Not fighting, not directly. His position was the anchor point itself, monitoring the perimeter via the soul thread connection to the world's ley lines, which now extended far enough into the real world that he could feel the array nodes' interference signatures as though they were in his own body. He could direct Duan's specialists to the weakest nodes by sensing which ones had the lowest resonance stability. He could feel when the array's consumption function was activating and redirect the internal defense to interrupt the frequency. He could, for the first time in this entire process, use the world's own perception to fight. By midnight, 4 of the 6 array nodes had been disrupted. The remaining 2 were too heavily guarded by the consortium's practitioners for Duan's forces to approach. The consumption array could not function at 67% capacity. It needed at least 5 of 6 nodes active to initiate the consumption process. They had maintained the minimum below the function threshold. Rose Xiantian held the eastern anchor point with 3 spatial arrays that Ashen had installed specifically for this scenario. She was not aggressive and she was not dramatic about it. She simply maintained the arrays, adjusted them as the consortium's practitioners probed, and did not yield. The patriarch had not appeared. He was at the western edge of the perimeter, Solon's monitoring indicated, observing. Not directing. Not participating. Watching. Watching with the same quality he had shown on the observation deck. The genuine attention of a man who was seeing something that was changing his understanding of what was possible. At 2 in the morning, one of the consortium's practitioners broke off engagement and retreated to the guest house. Then 2 more. The patriarch's unit was withdrawing incrementally, not routed but choosing to stop. Wei Cangming felt it through the ley line connection, the array nodes going dead one by one as they were abandoned, the consumption array's interference frequency dropping below detectable levels. The anchor point's boundary stabilizing. He sent a cipher to Solon. Status? Her response. Asterisk all consumption array nodes confirmed inactive. Sovereign Code Enforcement Team arriving in 40 minutes under emergency deployment authorization. I filed it 2 hours ago. Consortium practitioners will be detained for violation documentation. The Patriarch's unit has sufficient legal clearance that detention is not immediately applicable, but the violations of his subordinates will be attached to the formal challenge record. Asterisk a pause. The challenge period has 31 hours remaining. He sent back, and the vault, a longer pause. Asterisk the vault weapons activation threshold is met. You know that. The question is whether you need it before the challenge period closes. Asterisk he stood at the anchor point and thought about 3,000 years of careful engineering. About a chief engineer who had built a weapon into a vault and coded the access to a bloodline key and written a note addressed to whoever came after. They deserved better than the one we gave them. He went to find Core. Chapter 80. The vault's entrance was the same clean-cut doorway in the basin floor, with the same worn geometric markings, with the same resonance response when he touched them. The door opened with the same warmth of recognition. He went down. The chamber was different now than it had been the first time. Not physically different. The same vast floor, the same inscribed walls, the same 4-meter crystalline formation at the center with its internal heartbeat. But the quality of the space was different. The first time, he had been an operator standing outside a weapon, feeling its potential. Now he was entering a space that had been waiting for him specifically for 8 months, with the patience of something built to last 3,000 years. He walked to the crystal and put his hands on it. The warmth was immediate and complete. Not just his palms, but through his entire cultivation structure. The soul thread integration that had been developing slowly for months, recognizing the contact as the activation of something it had been building toward. It felt like finding the last piece of a complex array configuration and feeling the whole thing click into coherence. Core was behind him. He had followed without being asked. Tell me, Wei said. The activation proceeds in 3 stages, Core said. He was reading from his memory of the schematics, but the recitation had the quality of certainty, not uncertainty. He knew this the way he knew everything his master had given him, completely. First stage. The operator establishes baseline soul thread contact with the vault core. This is what you are doing now. The contact will extend over the next hour, deepening as the core confirms the integration signature. He paused. You will feel it. It is described in the schematics as a process of the world becoming known to you and you to it. Wei nodded. He could already feel it beginning. The leyline awareness that he had developed through 8 months of channeling extending, deepening, becoming something more than awareness. The world's veins were not just legible to him now. They were present in a way that was more intimate than knowledge. He felt the revived districts as neighborhoods he could close his eyes and walk through without seeing. He felt the reconstituted citizens as presences in that landscape, each one distinct, each one real. He felt the fountain square's ghost children, almost solid now, almost fully present, playing in the water that was almost there. Second stage, Course said. Calibration. The weapon's resonance pulse requires a targeting frequency calibrated to the specific spiritual signature of the entity to be repelled. The operator must hold the target signature in their awareness during the calibration phase, while the core builds the matching pulse pattern. He paused. You need to have encountered the target directly. The integration works from the operator's own sensory record. Wei thought about the observation deck. The quality of the Patriarch's cultivation signature, vast, deep, apparently solid all the way down. He had held it in his soul-kindled perception for 20 minutes. It was there. Third stage, Course said. Activation. The operator releases the calibrated pulse through the leyline network. The weapon fires simultaneously through every revived vein in the dimension. At current revival, 78%, the pulse will have range and coherence sufficient to reach any location in the real world within 50 kilometers. And the permanent integration, Wei said. The activation completes it, Core confirmed. After firing, the soul thread integration is final. You will be bound to Linghai. You can leave physically. You cannot leave spiritually. You will age as the world ages. He paused. The world is 3,000 years old and functionally immortal. The practical consequence is that you will not age on a human timescale. I know, Wei said. I wanted to say it once more, Course said. So there is no ambiguity. There is no ambiguity, Wei said. He kept his hands on the crystal and let the first stage proceed. The deepening took the better part of an hour. Not painful, not dramatic, but profoundly present. The world announcing itself to him in increments, each increment making the previous one feel like something less complete. He had thought he knew Linghai. He had channeled his qi into its veins for 8 months, mapped its geography, walked its revived districts, sat in its council rooms. He had thought he knew it. He had not. Not the way he knew it now. Every vein, every district, revived and still dead. Every reconstituted citizen, each one a specific texture of presence in the world's awareness. Shin Baoli at the anchor point, steady as bedrock. Ashin in the mapping station, already updating his survey instruments. Qian Ruai in the medical district, tending to a patient who had spontaneously reconstituted 3 hours ago and was still too disoriented to speak. The ghost children in the fountain square, clearer than they had ever been. Almost, fully present. And through the world's own memory, deeper than the ley lines, the sense of 3,000 years of waiting. Not patience as a virtue. Patience as the only available option for something that wanted to live and had to wait for someone to come. He knew, in that moment, that the chief engineer had been right. He had already decided. He had been deciding, in increments, since the first morning he crouched over a dead ley line and watched grass grow. He had not known, then, that he was deciding. He knew now. The first stage integration completed. The crystal's internal heartbeat synchronized with his own. The vault chamber was quiet. Wei Cangming stood in the heart of a world that had been dead for 3,000 years and was now, by every meaningful measure, alive. He was about to turn and tell Core that he was ready for second stage when he felt something through the leyline connection that was not one of his people. A presence. Inside the dimension. Not at the anchor point. Not entering through the dimensional boundary in the ordinary way. Something that had found its own way in through a vector that Ashin's boundary monitoring had not flagged, which meant either the monitoring had a gap or the entry had been performed with a sophistication that bypassed standard detection. The presence was vast, deep, apparently solid all the way down. He turned to Core. We have a visitor, he said. Core's expression shifted to alert. The Patriarch. Yes. He moved toward the vault's entrance, and as he did, the pulse he had felt from the Patriarch on the observation deck. That quality of genuine curiosity, of something encountering a phenomenon that had made it reconsider its premises, reached him again through the world's own awareness. The Dust Patriarch was inside Linghai, not at the combat perimeter, not at the anchor point. He was standing in the revived artisan district's main thoroughfare, with the particular stillness of someone who had entered expecting one thing and found another. Wei walked out of the vault and up through the basin into the revived districts, following the presence, and found the Patriarch standing in the restored thoroughfare with his hands at his sides, and his expression carrying something he was clearly not accustomed to carrying. Around him, the revived district was alive in the soft pre-dawn quality that Linghai's leyline light produced, warmer than real-world dawn, deeper, with the specific texture of a place that had decided it was going to persist. The ghost impressions moved through their daily patterns, clearer than they had ever been, close enough to solid that their footsteps left impressions in the light. The Patriarch was not looking at the architecture. He was not surveying the leyline structure. He was looking at the ghost impressions, and his expression was not the hunger of someone who saw resources. It was not calculation. It was not the professional assessment of an archive specialist. It was something Wei had not expected to see in this face, in this meeting, in this moment. He stopped 3 meters from the Patriarch. The Patriarch said, "I have consumed 12 worlds." He did not look at Wei. He was still watching the impressions. I convinced myself, each time, that they were beyond saving. I told myself the assessment was objective, that I had surveyed carefully, calculated correctly, concluded appropriately. He was quiet for a moment. I believed it because it was easier than the alternative. The alternative was standing in this. Wei waited. "I cannot undo the 12, the Patriarch said. His voice had a quality Wei had not heard in it before, not older, exactly, but quieter, as though something that had been filling it had, in the past few minutes, been replaced by something else. But I can choose not to do the 13th. The revived district breathed around them in the leyline light. The ghost children were visible at the fountain square's edge, bright enough now that their details were present. A girl with her hair in 2 braids, a boy shorter than her running behind. The expression on both their faces, the uncomplicated absorption of children who were doing exactly what they want to do. The Patriarch looked at them for a long time. Then he said, "Show me what you have done differently. I want to understand it before I decide what I can offer you." Wei Cangming looked at a man who had spent 60 years making a series of choices he could not take back, standing in the evidence of a different kind of choice, and thought about what it cost to reconsider something you had built your identity around. He thought about the vault behind him, about the weapon calibrated to the signature he was feeling now, fully integrated into his awareness, ready. He thought about what a dying world teaches a man about what is worth keeping. "Come," he said. "I will show you the library." Chapter 81. The 13th world. The library was not where Wei Cangming had left the Dusk Patriarch in Chapter 80. He had said, "Come, I will show you the library," and the Patriarch had followed. But the library vault was below the basin, below the main vault chamber, through a second entrance that the second stage integration had made accessible to Wei in the same way the first entrance had become accessible at Threshold Crossing. The library entrance was narrower than the weapon vault's entrance. The markings were different, older, or at least visually distinct in a way that suggested they had been carved by a different hand with different tools in a different period of the civilization's history. These markings were not geometric in the weapon vault's precise architectural sense. They were more organic, more like script than structure. Wei touched them and felt the specific recognition response, and the door opened. The Patriarch stopped at the entrance. Not hesitation. He was not a man who hesitated. It was something else. The quality of someone who had expected one thing from the entrance and encountered another. He was reading the markings, Wei realized. Reading them in a script that was 3,000 years old. Understanding them. "Can you read it?" Wei said. "Fragments," the Patriarch said. "The script evolved from an older form I have some familiarity with." He looked at the markings for a long moment. "The inscription says, 'For those who come after, who found what we could not keep.'" He paused. "I have seen this script once before. From a world from one of the other 12. He did not finish the sentence. He looked at Wei with an expression that was trying to be professional and was not succeeding. "Come in," Wei said. Inside the library vault, the complete knowledge archive of Linghai civilization. Not in a format that was immediately visible. There were no books, no inscribed walls, no catalog system that an outside observer would recognize. The knowledge was stored in the dimensional medium itself, accessible only through the soul thread integration that Wei now carried. Readable as a kind of spatial memory that the library's architecture presented to the integrated operator like an index. He had described this to the council when he first accessed it. The scale was staggering. He had still not fully absorbed what the index contained. He would not, probably, in his lifetime. The learning would take the rest of his life if he were diligent, which Ashen considered an optimistic estimate. The Patriarch stood in the center of the library vault, and turned slowly. It is alive, he said. Yes. The archive medium is energized. Not residual, active. It is still producing. He looked at the vault's walls with the specific quality of his attention that Wei had come to understand meant he was seeing something others could not. This was not just a storage system. It was a living document. The civilization that built this was still adding to it at the time of the collapse. As far as we have been able to determine, Wei said. Yes. They did not stop until the last possible moment. The patriarch stood in the library for a long time. The ley line light came up through the floor in soft columns, and in that light his face had the quality of something being reconsidered from the inside. In 60 years of this work, he said finally, I have consumed 12 worlds. In 11 of them, I did not look. I surveyed the surface. I assessed the parameters. I concluded. I processed. He was quiet. In one of them, I looked briefly into what remained before the processing concluded. A partial archive. Not complete, not like this. But there. And I looked at it, and I processed it anyway. A pause that had something in it that Wei did not try to name. I told myself that what was lost was already gone and that my action was simply completion. Wei said nothing. I was wrong, the patriarch said. He said it with the specific quality of someone who has said it once before, to himself, and is now saying it out loud for the first time, which changes its character. What you have done here is proof that I was wrong about the parameters, about what recovery was possible, about what I concluded in 12 assessments. He turned to look at Wei. I cannot undo the 12. What is gone, and I do not have the capacity to make it otherwise. But I can choose not to do the 13th. Wei looked back at him. What does that mean operationally, he said, not challenging the statement. He believed it was genuine. But genuine decisions had practical implications, and he needed to understand the scope. It means I will not authorize Linghai's processing, the patriarch said. It means I will formally withdraw the archive specialist filing. It means I will provide whatever testimony the Sovereign Code Review requires to support the living world classification. He paused. It also means that my organization will not honor my restraint. Explain. The Preservation Consortium is not simply my practice, the patriarch said. I am its senior operational representative in this region, but there are 12 patron entities that fund its operations. They have commercial interest in the resources that Dead World consumption provides. They have been informed of Linghai's recovery. My personal withdrawal from the operation does not change their interest. He looked at Wei steadily. I cannot protect you from all of them. I can only tell you that the storm is coming, that it is larger than the 6 practitioners outside, and that my restraint is one person's choice in an institutional framework that does not share it. He paused. I thought you should know the full scope before you decide how to respond to what I have offered. Wei thought about Ashen's advice, about making someone too useful to be a threat, about the Cloud Temple's 6th century observation record and what 12-world pattern looked like from the outside. The coordinates you mentioned, Wei said. The patriarch looked at him with an expression that had something like recognition in it. I told you I have surveyed 14 dead worlds in my career, he said. I processed 12. I did not process 2. The parameters were uncertain. The revival probability assessment was borderline, and the patron authorization did not cover uncertain cases. I filed inconclusive assessments and moved on. He paused. I have thought about those 2 assessments many times since then. In light of what you have done here, I believe my uncertainty was the correct conclusion and I should have acted on it differently. He gave Wei the locations. Not approximate, precise, with the specific directional notation of a surveyor who had spent 60 years developing exact methods. 2 dead worlds, imprecise by the archive's parameters, potentially recoverable by the parameters that Linghai had now demonstrated. The coordinates, Wei said, are not something you would give to an organization whose interest you distrust. No, the patriarch said. They are something I am giving to the person currently standing in the proof of what recovery looks like when someone decides it is worth attempting. Wei looked at the library around them, the living archive, the accumulated knowledge of 3,000 years of civilization, the thing that Linghai had built and maintained to the last moment because they believed someone would come for it. The pale adjutant, Wei said. Your secondary commander. He is outside. Yes. Will he continue to act on the patron's authorization after your withdrawal? The patriarch's expression had the quality of a man answering a question he had already answered for himself. For a period, until the patron authorizations are formally restructured. That restructuring will require me to return to the consortium's operational center and address the patrons directly, which I intend to do. How long will the adjutant act independently? Until I tell him not to, or until the legal situation makes his actions too costly for the patrons to support? He paused. He is not a bad person. He is a person who has done this work for 30 years and does not see what I see when I look at this library. Then, Wei said, We should deal with what is outside before we plan for what comes after. He led the way back up through the basin toward the world's surface, and the patriarch walked beside him through the revived districts of a civilization that had been dead for 3,000 years and had decided, with the peculiar stubbornness of things that understand what they are worth, to come back. Outside, the compass in Wei Cangming's pocket had been spinning for 3 hours without stopping. Chapter 82. The Pale Adjutant. The Pale Adjutant's name was Vorn, and he was the kind of person who defined themselves by the certainty of their methods. Solin's intelligence had built a partial picture. 32 years in the Preservation Consortium's operational service, record of 11 participation credits on processed worlds, reputation for thorough survey work and clean array construction. He was not reckless. He was not cruel. He was, by every available account, a professional who had built his professional identity around the belief that the work he did was legitimate and necessary. Wei Cangming understood this kind of person. He had spent a year managing a sect's assessment system that had similar qualities. People who believed in the framework they operated within so completely that evidence against the framework read to them as error rather than revelation. Vorn had received orders from the patron authorization that Linghai was to be processed. The patriarch's personal restraint was not a change to the orders. The orders were from the patrons. Until the patrons changed them, Vorn was operating within the framework. This meant that when the Dusk Patriarch emerged from the dimension's anchor point alongside Wei Cangming at dawn, which was not a sequence of events that anyone outside had anticipated, the Pale Adjutant's response was not to immediately accept a new operational reality. His response was to continue the operation while assessing what had changed and what had not. The operation was in partial suspension. 4 array nodes were confirmed disrupted. 2 nodes were guarded but had not been re-established. Duan Chifeng's forces held the anchor point perimeter. The Cloud Temple monks were present. Sovereign Code enforcement was in the area, but the 2 remaining nodes were still active, and the consumption array needed only 5 of 6 to function. Wei emerged from the anchor point with the Patriarch at his side and felt, through the soul thread connection, the specific interference signature of an active consumption array beginning its initialization sequence. The remaining 2 nodes plus 3 mobile practitioners establishing temporary supplemental positions. They were starting the process. The Patriarch looked at the situation and said, quietly, "He does not know yet that I have withdrawn." "Then tell him," Wei said. The Patriarch produced a cipher stone and transmitted, not by encoding but by direct spiritual signature broadcast, which was a communication method that bypassed all standard cipher architecture and was, in practical terms, incontrovertible in its source. He said, "Vorn, I am withdrawing the operational authorization. Stand down the array. This is a final decision, not a pause." The interference signature on Wei's leyline awareness held for approximately 40 seconds. Then one of the supplemental positions deactivated. Then the second. Then both remaining nodes. The consumption array collapsed. The interference signatures dropped to 0. Duan Chifeng, at the perimeter, received notification of the array collapse via his monitoring equipment and communicated to his forces. Hold positions. He had the specific quality of a senior official who had just watched something happen that he did not fully understand and was documenting it before forming conclusions. Solin's cipher stone chimed. Array signatures gone. Confirm status. Wei sent back. Consortium has stood down. The Patriarch has formally withdrawn the authorization. A pause. Then, I need to witness a formal statement on the record before I can file the withdrawal in the classification proceeding. He looked at the Patriarch. The Sovereign Code Compliance Officer requires a formal statement, he said. I will provide it, the Patriarch said. He walked towards Solin's position with the unhurried quality of someone who had made a decision and was now simply implementing it. Wei turned back to the anchor point and felt, through the world's connection, the compass. It was spinning, not slowly, rapidly, with the specific angular velocity of something that had found what it was pointing at and was confirming the direction with urgency. It had been spinning since he entered the vault chamber's first stage the previous night. He had not had time to attend to it. He reached into his pocket and removed it. The broken compass from the dying sect elder, 9 months ago, who had set it, used to point at something important. He had set it aside as non-functional. It had been quiet for 8 months, and then, during the battle's peak when he had been fully occupied with coordinating the defense, it had begun. He let it settle in his palm. It pointed into the ground, downward, with an angular insistence that suggested the thing it was pointing at was directly below him and significantly below the surface level. He was standing on the basin floor. Below the basin floor was the standard leyline deep structure and then bedrock. But the vault's circulatory network was below that, and below the circulatory network was where Ashen had found the vault weapon. And below the vault weapon, Ashen had said he mapped the vault from the blueprints. Ashen had also said that the blueprints had been separated into a main set and supplementary documents. The supplementary documents were what Core had been carrying in memory, the chief engineer's complete schematic, including the bloodline key. Ashen, Wei said through the anchor. Monitoring, Ashen said. The basin. Below the weapon vault. Is there anything in the lower basin geological survey that your instruments couldn't fully characterize? A pause. The pause of someone who had been thorough and is now reconsidering what thoroughness may have missed. There is an anomalous density zone approximately 60 meters below the weapon vault entrance, Ashen said. I classified it as geological formation, heavy mineral concentration consistent with the deep basin's composition. I did not investigate further because the geological survey was secondary to the leyline survey. Another pause. Why? The compass, Wei said. Ashen's silence had a different quality. Bring it to me. The battle was resolved. The Patriarch was providing his statement to Solon. Duan's forces were maintaining positions, but not engaging. The Cloud Temple monks were withdrawing from their active defensive postures. Wei went to Ashen. Chapter 83. The second heartbeat. The geological anomaly was 60 meters below the weapon vault entrance, which was itself 40 meters below the main basin floor, which meant that accessing it required either a second entrance that they had not yet found or the ability to pass through solid stone, which, with the current level of soul thread integration, Wei could not do, but the leyline circulation system could. Ashen spent 4 hours analyzing the anomaly with instruments recalibrated for the specific density range. At the end of 4 hours, he said, "It is deliberate." Wei looked at the survey output. Deliberate. The mineral density concentration is not natural. Natural heavy mineral deposits have random distribution patterns with geological stratification. This is a spherical containment, uniform density in a precise geometric shell around a central void. The shell itself is approximately 8 meters in diameter. He indicated the position on the survey. The misdirection in the original blueprints is sophisticated. The supplementary documents that Core carries describe this location as a resonance dampener, which is a real architectural component that serves a real function and would appear in approximately this depth range in the construction documentation. It is not a resonance dampener, Wei said. No, Ashen said. The resonance dampener function would require 2-meter diameter at most. The 8-meter spherical shell is not consistent with dampener architecture. He looked at the survey. It is consistent with a secondary vault. Wei felt it through the connection. Now that he was looking for it, now that his awareness was directed downward with the specific attunement the compass had been pointing him toward, he could feel it. Not the weapon vault's singular heartbeat, which he had become familiar with over the past 8 months of proximity. Something else. Something in the same frequency range, but different. Deeper. Older. Active, he said. The central void is not empty, Ashen said. I cannot characterize the content from the outside. The containment shell blocks direct analysis. But the resonance signature through the shell is not static. It is processing. He paused. Whatever is inside has been functioning independently for 3,000 years, as the weapon vault has been functioning independently. But the weapon vault's independent function was mechanical, geological heat gradient, closed circulation. This resonance is not mechanical. Wei put his hand on the basin floor and let the connection extend downward. He felt it immediately. Not through the leyline network. The connection was different. More direct. The vault integration had given him awareness of Linghai's entire revived geography simultaneously, but this was not coming from the revived geography. It was coming from below it, from something that had been functioning independently of the revival, which meant it had been functioning independently of him. A heartbeat. Stronger than the weapon vault's heartbeat. Steadier. The compass, he said, was pointing at this for weeks. Ashen confirmed. You noted it first began spinning when the vault weapon's first stage integration connected you to the world's deep structure. The deep structure's connection to the second vault's location is direct. The weapon vault sits above it, and the integration made you sensitive to the frequency. Wei stood in the basin with his hand on the floor and the second heartbeat present in his awareness, and thought about a chief engineer who had hidden the bloodline key in a supplementary document and labeled the second vault as a resonance dampener. What does it contain, he asked. I do not know, Ashen said. This was a statement Ashen made with a frequency that was always slightly lower than normal, indicating it was the correct statement, and he knew it and did not like it. Does Core know? I have not yet asked Core, Ashen said. I have been asking the instruments. I should ask Core. He sent for Core. Core arrived and listened to the description of the anomaly with the specific quality of someone who is receiving information that confirms something they had suspected but had not wanted to introduce prematurely. He looked at the survey output. He looked at the depth measurement. He looked at Wei. My master's schematics, he said. The section I described as the secondary vault system reference. I told you about the bloodline key. But there was a second reference in the same section that I did not fully describe at the time. Wei waited. The schematics describe the chief engineer's primary project as the weapon vault, Core said. But they also describe a secondary project that was, his word, his true project. The weapon was what the civilization needed and what he built in response to necessity. The secondary project was what he built in response to hope. He looked at the survey. The schematics call it the Library of Living Records. That is different from the library vault you showed us, Wei said. Yes, Core said. The library vault you have accessed contains the civilization's knowledge archive, documentation, technique records, history, static knowledge. He paused. The Library of Living Records is described as something different. The chief engineer spent 40 years of his life developing it. It contains, his phrasing is complicated, the patterns of decision and meaning that the civilization generated while it lived. He looked at Wei, not what they knew, how they were. There, he calls it the living texture of the world. The way a civilization thinks when it is thinking most truly. Wei absorbed this. The revival process, he said slowly. When the world revives, the ghost impressions, they are not simply patterns of movement. They are going through their actual daily lives. Not repeating, they are present. They are living. Yes, Core said. My master believed that civilization was not simply the sum of its knowledge and techniques. It was something that existed in the way people made choices together, built things together, disagreed, and resolved, and built again. He wanted to preserve that, not just the record of it, but the actual pattern of it. Something that could be, under the right conditions, restored. He paused. The Library of Living Records is the part of Linghai that he most wanted to survive. Wei thought about 32 people waking in a single night. About the ghost children who were almost fully present, who moved through their daily lives with the absorption of children who were simply doing what they did because they wanted to. About the texture of Linghai's revived districts, which had from the beginning felt like more than geography, like inhabited space, even when the inhabitants were translucent. The second vault is intact, he said. It appears to be, Ashen said. And it has been active. Yes. Which means, Wei said, with the specific, careful quality of someone completing a logical sequence that was more significant than the steps individually suggested, that the living texture of Linghai civilization has been running independently for 3,000 years. Ashen was very quiet. Core said, my master was a very patient man. Wei looked at the basin floor, through it, down to where the second vault pulsed with its steady, deeper heartbeat, and thought about what it meant for a civilization to have preserved not just its knowledge, but its way of being alive. He was still thinking about it when the anchor point connection flared with an alert. Wei Cangming. Shen Bao's voice, through the anchor. Not the ghost impression quality of the early months, fully corporeal, completely present, the voice of a man standing in the real world. The pale adjutant. He is attempting to access the main vault entrance from the basin approach. The patriarch had stood down the array, but Vorn had apparently decided that the personal withdrawal did not bind him immediately enough to prevent one final attempt at whatever the consumption operation required. Wei moved. Chapter 84. What the world generated. The pale adjutant did not reach the vault entrance. Shen Bao was between them, not partially manifested, not the ghost impression or the spiritual presence that had been his mode of existence for the first months of his reconstitution. Fully physically present in the real world, standing at the basin approach with the weight and presence of a man who existed entirely and had no intention of moving. This should not have been possible. The reconstitution process had progressed to full physical manifestation within the dimension, but manifesting in the real world without the anchor point's transition process had not been within Shen's capabilities as of 3 days ago. Wei was certain of this because he had last assessed it 3 days ago, and the capabilities had not included what he was currently observing. He arrived at the basin approach to find Vorn facing Shen Bao across approximately 3 meters of contested ground. Vorn was a soul-kindled rank cultivator with 30 years of operational experience and the immediate competence of someone who had never faced a challenge he could not resolve by applying the correct application of force. He was facing Shen Bao with the expression of someone who had just discovered that the correct application of force was not producing the expected result. Shen Bao was aging backward. It was subtle, not rapid, not dramatic, not the visible physical transformation that Wei's aging had been. But the lines of Shen's face were slightly less deep than they had been yesterday, and the quality of his physical presence had a solidity and immediacy that had not been quite this complete last week. As Wei watched, a specific quality of age left Shin's hands, the joints of them becoming slightly more supple. The world was restoring him. General Shun, Wei said. Managed, Shin said, without looking away from Vorn. He said it in the clipped vocabulary he used for operational status reports. Maximum information, minimum words. Vorn looked at Wei. He was not panicking. He was assessing. The Patriarch had withdrawn. The array was down. The primary operation was suspended. He was in an unauthorized position at a classified dimensions access point with a fully corporeal Linghai general blocking his path and the world's steward arriving behind him. Operational authorization is withdrawn, Wei said. By your senior commander. I know, Vorn said. He said it without hostility, but without yielding. I am assessing the situation independently. What is your assessment? Vorn looked at the basin, at the approach to the weapon vault entrance, at the world around him, the revived grass at the basin's edge, the leyline hum in the stone, the specific quality of a place that was more alive than dead and was becoming more alive with each passing hour. My assessment, he said, is that I have spent 32 years in this work, and this is the first time I have been in a situation that my training did not prepare me for. He had the quality, Wei thought, of a person who had encountered something that had broken a prior certainty. Different from the Patriarch's complex reckoning, less deep, not carrying 12 consumed worlds, but the same fundamental structure, a person whose working model had encountered evidence that did not fit. The Patriarch has filed for formal withdrawal, Wei said. The Sovereign Code will process it. Your continued operation without authorization is a legal violation. He paused. Not a catastrophic one, given that no action has been completed. But on the record, Vorn said, yes. And then he stepped back from the approach and turned and walked toward the anchor point exit. Wei watched him go. Shin Baoli, standing beside him, said, the world is healing me. I noticed, Wei said. Ashin theorizes that the revival has crossed a threshold, Shin said. He said it in the way he said everything, with the quality of a man reporting a situation accurately and without editorializing. Above 80%, the world's independent energy generation is sufficient to begin actively reconstituting its citizens without external input. Not just allowing reconstitution, actively pushing it. He looked at his hands. I woke this morning fully in the real world. I did not go through the anchor point. I did not know I could do this until I did it. Wei thought about what this meant for the broader reconstitution timeline. Tell Ashin, he said. I told Ashin, Shin said. Ashin said he would calculate the full implication. He paused. He said it would take him approximately 20 minutes, and that I should find you immediately after. Wei found Ashin. Ashin's calculation was, as it generally was, both precise and significant. If the world is now actively reconstituting its citizens independently, Ashin said, and if the energy available scales with the revival percentage, then the reconstitution rate will accelerate as the revival continues. All 12 of the Wakeable will achieve full physical reconstitution within approximately 3 weeks at current trajectory. He paused. But the Wakeable are only 12. The ghost impressions in the revived districts number in the hundreds. They are not in hibernation pods. They were not preserved. They are something else. Something the revival itself is generating. Qian Roi arrived. She had been called, and she came with the focused efficiency of someone who had prepared a response. The ghost impressions, she said. I have been monitoring their development for 2 months. They are not random. They are the specific patterns of individual people who lived in Linghai. Not constructed, generated. The world remembers them and is reconstructing them. She paused. This is what the Library of Living Records was designed to enable. Wei looked at her. The library is active. The reconstitution pattern is consistent with the living texture preservation core described, she said. The library has been running for 3,000 years maintaining the patterns. The revival is now providing the energy to instantiate those patterns into physical reconstitution. She paused. If the revival continues, Linghai's full population will reconstitute. Not all at once. Gradually, as the energy generation increases. But eventually, all of them. The chamber was quiet with the weight of this. How many? Wei said. Qian Roi said. Linghai's population at the time of the collapse was approximately 40,000. 40,000 people. Not eventually, at the speed the world was now generating. 40,000 people who had been dead for 3,000 years, who had voted to die to protect something they had built, who had preserved themselves in the library of living records with the patient hope of a chief engineer who was very good at his work and believed in the future. The pale adjutant had been let out of the dimension by 2 Sovereign Code officers and handed to Duan Chiefing for violation documentation. The Dusk Patriarch was standing at the anchor point, having completed his statement to Solon, looking into the middle distance with the quality of someone who had made a decision and was waiting to see what it cost. He looked at Wei when Wei emerged from the anchor point. Your general came through the dimensional boundary without a transition point, the Patriarch said. I observed it. That is not a capacity that standard reconstitution produces. No, Wei said. The world is generating it independently. Yes. The Patriarch was quiet for a moment. Then, you know what this means for the reconstitution timeline. We have just assessed it. And you understand that a world actively reconstituting 40,000 people will produce a spiritual energy signature that every monitoring system within 200 kilometers will register within the week. Wei had not thought this far yet. He thought it now. 40,000 simultaneous reconstitution processes, each one requiring and generating spiritual energy, creating a collective signature that would be, he ran the math quickly and conservatively, approximately 50 times what his original revival work had produced. He had been managing information very carefully for 8 months. He had been controlling what people knew and did not know about Linghai. He had been building legal architecture to protect the work. In 1 week, subtlety would become impossible. The world would announce itself. He looked at the Patriarch. You said you cannot protect me from the organization's other patrons. No, the Patriarch said. I cannot. But you can tell me what they will do. Yes, the Patriarch said. I can tell you that. He told Wei. It took 2 hours. When he finished, the picture was large and the timeline was short. 12 patron entities spanning 3 continents, with institutional relationships that reached into every major cultivation power. Each of them with existing commercial interest in dead world resources. Each of them with the legal infrastructure to mount significant challenges. And all of them about to receive monitoring alerts about a dead world that was generating an energy signature consistent with 40,000 simultaneous reconstitutions. I will return to the consortium's operational center, the Patriarch said, as the briefing concluded. My personal withdrawal is meaningful within my authority scope. Changing the patron authorizations requires a different conversation. He looked at Wei. I expect that conversation will be difficult. Will you have it? Wei said. The Patriarch looked at Linghai, the revived districts, the visible grass, the ghost impressions moving through their days in the ley line light. I have consumed 12 worlds, he said. I should have been having that conversation for 30 years. I am having it now. He turned to the consortium's remaining practitioners, those who had stood down at his direction. You are going with me, he said to them. Then, to Wei. The storm will not come through me. That is the most I can guarantee. He left. His subordinates followed him, reluctantly, as he had said they would. Chapter 85. After the storm, the Patriarch's departure left a specific quality of aftermath. Not silence. Solon was filing. Duan's forces were standing down from perimeter positions. The Cloud Temple monks were organizing their withdrawal. There was plenty of activity. But under the activity was the particular quality of a space that has had a large presence in it and is now registering its absence. Wei Cangming stood at the anchor point and took stock. The immediate external threats were resolved. The Preservation Consortium's operation was suspended pending the Patriarch's formal withdrawal from the patron authorization chain. The legal challenge period on the Living World classification was almost complete. Solon expected the ruling to finalize within 2 days, and the Patriarch's testimony would be the decisive submission. The Pale Adjutant, Vorn, had been handed to the Sovereign Code Enforcement Team for violation documentation. He was, by all assessments, not going to face severe consequences. The violations were procedural, and the operation had been abandoned before completion. He would receive sanctions and probably return to the consortium's work. This was fine. Vorn was not the problem. The problems that remained were larger and less immediate. 12 patron entities who would receive monitoring alerts within the week when Linghai's reconstitution signature scaled up. 3 continental powers who each wanted something from Linghai's revival that they had not yet obtained. The Living World classification that would protect against the Archive Specialist framework but would not protect against political and economic pressure from institutional powers. And inside the dimension, a library of living records that was about to begin generating 40,000 reconstituting citizens, which would require governance infrastructure at a scale that was significantly beyond the current 30-person community Echo had been organizing. Wei walked through it systematically. Solon would handle the legal finalization. She had the submissions ready, and the Patriarch's testimony would be filed before the challenge period closed. Duan Chifeng had offered his forces and had used them. The relationship between Wei and Iron Basin Sect was now different than it had been 8 months ago. It was a genuine working relationship between people who had stood next to each other in a difficult situation, which was a more reliable foundation than any formal arrangement. The Cloud Temple had demonstrated commitment. Elder Thane was still on site and had not asked for anything in return for the support. She had asked for access to records, which Wei had agreed to consider, and had left it there. The Continental Powers were going to be a continuous management problem. There was no solution to this that he could see. They had interests, and interests did not resolve. They could only be balanced. Shin Baoli was right that this was a long-term governance challenge, not something that ended. He found Liang Wuhuan at the basin edge, sitting with his feet over the side, looking at the place where the second vault entrance was going to need to be found. The second vault, Wei said. Ashin told me, Liang said. The Library of Living Records. 40,000 people. Liang was quiet for a moment. My grandmother was one of them. Probably. Not just an impression. Not just the reaching. The actual pattern of her. How she thought. How she made decisions. How she was when she was most herself. He looked at his hands. The library has been keeping that for 3,000 years. Yes. And the revival will reconstitute her. Yes, Wei said. Eventually. Liang was quiet for a long time. The basin around them had the warmth of a fully alive place. Not the warmth of temperature, but the warmth of presence, the way a room full of living people feels different from an empty room. She will be 40,000 among many, Liang said finally. She will not know how long she waited or that I was here when she came back. He paused. She will just be alive. Wei sat beside him at the basin edge. Yes. That is enough, Liang said. That is more than enough. That is the thing I did not know I was hoping for when I came here in grief rage with a world key in my pocket and enough resentment to last a century. He looked at the basin. That is the thing. They sat for a while in the aftermath of the storm, in the living world's quiet. Wei felt through the soul thread connection the steady doubled heartbeat, the weapon vault above, the library below, and understood that the chief engineer had built both because both were necessary. The weapon because survival required it. The library because survival without meaning was not the point. He stood eventually. I need to speak with Ashin, he said. The library vault's entrance will require the second stage integration to locate. And we need to understand the reconstitution timeline before the energy signature scales up and the continent's monitoring systems start asking questions. Liang stood as well. I will come with you. They went to find Ashin, and on the way Wei sent a cipher to Yu Fengling. Asterisk the immediate situation is resolved. There is a great deal to tell you. Are you at the clinic? Asterisk her response was immediate. Asterisk yes. Also I have been monitoring the spiritual signature output from your site for the past 4 hours, and it has increased by an order of magnitude. I have at least 11 questions. Please come when you can. Asterisk he sent back. Asterisk 11 is a conservative estimate. I will come tonight. Asterisk the second vault's entrance was located on the eastern wall of the Dead Ocean Basin, partially obscured by a geological fold that Ashin had mapped as natural formation, but which, under the revised survey, revealed itself as deliberate shaping. The fold created a concave depression in the wall with the same geometric markings as the other vault entrances, worn even smoother by time and position. Wei touched the markings. They responded. He and Ashin stood at the entrance together, and through it they felt the second heartbeat clearly, the library of living records, active and steady, doing what it had been built to do. 40,000, Ashin said. Yes. The governance infrastructure for 40,000 people who wake up in an unknown future with intact personalities and cultural memories and individual histories will be, he paused. Complex. Yes, Wei said. Empress Echo will have strong opinions. I expect so. I have strong opinions, Ashin said. They are not the same as Echo's opinions. I expect that too, Wei said. He opened the entrance and they went down together, into the library that had been waiting for them, into the living texture of a civilization that had decided it was worth preserving. Outside, the continent's monitoring systems had not yet triggered. They had perhaps 3 days before the reconstitution signature became unmistakable. Wei Cangming stood in the entrance of the Library of Living Records and thought about what a man owed a civilization that had built its entire last defense around the faith that someone like him would come. Everything, he thought. Everything he could manage. He went in. Chapter 86. What the library held. The Library of Living Records was not what Wei Cangming had expected. He had expected something that felt like memory. What he found felt like presence. The vault was approximately the same size as the weapon vault, vast, high-ceilinged, with the same ley-line light coming through the floor and columns. But where the weapon vault had a single crystalline formation at its center, the library had nothing visible. The floor was clear. The walls were smooth. The light was the same. And the moment Wei crossed the threshold with the soul thread integration active, the space became comprehensible. He stood in the center of a vast ongoing conversation that had been running for 3,000 years. Not a conversation in the literal sense. Not voices, not images, not the kind of memory stone imprint he had experienced with the direct emotional flooding of the early months. Something more structural. The library preserved the patterns of how Linghai's people had thought, built, decided, lived. The texture of collective reasoning. The way a question in this culture was approached differently than a question would be approached anywhere else. Because this culture had 3,000 years of specific development, specific values, specific ways of arriving at conclusions that were shaped by all of that history. He spent 2 hours simply standing in it, absorbing the index. Not reading, understanding what was there. The index was not a catalog in the linear sense. It was more like a map that became clearer as his integration deepened, each section revealing its scope as he oriented toward it. Cultivation knowledge, yes. The full development of soul-channeling revival from its earliest theoretical frameworks through its most refined applications, plus dozens of other technique lineages he had not encountered in the memory stones. Agricultural science. Linghai had spent 8 centuries developing cultivation-integrated farming systems that had no analog in current-era practice. Medical knowledge that built on what Qian Rui had given him and went considerably further. Architecture. Philosophy, not abstract, but the specific working philosophy of a civilization that had been making practical choices about collective organization for 3 millennia and the reasoning that underlay those choices. History. History in the living texture sense, not the record of events, but the understanding of why, from inside the experience of people who had lived them. He came out of the library after 2 hours and sat down on the basin floor outside the entrance and looked at his hands for a long moment. Ashen sat across from him. He had not entered. He was watching Wei with the expression of a man who knew what the library contained in outline and was waiting to understand what experiencing it actually produced. The knowledge archive, Wei said. The technique records and the historical documentation in the main vault's walls. That is a summary. The library contains everything those summaries point back to. Yes, Ashen said. That was the chief engineer's intention. The walls are the index. The library is the content. The cultivation technique lineages alone, 347 distinct lineages, Ashen said, of which 41 achieved peak development and then declined due to the collapse, of which perhaps 12 have any analog in current-era cultivation practice. He paused. The others represent 3 millennia of development that ended when we did. Wei looked at the library entrance, at the gentle pulse of the living texture doing what it had been built to do, persisting. We need to talk, he said, about what happens when the rest of the world finds out about this. We have approximately 3 days, Ashen said. I know. He sent ciphers. Solon, to update her on the library vault scope and to ask her to prepare the information management framework before the reconstitution signature scaled up. Yu Fengling, to update her on what he had found. The Patriarch, who had agreed to remain available for 48 hours before departing for the consortium's operational center, because he had 347 technique lineages in his head now and an understanding of the library's structure, and he wanted to know if the other 2 recoverable worlds he had identified had similar preservation architecture. He was doing these things when the alert came through the anchor point connection. Not an emergency alert, not the sharp flare of a threat response. A softer signal, the kind the anchor generated when something significant happened inside the dimension that was not crisis but was important. He went to the anchor point. Inside the revived artisan district, near the fountain square, a woman was sitting on a carved stone bench and looking at her hands. She was fully solid, not a ghost impression, fully physical, 3-dimensional, generating shadow in the ley line light, breathing with the visible rhythm of a person alive. Young, perhaps 23, wearing the style of clothing that the revived district's impressions tended toward, the specific cut and fabric of Linghai's artisan neighborhood. She turned her hands over. She looked at the front, then the back, then the front again, with the expression of someone who was receiving information and was not yet sure what to do with it. Then she started crying. Not distress, something else. The specific crying of someone who has received something beyond expected. Someone who has found that the thing they had given up was returned. Wei stood at the square's edge and watched. Qian Rui arrived from the medical district at a controlled walk. She had been monitoring the reconstitution alerts and had been on her way. She sat beside the woman on the bench with the ease of someone who had done this before and knew the pace at which to approach someone who was disoriented. I am Qian Rui, she said. I am a physician. You are safe. The woman looked at her. What year is it? She said. In Linghai's dialect, which had become comprehensible to Wei in the months of memory stone integration. Qian Rui told her. in the way she had developed for telling people what year it was when the year was very far from the one they were expecting. The woman processed this for a long time. Then, the collapse. It happened, Qian said. You were preserved. The world is reviving. The woman looked at the fountain square, at the water that was now fully flowing, at the other ghost impressions moving through their patterns, at the artisan district's restored streets, in every direction. She looked at the ley line light. She looked at the stone and the grass and the buildings. Asha, she said, which was either her name or something else. Then, my name is Asha. I was a herbalist. I was in the market when she stopped. I was in the market. You are here now, Qian said. The market is 2 streets east. It is not yet fully restored, but the plants have come back. I have been tending some of them. Asha looked at her hands again. Then she looked at Wei Cangming, who was standing at the square's edge. He did not know what expression he was wearing. Whatever it was, it made Asha ask, "Are you the one who brought it back?" He thought about how to answer this. About all the ways the answer was partially true and partially inadequate and partially wrong. About Shin Baoli, who had woken in a glowing stone formation and become the foundation the revival was built on. About Ashin, who had mapped the damage and designed the repair. About Qian Ruoyi, who had learned what survived and how to keep it surviving. About Liang Wuhuan, who had given the world key into his hands so he could not use it in grief. About Yu Fengling, who had kept him alive long enough to get here. Partially, he said. Asha looked at him for a long moment with the assessment of someone who was very recently alive and was already deciding what to think about the situation she was alive in. Then she nodded once, with the specific quality of a person who has accepted a partial answer as sufficient for now and filed the fuller question for later. Then thank you, she said. Partially. Chapter 87. 40,000 people. The first fully spontaneous reconstitution changed what the project was. Wei Cangming spent the 2 days after Asha's reconstitution in a kind of compressed reckoning that he did not have the time to process properly, but processed anyway, because some things do not wait for convenient timing. He had begun this work 8 months ago as a survival problem. The spatial crack that had anchored to him was an asset he could leverage, techniques, cultivation advancement, a place to practice that no one could monitor if he was careful. He had thought of Linghai the way you thought of something useful and also interesting. Something with value, something worth understanding, something that required management. At some point in the 8 months, he could not identify the exact date, which was itself informative. It had stopped being a management problem and started being something he was responsible for in the deeper sense. 40,000 people. Not future people. People who had lived, who had built a world, who had voted to sacrifice their existence to protect it, who had preserved themselves in a library with the hope of coming back. People whose patterns the library had been maintaining for 3,000 years. He was the steward. The word was in the revival doctrine's language, and he had always understood it in legal terms. The practical term, he now understood, was that he was responsible. Not for them. They were their own people with their own agency and history, but responsible for the conditions under which they returned. For whether they returned into a world that would protect them or one that would immediately try to claim them. For whether the framework he had built over 8 months was adequate for what was now coming. He had built it for 60 people. He was about to need it for 40,000. Solon was already revising the legal architecture. The Sovereignty Protection Clause, she said, when he met with her the morning after Asha's reconstitution, is designed for a recovering world with a limited population. The clause's provisions assume a scale comparable to a small, independent sect, dozens of citizens, an enclosed territory, manageable institutional relationships. She looked at her documentation. At 40,000 reconstituting citizens, Linghai will exceed the scope of the Sovereignty Protection Clause's specific provisions. Not invalidate them, exceed them. The clause does not prohibit this scale, but it does not explicitly protect it either. What happens when you exceed it? You become subject to the general sovereign territory provisions of the Cultivation Code, she said. Those provisions are designed for nations, not for revival doctrine holdings. They are more complex, more powerful, and more contested by institutional interests. She paused. They are also, genuinely, more protective for a large independent territory. If they apply, Linghai has the legal standing of a sovereign state, not a registered cultivation holding. Wei looked at the documentation. Do they apply? They will, she said, when the population reaches a threshold that the code defines as sufficient for territorial sovereignty. That threshold is 1,000 reconstituted citizens. She paused. At the library's reconstitution rate, you have approximately 6 weeks before you reach that threshold. 6 weeks to become, legally, a sovereign state. The Continental Powers received sovereign code reports on Asha's reconstitution within 24 hours. The reports were automatically generated by the Living World Classification Monitoring System that Solon had established as part of the classification petition. Any spontaneous reconstitution event was logged and transmitted as evidence of independent world function. The responses came faster than Wei expected. The Empire sent a new delegation within 48 hours of the reconstitution report. Not the diplomatic delegation that had been managing the consultation process, a different team, in different clothing, carrying different documentation. The documentation was a formal request for a military security assessment of the region, citing the emergence of a previously unknown sovereign entity as a regional stability concern. Military, not diplomatic. Wei read the documentation and sent it to Solon and then went to find Xianxia because there were some problems that Solon's legal expertise was necessary but insufficient for, and Xianxia had 30 years of managing exactly the intersection between military threat and legal framework that this problem represented. Xianxia looked at the documentation and said, "They are establishing that they were here first, before the sovereign territory provisions apply, prepositioning for a claim that their security interests predate Linghai's formal sovereignty. What do we do about it? We file the sovereign territory claim before they file their security assessment," Shin said. The claim filing creates the formal status. Once the status exists, their security assessment is about a foreign sovereign territory, which is a substantially different legal situation than an unclaimed spatial holding. He looked at Wei. Solon already knows this. Wei sent a cipher to Solon. She sent back, asterisk already prepared. Waiting for your authorization, asterisk he authorized it. The filing went in 2 hours before the Empire's security assessment was formally registered. Magistrate Holloway Vex, who had processed the original revival doctrine filing, received the sovereign territory claim with an expression that Wei, watching from the consultation room, identified as genuine professional bewilderment. Vex was a bureaucratic thoroughness kind of person. He believed in proper process and correct classification and had spent 30 years ensuring that things that should be registered were registered correctly. He had not expected to find, in the middle of his administrative region, an entity that was going to require him to apply provisions he had studied in theory but had never implemented in practice. He met with Wei privately that evening. "The Sovereignty Protection Clause," Vex said. "I processed the original filing. I did not expect it to activate at this scale." "Neither did I," Wei said honestly. "The formal sovereign territory claim creates a requirement for my office to coordinate with the Sovereign Code's Territorial Administration Division," Vex said. "This is not a problem. I want to coordinate with them. But the coordination process takes 3 weeks minimum, during which the Empire's military security assessment will be in active review." 3 weeks, Wei said. "I can reduce it," Vex said. "Not eliminate it. But I have discretion in prioritization." He looked at Wei with the expression of a bureaucrat who has decided that the correct application of his discretion is in a specific direction. "The revival doctrine filing I processed 8 months ago was the most unusual document I had seen in 20 years of regional administration. I processed it because it was correct to process it. The sovereign territory claim is also correct to process. I intend to prioritize it." He paused. "I thought you should know that I am doing this not because of political pressure, but because the situation warrants it. The correct application of the law produces this outcome." Wei looked at Magistrate Holloway Vex, the bureaucratic official who had been a source of pressure for the first third of his management challenge and had become, through the improbable mechanism of correct procedure, one of his most reliable allies. "Thank you," he said. "Thank the Sovereign Code," Vex said. "I am simply reading it." Chapter 88. Theoretical Law. The Empire's military security assessment team arrived at the Regional Administrative Center 3 days after their documentation was filed, at which point the sovereign territory claim had already been formally logged and the Sovereign Code's Territorial Administration Division had been notified and had confirmed receipt. The military team arrived into a legal situation that was not what they had been briefed to expect. They had expected to be assessing an unclaimed spatial holding of uncertain status. They found a logged sovereign territory claim under review, which meant that any action they took against the territory's assets would be, depending on the outcome of the review, potentially an action against a foreign sovereign entity. Solon met with the team's lead officer and explained this with the precise professional courtesy she used for people who were doing their jobs correctly within a framework that was running into a legal situation that changed its scope. The lead officer was a competent woman in her 40s who managed military logistics for the Empire's Cultivation Security Division. She listened to Solon's explanation, asked 3 clarifying questions, and then said, "I need to consult with my authorization chain." "Of course," Solon said. She went to consult with her authorization chain. What happened in the consultation chain was not something Wei had direct access to. But its outcome arrived via Salin's intelligence resources the following morning. The military security assessment had been reclassified from regional stability review to diplomatic engagement preparation, which meant the military team was staying, but its mandate had changed from assessment to relationship building. The empire was pivoting, not abandoning its interest, repositioning it. Instead of trying to establish prior presence before sovereignty, they were going to try to establish diplomatic relationship during the review period. Different approach, same goal. Influence over the sovereign entity that Linghai was becoming. They are fast, Wei said to Shin Baoli. The empire is 400 years old, Shin said. They have pivoted on sovereign entity questions before. The pivot meant Wei now had to manage an active diplomatic engagement with the empire while the review was ongoing, in addition to managing the League and the Temple and the sovereign code process and the growing Linghai population and the patron alert timeline the patriarch had given him. He managed it by delegating. Shin Baoli handled the empire. He had managed Linghai's own diplomatic relationships for 30 years and had a specific gift for the kind of positioning that military-oriented empires responded to: clarity of authority, directness of communication, demonstrated capability, without gratuitous demonstration. The empire's team came to see him as a military-grade interlocutor, which earned a different kind of respect than a legal representative would have produced. Ashin handled the League. He met with Arbiter Wen with the specific quality he brought to any negotiation: the impression that he had already calculated every possible outcome of every possible position and was saving everyone time by working from that completed analysis. The League, which was a commercial organization, responded to efficiency. Ashin was the most efficient person any of them had ever negotiated with. Elder Thane handled herself. She had not required Wei's management since their first meeting and had not required it since. She was building her own relationship with the Linghai citizens, starting with Ashin, and was clearly more interested in the civilization than in the political situation around it. Wei handled the sovereign territory claim review, which meant, principally, sitting across from Magistrate Vex and 3 sovereign code territorial administration officials, and walking through the documentation that Salin had prepared, section by section, answering questions with the care of someone who understood that each answer was a stone in the foundation of something that would stand for a very long time. On the 6th day of the review process, Magistrate Vex said, "The Sovereignty Protection Clause has never been tested." "I know," Wei said. "I have researched its history. It was written following a theoretical discussion in the Code's development period about the appropriate framework for recovered civilizations. It was included because one of the founding jurists believed that the recovery of a dead world, if it occurred, should be protected by formal sovereign status rather than left in a jurisdictional gap." Vex looked at his notes. He never expected it to be invoked. He wrote it as a theoretical exercise. "And now it is applied," Wei said. "Now it is applied," Vex said. He looked at the documentation with the expression of someone who is simultaneously professionally excited and professionally cautious. "The provisions are sound. The theoretical framework is internally consistent. The practical question is how the continental powers will receive it." He paused. "The Empire has already received it in the way I expect." They pivoted to diplomacy. "The League is negotiating with your Grand Scholar, which suggests they are accepting the sovereign status framework as the operating context. The Cloud Temple has submitted a formal historical acknowledgement that Linghai's revival is a valid activation of the theoretical provisions." He looked at Wei. "The arbiters have the documentation. The review will conclude within 10 days. What is the expected outcome?" Wei asked. Vex was quiet for a moment. "My assessment is that the claim is valid under the Code's provisions. The arbiters are likely to reach the same conclusion. The outcome will be formal sovereign territory status for Linghai." He paused. "That is a significant legal event. The last time a new sovereign cultivation territory was formally recognized was 70 years ago, and that was a territory that had been politically independent for a century. The recognition was retroactive. This will be the first prospective recognition in the Code's history." Wei thought about this. The implications for Linghai citizens. They will be legally recognized persons with the rights of citizens of a sovereign territory, Vex said, which includes, under international cultivation law, protections against unauthorized interference with their reconstitution, their movement, and their cultural practices. He looked at Wei. "The Library of Living Records reconstitution process will be protected. The Empire cannot interfere with it. No continental power can, without violating international sovereignty provisions." Wei sat with this for a moment. "The liability," he said. "You will be the sovereign territory's registered steward," Vex said, "which means you are responsible for its conduct, its relationships with other territories, and its compliance with international cultivation law. You will be, functionally, governing a sovereign state." He paused. I recommend you consider very carefully what governance structure you intend to establish before the review concludes. Because once it is concluded, the structure you have in place becomes the official structure. Wei thought about Empress Echo, whose reconstitution he had been monitoring for 3 days. Echo was not fully reconstituted, but she was accelerating. The Library of Living Records had her pattern in complete fidelity, the full memory, the full capability, the governance knowledge of 3 millennia of Linghai's final ruler. When she completed reconstitution, she would have strong opinions about governance structures. He had approximately 10 days before the review concluded. Echo would complete reconstitution in approximately 7. He needed to be ready for that conversation. Chapter 89. The law touched rank advancement happened on day 8. Wei Cangming had not been planning for it. He had been in the second vault, the Library of Living Records, for a 2-hour study session, working with Core on the Weapon Vault's second-stage calibration process. The session required him to hold the library's integration active while also reviewing the calibration schematics, which created a specific compound awareness state, the library's full scope present in his background consciousness, while his active attention was on the technical work. The compound awareness produced a cultivation phenomenon that Ashen, afterward, described as compression by breath, when the soul thread integration included the full scope of the library's accumulated knowledge and background awareness. The cultivation pathway that should have taken 2 to 3 years of normal development compressed to hours, because the pathway was essentially traversed by the library's own depth. Wei became aware of the advancement when his perception changed. Law-touched rank produced a new quality of awareness, not broader, like Soul Kindled's expansion, but deeper, more structural. He could perceive the underlying patterns of cultivation phenomena, not just the surface expression but the law beneath it, the principle that made it work. The library's techniques, which had been accessible as procedures, became accessible as understanding. He did not just know how to perform them. He understood why they worked. This was significantly more useful. He came out of the library session and found Ashen waiting outside with the monitoring instrument already active. Law touched, Ashen said, without looking up from the instrument. Yes, Wei said. The library compression pathway. I theorized it might be possible. I did not expect it to happen in a 2-hour session. He looked up. The aging cost. Wei assessed. Minimal. Less than the Soul Kindled advancement. Because the advancement was through understanding, not force, Ashen said. The compression mechanism draws on the library's energy rather than your own vitality. He made a notation. This is consistent with the Vault Core's compensatory healing function. The soul thread integration is now active enough that the world's energy generation partially offsets costs rather than simply drawing on your reserves. Yu Fengling's morning assessment, when she arrived. Your physical appearance suggests approximately 45 years old, which represents the accumulated total from 8 months of revival work and 2 advancement costs. The soul thread depletion is stabilizing. She was looking at her instruments with focused attention. The library vault's activation has accelerated the compensatory healing. At current trajectory, you will begin reversing the net aging within 3 to 4 weeks. What will I look like in 3 to 4 weeks? Wei said. She looked at him. Younger. She did not say this with sentimentality. She said it with the same precision she applied to pharmaceutical compound dosing. It was a clinical fact. It happened to also be a relief. Wei was conducting his daily integration awareness survey, feeling through the soul thread connection for the full scope of the world's current state, when he felt something new in the deep veins. Not the library, not the weapon vault. Something in the primary ley line network, in the largest of the revival circuits, at a depth that corresponded to the most ancient construction layers. A presence that was gathering coherence with a specific deliberate quality, unlike the dispersed patterns of the general ghost impression population. He knew who it was. He had been monitoring the reconstitution progress of the 12 wakeable daily. 11 of the 12 had achieved full corporeal manifestation. The 12th, the most complex reconstitution in the group, because the library's record for this individual was the most complete and the most active, had been accelerating since the library vault became accessible. The gathering presence in the deep veins was Empress Echo. She was not yet fully manifested, but the pattern was complete and assembling, the library's record instantiating into the deep vein architecture with the specific quality of someone who knew exactly how to reconstitute and was doing it correctly the first time. Wei sent a cipher to Shen Baoli. * she is coming. Within 2 to 3 days. * Shen's response was a single line. * I know. I have been feeling it for a week. * then. * you should prepare what you want to say to her before she is fully present. She will not give you recovery time. * Wei thought about this. What he wanted to say to Empress Echo whose civilization had built the entire recovery infrastructure around the hope of someone like him, who was the last ruler of a world that had voted to die and had now voted to live, who had been dead for 3,000 years and was returning with full memory and capability and purpose. He spent an afternoon on it. What he arrived at was not a speech. It was a question, which was the way he approached every situation of genuine complexity. He wanted to ask her what she wanted Linghai to become, not what she remembered it as, not what she had governed before, what she, after 3,000 years of absence and return, wanted for the future of the civilization she had led into death and the world she was returning into. If her answer was compatible with the governance structure he had been building, they would have a working relationship from the first conversation. If her answer was not compatible, he wanted to know the incompatibility early enough to navigate it. He practiced the question. He found Liang Wuhuan on the morning of the third day. Echo was almost fully reconstituted, Wei said. Liang nodded. He had been feeling it too. What do you know about her? From the memory stones, before the library was accessible, decisive, competent, patient in the strategic sense. She held the civilization together through the Void Harvester pursuit period, which was 6 years of sustained crisis. She made the collapse vote happen. She did not simply implement it. She organized the majority needed to pass it. He paused. From the library, which has a complete record, everything the memory stones suggested, plus the parts that the memory stones couldn't carry, the doubt she felt during the collapse period, the grief, the way she convinced herself that the plan would work by thinking about specific people she wanted to see alive again. He looked at Liang. She thought about the refugee line specifically. She hoped they would survive and return. Liang was quiet for a moment. Then, she knew about the bloodline key provision. She knew about everything. She designed most of it. Wei paused. She is going to be very complicated to work with. Are you ready? Wei thought about the question he had been practicing. About the governance structure Salin was about to finalize. About 40,000 people whose patterns the library had been maintaining for 3,000 years. Partially, he said. Chapter 90. The Empress and the Steward Empress Echo reconstituted fully at dawn on day 10. She did not emerge from hibernation like the others, the hibernate and wake sequence that the medical pods had produced for the 12 wakeable. The library's reconstitution process was different. She reassembled from the deep veins pattern, which was not a medical recovery, but a cultivation phenomenon, and it produced a different quality of arrival. She did not wake confused or disoriented. She woke executing. Within 2 hours of her reconstitution, she had located the Linghai citizens in the artisan district and the medical district and the council buildings annex that Qian Rui had been using as a residential space, and had spoken with each of them. She had assessed the revival status from Oshin's instruments without being shown how to read them. She had the library's record of Oshin's survey methodology. She had reviewed the governance documentation that Wei had been building through the consultation process. By the time Wei Cangming arrived at the council building's main chamber, Empress Echo was already there. She was not physically what he had expected from the memory stone's impressions of a ruler who had presided over crisis. She was perhaps 40 in apparent years, with the quality of someone who had been managing difficult situations for a very long time and had developed, through that management, a kind of settled precision that did not require demonstration. She was looking at the revival map on the wall, Oshin's survey, updated daily, with the focused attention of someone reading a strategic brief. She turned when Wei entered. He had thought about this moment. He had prepared for it. He found, when it arrived, that his preparation was useful but insufficient because she was more fully present than he had anticipated. 3,000 years of absence had not created in her the quality of someone returning from a distance. She was simply there, completely, in the way of someone who had picked up a task they had set down and was resuming it. Wei Cangming, she said. Empress Echo, he said. She looked at him with the assessment he had been waiting for. Not hostile, not grateful, but the direct evaluation of someone taking the measure of a person they needed to understand. He did the same. You have been steward for 10 months, she said. Yes. The revival is at 81%. She indicated the map. The Library of Living Records is active. The sovereign territory claim is under review. The Void Harvester threat is deferred, not resolved, pending the Patriarch's return to the consortium's patron network. She paused. You have done more in 10 months than I would have expected to be done in 3 years. I had help, Wei said. Significant help. You organized the help, she said. The organization is the work. She looked at him steadily. I want to discuss governance. So do I, he said. She sat. He sat across from her. You have been making governance decisions for this territory, she said. It was not accusatory. It was descriptive. Legal filings, diplomatic relationships, administrative structures. You have done this because the circumstances required it, and because you were the person who was here. She paused. The circumstances will no longer require it exclusively. I am here now. Wei said, what do you want Ling Hai to become? She paused. The question had clearly not been what she had prepared for. She looked at him with a slightly adjusted assessment. I want Ling Hai to be what it was, she said. A civilization that built something worth building. That developed cultivation knowledge for the purpose of understanding rather than dominance. That could stand in its own right among the continental powers without owing its existence to any of them. What was it, specifically, that it built worth building? She was quiet for a moment. It built a way of living together that was not simply the absence of conflict. It built what the Library of Living Records preserves. The actual texture of how people chose to be when they were thinking most clearly about what mattered. She paused. I spent 40 years as its ruler. I do not know how to articulate it simply, but I know the difference between a civilization that exists as territory and an army, and one that exists as a way of being in the world. Wei said, I have been trying to protect the second one. I know, she said. The library shows me that. She looked at him. That is why this conversation can proceed rather than beginning as a confrontation. She paused. But there are things you have been deciding that should not be decided by one person, regardless of their competence or their intentions. I am one of those things. The 40,000 people whose patterns the library maintains are other examples. I agree, Wei said. She looked at him again with the adjusted assessment. You were expecting me to argue with that, he said. Most people with authority do not agree to reduce it without argument, she said. I am not reducing authority, he said. I am placing it correctly. He thought about what he had said to Magistrate Vex about the sovereignty claim, about what Shin Bali had said about divided authority. I have external authority, the diplomatic relationships, the legal standing, the interface with the continental powers. I have it because I have been building it for 10 months, and because the circumstances gave it to me. I am not the right person to have internal authority over Ling Hai's governance. You are. The question is whether the boundary between those two domains is clear enough to function. Empress Echo was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, You have been thinking about this. For 3 weeks, he said. Since the Patriarch's warning about the patron network. I knew the scale was about to change, and I knew I could not scale myself to match it. You could have, she said. Some people would have tried. I know, he said. It would have been wrong. She looked at the revival map for a moment. I propose a governance structure, she said. You retain external authority, diplomatic relationships, defense arrangements, interface with the sovereign territory claim process. I take internal authority, community governance, resource allocation, cultural practice, the reconstitution integration process for new arrivals. She paused. Major decisions that affect both domains require mutual agreement. Neither of us acts unilaterally on things that fall in the overlap. Wei looked at her. The structure was rational. It was also, he noted, the structure he had been building toward in his own thinking, which meant that either they had reasoned to the same place from different starting points, or the library's complete record of his decision-making process had given Echo better insight into his thinking than he had expected. Both were probably true. I accept, he said. With one modification. The vault weapons operation remains with me, pending further discussion. Not because I distrust your judgment, because this soul thread integration means I am physically the operator regardless of governance structure. She looked at him. Accepted. But the decision to fire it, in any future circumstance that is not immediate existential threat, requires mutual agreement. Yes, he said. Then we have a working structure, she said. She stood and extended her hand. He stood and took it. The handshake had the quality of two people recognizing each other as serious counterparts, which was different from allies and different from opponents, and was, he thought, the most accurate description of what they were going to be. The Sovereign Code review concludes in 2 days, he said. I know, she said. I will need to be formally recognized as Ling Hai's internal governance authority in the filing. Solin is already preparing the documentation, Wei said. She has been preparing it since I sent her a cipher about your imminent reconstitution 6 days ago. Echo looked at him. You prepared this 6 days ago. I had the question ready 3 weeks ago, he said. The answer depended on your first words. The answer was what I hoped. She looked at him with the expression that he would come to recognize over the following months. She used when he had done something that was simultaneously predictable and surprising. You are going to be complicated to work with, she said. Yes, he said. So are you. Outside, in the revived artisan district, Asha was tending a garden of 3,000-year-old plants that had come back before she had, and the leyline light was warm, and the ghost impressions were clearer than they had ever been. And below the basin floor the library of living records pulsed with its steady patient heartbeat, doing what it had been built for, waiting for what came next. Chapter 91. The agreement and the attack the governance structure required 3 days to formalize. Not because the negotiation was contentious, it was not. The framework Wei and Echo had agreed upon in the first hour of their meeting held through every subsequent discussion. What required 3 days was the translation of the framework into documentation that Solin could incorporate into the sovereign territory claim filing, that Ashen could verify against Linghai's historical governance precedent, and that Echo could present to the reconstituted citizens in a form they would understand as legitimate rather than imposed. The legitimacy question was the genuinely complex part. Linghai's citizens, 63 of them now, the reconstitution rate accelerating daily, had survived the collapse with their personalities and memories intact through the library's preservation. This meant they had strong views. Specific views. Views shaped by 3,000 years of specific civilization and a specific political philosophy that had developed over that period. They were not a population that would accept governance documentation without understanding it. Echo organized the citizen consultation herself. This was, Wei noted, part of what made her valuable beyond what he had expected. She did not simply assert authority. She built it, through the specific mechanism of explaining decisions to the people they would affect and accommodating the concerns that were legitimate. 3 citizens objected to the boundary between internal and external governance authority. Echo worked through their objections, not by dismissing them, but by explaining the reasoning, hearing the counterargument, and modifying specific language in the documentation to address legitimate concerns. 2 of the modifications made it into the final document. Wei watched this from the council room's edge and understood that Echo had been governing a civilization for 40 years before the collapse and knew what he did not know about how to make governance feel real to the people who lived under it. Shin Baoli found him at the council room's edge on the second evening and said, in the specific dry tone that indicated he was about to make a positive observation, "She is good at this." "Yes," Wei said. "You should learn from watching her." "I am learning from watching her." "Good." He paused. "The Empire's military liaison requested a meeting with me this afternoon." "What did they want?" "They are revising their strategic assessment of the region. The sovereign territory claim, the Patriarch's testimony, the Cloud Temple's formal acknowledgement. They are recalculating whether direct engagement is productive." He looked at Wei. "They have not decided yet. But the calculation has shifted." Another pause. "I told them I would pass their request for a formal meeting with Linghai's governance structure to the appropriate authority." "Which is now Echo," Wei said. "Which is now Echo," Shin confirmed. "I wanted to confirm you understood that before I filed the response." "I understand that," Wei said. Shin nodded once and went to file the response. On the morning of the 3rd day, the governance documentation was complete. Solin filed it with the Sovereign Code's Territorial Administration Division as a supplementary submission to the Sovereign Territory claim. Magistrate Vex received it and confirmed receipt within the hour. Wei was reviewing the filing confirmation when he felt the alert through the soul thread connection. Not the soft pulse of a reconstitution event. The sharp flare that meant something was happening at one of the anchor points. Physical contact, cultivation pressure, attempted breach. The eastern anchor point. He checked the monitoring feed. 3 cultivation signatures at the law-touched rank, surrounding the anchor point's physical location in the real world. Not void harvesters. No consumption array forming. Imperial cultivation insignia on their cultivation gear, which Solin's monitoring instruments logged before he even checked. The Empire's military liaison had requested a meeting. The Empire's military assets had made a separate decision. He sent the alert to Rou Xiangtian, who was already responding. Chapter 92. Rou Xiangtian's answer. Rou had spent 5 weeks training with Linghai's combat techniques. Not the memory stone imprint method that Wei had used, the direct emotional immersion that came with the bleed-through of 47 dead masters. She had a different access pathway. She had found the techniques herself, through the Library of Living Records, which had become accessible to her through Ashen's mediated study sessions after the library vault opened. The library did not give her the emotional imprint. It gave her the structural understanding, the same understanding that Wei had accessed through the law-touched advancement, available to a dedicated vein opener practitioner through a different route. The difference: the library's structural knowledge was clean. No ghost, no bleed, just the understanding of the technique from the inside, as though she had built it herself. She had been working primarily with the spatial array techniques from Linghai's educational curriculum, the children's defensive array that had first come to her through a market text fragment, and the broader framework it was drawn from. Under Ashen's guidance, she had extended the framework significantly. She was not operating at Ashen's level. She was operating at the level of a very focused young practitioner who had spent 5 weeks learning from one of the most sophisticated architectural minds of any civilization. She was at the eastern anchor point when the alert came, which was not a coincidence. She had been there for 3 hours, in a defensive study session that had become, over the past week, a routine part of her daily practice. The 3 imperial cultivators arrived with the professional economy of people who had a clear objective and a practiced approach. They did not announce themselves. They established positions around the anchor point at equidistant angles and began applying cultivation pressure to the dimensional boundary, testing it, feeling for weaknesses, applying graduated force to find the point at which the anchor would respond. They had presumably studied the anchor point's defensive architecture and concluded that a single vein opener practitioner was insufficient to hold it against 3 law-touched attackers. They had not studied Ashen's additions to the anchor point's defensive architecture. Rose Xiangtian activated the outer array. The outer array was, on its face, a spatial constriction system, the same category of technique as the children's defensive method she had started with, extended through Ashen's architectural principles into something considerably more comprehensive. It did not attack the 3 cultivators directly. It restructured the spatial geometry of the 30-meter zone around the anchor point, creating a topological constraint that made approaching the anchor point directly functionally impossible without either breaching the constraint or navigating through it. And the navigation paths through the constraint had been specifically designed to funnel anyone attempting it through the second and third array layers. The second layer was a force redirection system. Any cultivation application directed at the anchor point within the constrained zone would be redirected at a specific angle away from the anchor point, with the redirected force amplified slightly at each layer. The 3 cultivators' pressure applications came back at them at 115% of their original force from an unexpected angle. The third layer was Ashen's contribution, a spatial memory field that preserved the topological constraint independent of the caster's active attention. Ro did not have to maintain the array continuously. It was self-sustaining for approximately 4 hours after activation. The 3 imperial cultivators had their cultivation pressure returned at them at uncomfortable angles, found their approach routes constrained by geometry that they could perceive but not immediately counter, and had the specific experience of being professionally embarrassed by a technique set they did not recognize and could not immediately analyze. They withdrew to the outer perimeter without achieving penetration of the anchor boundary. Rose Xiangtian sent a cipher to Wei. Eastern anchor point held. 3 imperial law-touched practitioners, withdrawn. No anchor boundary breach. Arrays holding. I am monitoring. She sent a second cipher to Ashen. Outer array performed as designed. Second layer force amplification at 115%, as calculated. Minor feedback in the third layer's memory field at the southern corner. I think the geometry optimization we discussed last week needs adjustment. Wei filed the territorial intrusion complaint with the Sovereign Code within 20 minutes of receiving Ro's report. The complaint cited the 3 specific cultivation signatures, the documented approach to the anchor boundary, and the cultivation pressure applications as evidence of unauthorized interference with a sovereign territory's boundary under the territory claims pending review protections. The complaint created an automatic notification to the Territorial Administration Division, which created a mandatory review requirement before any further Empire military action could proceed without Sovereign Code sanction. The Empire's authorization chain would have to respond to the review before the military liaison's action could be regularized or their assets could legally make a second attempt. The diplomatic crisis was formal and on the record. Elder Researcher Thane received a copy of the territorial intrusion complaint through standard Sovereign Code notification. She had registered as an interested observer in the sovereign territory claim process and sent Wei a cipher within the hour. The cipher was not a diplomatic observation about the incident. It was, they died for a reason. We know what it was. We need to talk. This afternoon, if possible. Not through official channels. Wei read it twice and sent back. Come to the anchor chamber. 2 hours. Chapter 93. The Cloud Temple knows Elder Researcher Thane had brought 4 volumes. Not the 6 she had carried to the first consultation. 4 specific ones, marked with different classification codes on their spines. She placed them on the table in the anchor chamber with the precise positioning of someone who had been organizing information for a very long time and had specific ideas about what order it should be encountered in. Wei Cangming sat across from her and waited. I have been researching the Void Harvesters for 40 years, Thane said. She said it without preamble, which he had come to recognize as her standard approach to information she believed was too important for conversational warm-up. The Cloud Temple's interest in them predates my involvement. We have 6 centuries of observation records. But my specific research question, for the past 40 years, has been, who funds them? She opened the first volume. The Void Harvesters are not a self-funding entity, she said. The operational costs of their work, equipment, personnel, legal infrastructure, the institutional relationships that allow them to maintain the archive's specialist designation, require external support. They consume dead worlds for a reason, and that reason is not internal sustenance. The energy they extract goes somewhere. We have been tracking where for 6 centuries. She turned the volume to show Wei a diagram, a network of institutional relationships, documented over time, with patron entities identified and cross-referenced across multiple incidents. The patron network, she said. 12 entities, as the patriarch told you. But the 12 are not the primary patron. They are intermediaries. She indicated a specific node in the network. The primary patron, the entity that has been funding this work since before our observation records begin, is older than any of the 12. Older than most institutions on this continent. We have been trying to identify it for 2 centuries. 3 years ago, we succeeded. She opened the second volume. A single page, with a specific notation in the temple's archival language. The Undying Throne, she said. Wei was very still. An individual cultivator, Thane continued. Not an organization. A single entity that has achieved a cultivation state equivalent to ascension in the old classification system. Self-sustaining spiritual perpetuation, independent of natural mortality. We estimate the entity has existed for at least 3,000 years, possibly longer. The oldest reference we have found to the Undying Throne in external historical records is from the Linghai Crisis period. Wei said, they were there. They funded the original Void Harvester contract against Linghai, Thane said. She said it with the specific quality of someone delivering information they have known for a while to someone who is receiving it for the first time and is about to understand its full implication. We confirmed this 3 years ago from a source I will not name who had access to records from that period. The Undying Throne was the patron. The Void Harvesters were the contracted agents. Linghai was the target. She opened the third volume. The throne's interest in Linghai, she said. This took us longer to understand. The commercial explanation, that a dead world's accumulated spiritual energy had value as a resource, did not fit the pattern. The throne did not consume dead worlds in general. It targeted specific ones. Linghai was not the first. She turned pages. We found 3 prior incidents matching the pattern. A cultivation entity with significant technique development is pursued by the Void Harvesters under throne patronage. In each case, the target civilization had developed something that the throne apparently wanted destroyed. The vault weapon, Wei said. Thane looked at him. She had not expected him to know. You already know, she said. I know what the weapon is, Wei said. I have the chief engineer's complete schematics. I know it was designed to destroy an ascendant. He paused. I did not know it was designed for a specific ascendant. It was, Thane said. Based on everything we have found, the temple's records of the Linghai Crisis, the documents we have been unable to access directly, but have been able to triangulate from secondary sources, the vault weapon was built in response to a specific threat. The Undying Throne had already pursued one prior civilization with significant technique development and destroyed it through the Harvester contract. Linghai's leadership learned about the prior destruction and understood they were next. She looked at Wei. They did not build the weapon because they wanted to fight. They built it because they understood that no other option would ultimately work. She opened the 4th volume. The throne's specific concern, she said. Why Linghai specifically? Why was a 3,000-year-old ascendant troubled enough by Linghai's technique development to fund a harvester contract? She looked at Wei. Because Linghai was the only civilization to develop a technique that could end what the throne is. An ascendant who achieves self-sustaining spiritual perpetuation cannot be killed by normal means. They are outside the reach of any standard cultivation technique or weapon. The vault weapon is specifically calibrated to the frequency of ascendant spiritual integration. It disrupts that integration at the foundation level. It does not damage. It unravels. Wei sat with this. The throne knew this, he said. Yes. It became aware of Linghai's weapon development early in the process. It funded the harvester contract to destroy Linghai before the weapon could be completed. She paused. It failed. The weapon was completed. The civilization destroyed itself specifically to prevent the throne from obtaining it, to keep it out of the throne's hands while also denying the throne the world's energy. She looked at him. And 3,000 years later, a man with a spatial crack attached to his wrist revived the world that built the weapon. And the weapon is now accessible. She closed the 4th volume. The Dusk Patriarch's restraint is not organizational policy, she said. He has personal reasons for his decision that the patron network does not share. The Undying Throne, which is the foundation of the patron network's funding and the primary interest in Linghai's consumption, is not bound by his personal restraint. It will become aware that the vault has been accessed. If it has not yet received that information, it will. Wei said, is there a timeline? We believe it has monitoring systems in the region, Thanes said. Passive, not harvester assets, something older and more distributed. They may have already reported. She looked at him. We have been trying to find them for 40 years. We have not succeeded. They are very well hidden. Wei thought about the third criterion on Ashen's classification analysis. About the Patriarch's warning about 12 patron entities. About the 3 years Thane's research had taken to confirm what the temple had been suspecting for 2 centuries. What does the throne do when it acts directly, he asked. It sends an intermediary, Thanes said. It has not acted directly itself in the historical record, always through contracted entities, representatives, institutional relationships. She paused. The intermediary is someone who has served it for a very long time. We do not have a clear description. We have a title used in 2 historical references, the still voice. She left Wei with the 4 volumes. He sat with them for an hour. Then he went to find Empress Echo. Chapter 94. The 4th act. Echo was in the library of living records when Wei found her. She had access to it in a different way than he did. The soul thread integration that the first stage vault processing had given him was specific to the operator's sequence. Her access was through the library's own recognition of her pattern, which was stored in it more completely than any other individual's. She had been its last curator before the collapse, the person who had finalized its preservation protocols and sealed it for the long wait. She was reading, not with the index absorption that Wei's integration provided. She was reading in the library's own native mode, which produced something closer to genuine conversation with the civilization's recorded memory. Wei could feel the difference in the quality of her attention when he found her. She finished the passage she was reading before she spoke. You found out, she said. It was not a question. The Cloud Temple, Wei said. Their records. He paused. You knew? Yes, she said. She said it without defensiveness, with the quality of someone who had known for 3,000 years and had been waiting for the conversation that would happen when the person who revived the world was ready to have it. The Undying Throne, Wei said. The vault weapon was built for it specifically. Yes. The collapse vote. The civilization dying. The entire structure of the library and the weapon vault and the bloodline key. It was not just survival. It was a plan. Yes, she said. He sat across from her in the library's quiet and thought about what he was holding. About the chief engineer's note. About Kor saying his master had built the weapon knowing it would only work if someone came back. About the outline of what had been built and who it was built for. The revival doctrine filing, he said. The vault blueprints labeled for the one who finds us. The bloodline key requiring a Linghai descendant. The soul thread integration required for the operator. None of this is coincidental. No, Echo said. The weapon can only be fired by someone who has revived Linghai enough to integrate with its core, he said slowly. Which means the operator is, by definition, someone who has already committed to Linghai's survival. Someone who cannot be bribed or persuaded to hand the weapon over, because their soul thread is already bound to the world. Yes, Echo said. That was the chief engineer's insight. The weapon needed an operator who could not be corrupted, because the throne would try to corrupt anyone who had access to it. The corruption resistance comes from the integration itself. Once you are bound to the world's survival is your survival. The throne cannot offer you anything that exceeds that. Wei looked at her. He built the operator requirement into the weapon design. He built the entire revival sequence into the weapon design, she said. The weapon cannot be fired without the revival. The revival requires soul thread integration. The integration is irreversible. The operator is, therefore, necessarily someone who has already chosen Linghai over any alternative the throne can offer. She paused. It is a very elegant solution to the problem of finding an operator the throne cannot subvert. Wei thought about the 3 seconds on the observation deck when he had considered the throne's implicit offer to stop the revival and let the threat dissipate. 3 seconds. When did you know it was me? He said. When Shun Bali reported to me that you had been in the dimension for 6 months and had not left the work once despite the cost, she said. The chief engineer's profile of the intended operator was quite specific. He had a theory about the type of person who would find the world, based on what finding the world required. The specific combination of circumstance and character that would lead someone to begin the revival and continue it past the point where they could have reasonably stopped. She paused. You match the profile very accurately. Wei was quiet for a moment. Did anyone ask me? He said. It was a statement shaped like a question, which was the specific configuration he used when he was genuinely uncertain whether he was making an observation or a complaint. Echo looked at him with something that was not quite sympathy, but contained it. Did anyone ask if you wanted this responsibility? No, he said. No, she agreed. They did not. They designed a system in which the person who would want it would find it, and the wanting would come from their own nature, and the designing could not be separated from the wanting because the designer could not know your name. She paused. My chief engineer spent 40 years on this problem. He concluded that you could not design the succession the way you designed a weapon. You could only create conditions in which the right person would arrive at the right choice. He created conditions. You arrived. You made the choice. She looked at him steadily. Did you have a better use of your life than this? Wei sat with the question. He thought about 8 months ago. A man with a failing scavenging practice and a spatial crack attached to his wrist, and no particular sense of what he was supposed to be doing with his life. He thought about the first morning, crouching over a dead ley line, watching grass grow where there had been nothing. He thought about everything since. No, he said. I did not. Then the question is not whether anyone asked, Echo said. The question is what comes next. What comes next, Wei said, is the undying throne. Yes, she said. It will become aware that the vault has been accessed. If the monitoring systems the temple suspects are present in the region have already reported, it may already know. She paused. When it knows, it will not send the harvesters. They have been decommissioned from this operation by the Patriarch's personal restraint and the legal situation. It will send its own representative. A pause. The still voice. The temple named them. I know, Echo said. I was there when the name was first used. The still voice has served the throne for a very long time. Wei stood. How long before the throne knows? Unknown, she said. The monitoring systems are passive. They do not transmit continuously. They report on specific trigger events. The vault access was a trigger event. The report may have gone out hours ago, or may go out when the monitoring system's next transmission window opens. She paused. I would prepare for contact within 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks. He had 48 hours before the sovereign territory review concluded. He had 63 reconstituting citizens, with more arriving daily. He had the library, and the weapon, and the first stage integration that Core told him was sufficient to calibrate the weapon if the throne sent the right target. He thought, most of what was needed. What he did not have was the throne itself inside the dimension, which was what the weapon required. He had 2 weeks to figure out how to make an ascendant come inside. Chapter 95. What you signed up for the full meeting was the same configuration as before, minus the Patriarch, plus Empress Echo. Wei Cangming presented the temple's information with the specific economy he used when the information was large and the time was limited. Facts in order, implication explicit, what he knew distinguished from what he was inferring, and the central question stated directly at the end. The central question was, how do you lure an ascendant into a dimension that contains the weapon designed to kill it? The meeting was quiet in the way meetings were quiet when the problem they were addressing was genuinely hard. Ashen said, the throne will not enter the dimension to be killed. It will have concluded, from the monitoring system's report, that the vault has been accessed. It knows what accessing the vault means. It knows the weapon requires the operator's soul thread integration and the target's presence inside the dimension. It knows, Wei said. So the question is not whether it knows, Ashen said. The question is whether there is something inside the dimension that it wants enough to enter despite that knowledge. Shin Bali said, what does it want? The weapon destroyed, Echo said. Or understood. Or controlled. She paused. It has been trying to prevent this weapon from ever being used for 3,000 years. If it now believes the weapon is accessible and the operator is committed to the world's survival, that the corruption pathway is closed, then its options are either direct action to destroy the operator and prevent the weapon being used, or to enter and somehow disable the weapon. She looked at Wei. It will try the first option first. When that fails, you expect it to fail, Solon said. The operator's soul thread integration makes direct action against the operator extremely difficult, Echo said. The world's energy defends the operator as it defends itself. Killing Wei Cangming would require destroying Linghai, which is what the throne wanted to do 3,000 years ago and could not complete because the civilization collapsed first. She paused. The situation has changed. The world is alive. It is self-sustaining. It cannot be collapsed from outside. Direct action against the operator requires entering the dimension, which is exactly where the weapon works. Then the throne will eventually have to come in, Liang said. Eventually, Echo confirmed. The question is whether we can accelerate that timeline, whether we can offer it something it cannot ignore. She looked at Wei. He thought about what he had told the Patriarch, the library. He thought about it in the context of an ascendant cultivator who had been alive for 3,000 years and had spent that time pursuing a weapon designed to kill it. The library contained the chief engineer's complete work, the full 40-year development of the vault weapons design principles. which were based on techniques of spiritual integration that had no analog in any other civilization's practice. It wants to understand the weapon, Wei said slowly. Yes, Echo said. If it believes the library contains the weapon's design specifications, the complete design, including the principle that makes it work against descendants, it will want to access that knowledge, either to destroy it or to understand whether that principle could be defended against. He paused. The library does contain the chief engineer's work, including the theoretical basis for the weapon's effect on ascendant integration. The room was quiet. You are going to invite it in to see the library, Solon said. I am going to invite its representative in to see the library, Wei said. The still voice first. And the still voice's visit will be the throne's access to confirm that the information is genuinely there, and to assess whether they need to enter personally to prevent it being used. The throne will not trust the invitation, Shinbali said. It was not an objection, it was the next problem. No, Wei said. The invitation has to be verifiable. It has to be genuine. The information has to actually be accessible in the library, and the still voice has to be able to confirm that before reporting back. He paused. I will not deceive them about the library. I will invite them to read what the chief engineer built, and then I will rely on an ascendant's 3,000 years of wanting to understand something it has been afraid of being sufficient to bring it inside. Echo looked at him. That is, she said, a plan with a significant number of variables. Yes, he said, and you intend to proceed with it. Do you have a better plan? She was quiet for a moment. No, she said, but I want to be in the room when the still voice arrives. Wei thought about this. The governance structure we agreed to gives you internal authority. The still voice's visit is an external diplomatic interaction. The still voice has served the throne since before Linghai's collapse, Echo said. I may know things about how that conversation will unfold that cannot be derived from external intelligence. She paused. I am not asking to override your authority. I am asking to be present. He thought about it seriously. Then, yes, you will be present. The meeting concluded. The planning began. The sovereign territory review was finalizing. 2 weeks until the throne made contact. The library was open and accessible and contained what it contained. Rou Xiangtian, leaving the meeting, stopped in the corridor and said to Wei quietly, You knew going in that it would end up here. I knew the outcome of the chief engineer's design, he said. I didn't know the timeline. She looked at him with the assessment that had developed from the 18-year-old who had blackmailed him into teaching her cultivation into someone who had held an anchor point against 3 law-touched practitioners this morning. Are you all right with it? He considered the question honestly. I am all right with what I am doing. I am less all right with what was designed for me. But I have decided that the distinction is not worth the cost of dwelling on it. She nodded. That sounds like something Shunbali would say. I have learned from Shunbali, he said. She went back to the anchor point. 2 days later, as expected, the sovereign territory claim was formally recognized. The Territorial Administration Division filed confirmation. The sovereign code notification went to all registered interested parties. The Empire received it. The League received it. The Cloud Temple received it. The Undying Throne's monitoring system in the region received it. And 4 days after that, faster than Echo's estimate, faster than Wei had prepared for, a woman arrived at Wei Cangming's registered cultivation address with a note that had no identifying mark and no cipher seal and read simply, I understand you have something worth seeing. I would like to see it. I speak for someone who has waited a long time to understand something. We are prepared to extend the same courtesy. Wei read it standing at the address door in the morning light. Then he went to find Echo. The still voice is here, he said. Echo looked up from the governance documentation she had been reviewing. Already, she said. Already. She set down the documentation. Then let us begin. Chapter 96. The still voice's offer. The still voice was a woman who moved carefully. Not cautiously, carefully. There was a distinction, and Wei Cangming noticed it in the way you noticed precise things when you had been trained, over many months, to notice the difference between someone managing their presentation and someone expressing their genuine professional self. The still voice moved the way Solon moved, with the economy of someone who had spent a long time understanding that most motion was unnecessary. She was perhaps 60 in apparent years, with the specific quality of someone who had been 60 for a very long time and had no particular concern about it. She carried no obvious cultivation equipment, no documentation case, no cipher stones that he could detect. She arrived at the consultation room in the regional administrative building's formal meeting space with the ease of someone who had been in many such rooms and found none of them unusual. Empress Echo sat at Wei's right. Solon sat at his left. They had agreed on the configuration before the still voice's arrival. The still voice looked at Echo for one long moment before she sat. You are further along than the monitoring report suggested, she said. The library is active. Yes, Echo said. I expected the library to be the last to reconstitute. The chief engineer designed it with additional protections. She looked at Wei. The second vault's entry mechanism requires operator integration at a specific depth. You achieved that depth. Yes, Wei said. Then the full scope of the chief engineer's work is accessible to you. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Not processing. She had already processed. She was deciding how to begin, which was a different kind of quiet. The throne, she said, has waited a long time for the vault weapon to become inaccessible. 3,000 years of pursuing this specific outcome. The collapse was a setback. Linghai chose to die rather than let the weapon be destroyed, which meant the weapon persisted in a dormant form, inaccessible but present. The throne has been working to prevent the conditions that would make it accessible again. She paused. You have created those conditions despite that effort. The throne is willing to acknowledge this as a more sophisticated outcome than they anticipated. Wei waited. The offer is specific, the still voice said. The throne will formally recognize Linghai's sovereignty and guarantee its protection against any cultivation entity in the 3 continents. This includes protection from the patron network's commercial interests, the Empire's territorial ambitions, and any future void harvester activity. The guarantee is backed by an ascendant's power, which means it is, practically speaking, absolute. No continental power can challenge it. She paused. In exchange, the vault weapon is destroyed. Not surrendered, destroyed. In Wei Cangming's presence, through a specific technique the throne's representative will demonstrate. The destruction will be verifiable and permanent. She placed a documentation case on the table. The terms in writing. The guarantee would take effect immediately upon the weapon's destruction and last for 1,000 years, renewable. Wei looked at the documentation without opening it. Linghai's revival continues, he said. Without interference, the still voice confirmed. The 40,000 reconstituting citizens are acknowledged as legitimate persons with sovereign rights. The Library of Living Records continues to function. The world's cultivation methods and knowledge remain in Linghai's possession. She paused. Everything you have built remains. The throne wants the weapon. Only the weapon. Wei was quiet for a long moment. The offer was, by every conventional measure, extraordinary. Security that no legal framework could provide. Protection that no alliance could match. Resources that the largest cultivation powers in the region could not equal. Everything Linghai needed to establish itself in the new political landscape, provided by the most powerful entity known to exist, in exchange for the destruction of the only tool that could kill the entity providing all of it. He looked at the still voice. What happens, he said, to the worlds the throne destroys after we are safe? Silence. Not the processing kind. The other kind. The kind that forms around a question that has already been answered internally, but that the answerer does not wish to speak aloud. He answered it himself, the same thing that happened to 11 others. The still voice did not deny this. She was, he thought, not a person who lied directly. She was a person who presented information in the most favorable possible arrangement. The throne's activities beyond Linghai are not within the scope of this offer, she said. No, Wei said. They are not. Because the offer is designed to make Linghai's specific safety feel sufficient. He looked at her. The worlds the throne destroys after we are safe will not be our concern. We will have security. We will have resources. We will have 1,000 years of renewable protection. He paused. And the only tool that could change that calculus will be gone. The still voice looked at him. You understand the offer fully, she said. I understand the offer fully, he said. Then you understand that it is genuinely good, by the measure of what most entities in this position would accept. Yes, he said. And you are considering refusing it. I am telling you that I will refuse it, he said. I am not considering. I am informing you. He paused. The offer has a 3-day window, as you have stated. I want to use those 3 days to prepare for what follows the refusal. I would appreciate knowing the general shape of what follows. The still voice looked at him with the specific quality she had been carrying since she entered the room and that he had been trying to identify. Not hostility, not calculation. Something more like the exhausted recognition of someone who has had this conversation before, in different rooms, with different people, and knows how it goes. You are the most advanced revival operator in 3,000 years, she said. You have the weapon accessible and the operator integration underway. You have allies in multiple institutional frameworks and the legal protection of a recognized sovereign territory. She paused. The throne's position is that these advantages make you more dangerous than any prior target and less amenable to the standard approaches. She looked at the documentation case that Wei had not opened. You asked what follows the refusal. What follows is the throne acting from its position rather than offering from a position of negotiation. She rose. 3 days. The offer stands. She left. Empress Echo looked at the documentation case. She said, less amenable to the standard approaches. Yes, Wei said. The standard approaches are the harvester contract and the political pressure and the legal challenges, Echo said. She is telling you that those will not be used. Which means the next action will be something that is not standard. Direct action, Wei said. Yes. He sent ciphers to everyone who needed to know. Then he went to find Core. Chapter 97. The permanent integration. The 3 days were not idle. Wei Cangming used them exactly as he had told the still voice he intended to use them. Preparation. Not for defense. He had already built the defense, and it was holding, and the 3-day window was not when the attack would come. The preparation was for what came after the attack. Which was the weapon? Core walked him through the complete operator integration sequence on the first day. The first stage was complete. He had done it in the vault chamber and felt the deepening through the night of the first still voice meeting. The second stage, calibration, required holding a specific target's spiritual signature in active awareness while the vault core built the matching resonance pattern. He had held the patriarch's signature and found it accessible. The throne's ascendant was a different question. He had never been in direct proximity with the ascendant, only with its representative. The still voice carries a delegation signature, Core said, a spiritual marker that identifies her as acting on behalf of the principal. The marker would be sufficient for triangulation, not for direct calibration. It is the signature's outline, not the signature itself. He paused. The ascendant would need to be present for full calibration, which is why the weapon requires luring it in. If it comes in, Wei said. If the second stage calibration happens in real time, inside the dimension, how long? 4 to 5 seconds of exposure, Core said. The core processes the signature rapidly. The calibration does not require sustained contact. 4 to 5 seconds. Enough time if the ascendant manifested inside the dimension to verify the library's contents. Too short for the ascendant to act if the calibration and third stage proceeded without interruption. The third stage, Core said. Activation. The operator releases the calibrated pulse through the ley line network. The timing requires the operator to initiate the third stage within approximately 10 seconds of completing the second stage, while the calibration is fresh. He paused. There is no procedure for missing that window. If the 10 seconds pass without activation, the calibration degrades and the second stage must be repeated. One chance, Wei said. In practical terms, yes, Core said. The ascendant will not stand still for a second attempt. Wei thought about this. He thought about the 4 to 5 seconds and the 10-second window, and what it required the ascendant to do and what it required him to do, and where the vulnerabilities were in the sequence. The vulnerability was the invitation. If the ascendant suspected the invitation was a trap, it would not come. The library access had to be genuine, genuinely accessible, genuinely containing what it claimed to contain, genuinely available for the ascendant to examine. And the weapon had to be genuinely calibratable to the ascendant's signature, which meant Wei's awareness of the signature had to be genuine, which meant the ascendant had to genuinely manifest inside the dimension for those 4 to 5 seconds. Is there any way to make the invitation verifiable? Wei asked, without the ascendant having to trust our good faith. Core thought. The library's contents are verifiable through the still voice's visit. If she can genuinely access the library's index in my master's work, if the contents are there and accessible, she can confirm it to the throne directly. The throne will then have confirmed data that the library is real, that the chief engineer's work is preserved, and that access requires the ascendant's personal presence for the soul thread integration to provide the necessary reading depth. Which means we need to let the still voice into the library. Partially, Core said. Her access without the operator integration would give her the surface layer, enough to confirm the contents are real, not enough to read the complete design specifications. The complete design is only accessible to an integrated operator. The throne would understand this. It would understand that the still voice's confirmation is genuine but incomplete, and that the complete access requires personal presence. The invitation is the truth, Wei said. The library is there. The design is there. It is genuinely only fully accessible to someone with the ascendant's integration capacity. He paused. We are not deceiving them about what we are offering. No, Core said. We are offering them exactly what we say we are offering. What we are not telling them is that the operator integration has already prepared the weapon to fire. This was, Wei thought, the cleanest solution. Not a trap in the sense of deception. A trap in the sense of offering a real thing that the target would want, and using the moment of their arrival to do what the situation required. Yu Fengling arrived on the second evening. She sat across from him in the anchor chamber with the monitoring instruments and the revised compound preparations and the expression of someone who was not going to say the thing she had come to say around the edge, which meant she had prepared it directly. The full operator integration, she said. Yes, he said. After activation, you are permanently bound to Linghai. Yes. Your aging shifts to the world's timescale, which is indefinitely long. She looked at him. You will not age. You will watch the people you know age and die. Liang Wuhuan. Xianxia. Everyone you grew up with. Everyone you have met in the real world. Everyone outside this dimension. She paused. That is a long time to watch people leave. Wei looked at her directly. She said, is there someone worth that to you? He recognized the way she asked it, the clinical precision that she used for pharmaceutical compound dosing, for aging signatures, for revival rate calculations. She was asking it the same way. Not a romantic overture. A survival question, as she had said. You are asking whether I have enough reason to stay in the world, he said. I am asking whether you have sufficiently understood the cost, she said. People make permanent decisions inadequately. I have watched several. I do not want to watch this one made inadequately. He thought about it genuinely. He did not answer immediately. The world itself, he said finally. 40,000 people whose patterns have been preserved for 3,000 years, coming back. Asha tending her garden. Liang Wuhuan's grandmother, not yet solid, reaching toward him. Xin Baoli standing in the real world for the first time in 3 millennia and calling it managed. He paused. And the people who are not Linghai citizens, who will keep coming, because the library will keep producing them, and the world will need the external relationships I can sustain. He looked at her. And the reasons I want to stay that are not strategic. She looked at him. Say the unstrategy reasons, she said. You, he said. And the people who stood at the anchor points when the harvesters came. And the specific quality of Chai Mingji handing over a key to a back room without needing to be told why. He paused. Not one person. Many people, over time. I have enough reasons. Yu Fengling wrote something in her notebook. The soul thread depletion, she said, will reverse completely post-integration. You will look approximately 25. Your physical condition will be better than it has been at any point in the past year. She looked up. I thought you should know the cost includes that. Thank you, he said. She stood, gathering her instruments. At the door, she said, after the integration is complete, when things are less active, I would like to discuss the nature of indefinite timescales and what they mean for people with standard lifespans who become important to someone on a different schedule. It was, he thought, the most precise and honest thing anyone had said to him in a very long time. So would I, he said. She left. He went back to preparation. Chapter 98. 3 attacks. The still voice returned on the morning of day 3. She did not ask for an answer. She simply arrived and looked at Wei Cangming and Empress Echo, who were both present, and said, I see. Yes, Wei said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I expected this. The throne expected this. The weapons operator requirement was designed to make this outcome likely, that the person with access would be the person who could not be induced to surrender it. She paused. The throne is not surprised. That does not make the situation easier. No, Wei said. Then I am done here, she said. I will return with news of what follows. She stood. I want to tell you that I have served the throne for 400 years and that I do not find this situation easy. She looked at them both. What you have built here is not what I was told to expect. She left. The attacks began 6 hours later. Wei Cangming felt all 3 simultaneously through the soul thread connection. A different category of threat signal than the harvester array had been, sharper and more directed, with the specific quality of actions taken by someone who had been planning them for several days and was executing multiple vectors simultaneously to prevent any single counter from covering all of them. Attack 1. The anchor point's physical location in the real world. Not the consortium's 6 practitioners with an array, something different. A single practitioner of domain holder rank, which Wei identified through the ley line connection's perception extension and immediately understood was a different scale of problem than anything they had faced before. Domain holder was 2 ranks above his current law touched. The practitioner was not trying to breach the anchor. They were trying to suppress the dimensional boundary entirely, collapsing the interface from outside with a domain ability that bent local spatial topology. Attack 2. A legal challenge filed with the sovereign code simultaneously. Attacking the sovereign territory claims foundational documentation on a technical argument that Solon had apparently not anticipated, a historical precedent case from 400 years ago, filed under emergency review provisions, claiming that the sovereignty protection clause had been improperly invoked because the revival doctrine holder's soul thread integration constituted a legal merger of the holder with the territory that disqualified them as a separate legal person capable of filing. Attack 3. A cipher arrived at Liang Wuhuan's registered cultivation address indicating that someone had identified his location and was in the process of approaching with cultivation force. 3 vectors. 3 different categories of threat. each one chosen to require a different kind of response. Wei sent the Attack 1 alert to everyone who could address the anchor point defense while he dealt with the other two. He sent Attack 2 to Solon with the specific message, prepare your counter immediately. He sent Attack 3 to Liang directly. Asterisk threat approaching your location. Use everything you have. Asterisk he was coordinating the anchor point defense from inside Linghai's connection when Solon's response arrived. Asterisk prepared. Counter was ready. They researched my legal architecture. Asterisk then. Asterisk filing now. 12 minutes. Asterisk 12 minutes before the legal challenge could be responded to. In those 12 minutes, the emergency review provisions would create a hold on the sovereign territory status, not dissolving it, but suspending its protective effect, which was enough time for the domain holder practitioner at the anchor point to make significant progress on the suppression. Wei began moving toward the anchor point exit when a second presence arrived at his location from the real world. Not an attacker. The Dusk Patriarch stood at the boundary of the anchor point with the specific expression of a man who had made a decision and was presenting it as fact rather than asking permission. I told you, he said, that my organizational restraint did not bind my subordinates. I did not tell you that my personal restraint did not include action. He looked at Wei steadily. The domain holder practitioner at your anchor point was not hired by the harvesters. They were hired directly by the patron network. I am outside the patron network's authority structure. I am here because I made a choice. He paused. Point me at something useful. Wei pointed him at the domain holder. The patriarch moved toward the anchor point exit with the unhurried pace of someone going to do something they were qualified to do and had done variants of before. Chapter 99. What the patriarch chose the domain holder practitioner was named in the patron network's operational records. Wei learned this afterward from Solon's filing. As a specialist in spatial topology suppression, a contracted practitioner, not throne-affiliated, hired through one of the 12 patron entities for this specific operation. The patriarch was an ascendant at the threshold, not fully ascended. He had not crossed the final boundary, as the Undying Throne had, but he had been at the domain holder rank for 30 years and had been developing toward ascension during that period, which meant his domain holder abilities operated at a depth and complexity that the contracted specialist had not been expecting when they planned the operation. The engagement lasted 11 minutes. Wei was not present for most of it. He was inside Linghai, coordinating the internal boundary reinforcement that the suppression attempt required, feeling the anchor point's stress through the soul thread connection and distributing the world's energy to shore up the dimensional interface at the points where the suppression was making progress. He could feel when the patriarch engaged, a different quality of cultivation force entering the field, not suppression but counter-architecture, reshaping the local spatial topology back toward the anchor point's stable configuration. At minute 11, the suppression attempt collapsed. The patriarch sent a brief notification through the anchor, asterisk resolved. The practitioner has withdrawn. I have documented their withdrawal for your legal record. Asterisk Solon's legal counter arrived at the Sovereign Code's Emergency Review Division at minute 9, 3 minutes before the resolution, which was sufficient. The counter filed the specific argument she had prepared for this challenge, that the soul thread integration, rather than constituting a legal merger, constituted the steward's fulfillment of the revival doctrine's stewardship requirement, which made Wei Cangming more qualified as a steward, not disqualified. She cited 4 precedent cases and 1 theoretical discussion from the Code's founding period. The challenge was placed under contested review rather than granting the emergency hold. The sovereign territory's protective status held. Liang Wuhuan's situation was resolved 3 minutes after the anchor point suppression ended. 2 law-touch practitioners, dispatched from the patron network's regional assets, had approached his registered cultivation address with the specific intent that assassination operations were conducted with, quickly, quietly, without extended engagement. They had not accounted for the resonance debt strike. Liang Wuhuan had been practicing the technique since Wei taught him the first 3 forms from the buffered memory stone fragments. He had learned the 4th form from his grandmother's counting song. He had been using the combined 4-form technique in sparring with Shun Baoli for 6 weeks. The 2 law-touch practitioners were not Shun Baoli and were not in a sparring context, which meant they were using their full ability rather than controlled practice levels. This was, Liang reported afterward, actually an advantage. The 4th form works by reading the opponent's commitment, he said. The full commitment of someone who is actually trying to hurt you gives the technique more to work with than the controlled application of someone who is practicing. He paused. I did not know this until I used it in a genuine situation. Both practitioners were immobilized. Neither was killed. They were handled by sovereign code enforcement when the officers arrived 6 minutes later, with the specific documentation quality of people who had known the enforcement was coming and had prepared the evidence. The 3 attacks had failed. Wei Cangming assembled everyone who had participated in the defense in the council building that evening. Not a full council meeting, not a formal review, just the specific gathering of people who had held something difficult and were now sitting with the aftermath together. The patriarch sat at the end of the table. He had come through the anchor point and was in the dimension for the first time since his initial visit, and the quality of the revived artisan district visible through the council building's restored windows was doing something to his expression that he was not visibly managing. Shen Baoli looked at the patriarch. The patriarch looked at the table. I spent 30 years making choices I told myself were necessary. The patriarch said, to no one in particular. The necessity was partly true and partly what I told myself because the alternative was harder. He looked up. This was the alternative. Shen Baoli said, you were on time. Barely. Barely is sufficient, Shen said, with the quality of someone who had learned the value of barely sufficient through the specific experience of surviving on exactly that margin. The Undying Throne had made its position clear with the 3 attacks. It would not stop until the weapon was destroyed or the world was. Both of them knew this. The attacks failing meant the throne would reassess and try again, with different tools, at a different angle. The legal framework held for now. The anchor point was stable. Liang Wuhuan was uninjured. The sovereign territory status was intact, and the vault weapon was accessible, calibrated in the first stage, waiting for the second stage that would require the target to be present. Wei looked at the table and understood what the next step was. He had been building toward it for 10 months. The still voices offer and its refusal. The 3 attacks and their failure. The accumulation of every decision he had made since he reached into a spatial crack and found a heartbeat. He said, I am going to complete the integration. No one objected. No one expressed surprise. The quality of the room was the quality of people who had been present for the building of something and understood that the building had arrived at the point where what it was built for had to happen. He went to the vault chamber. Chapter 100. The operator integration. The vault chamber in the deep basin was quiet at this hour. Wei Cangming stood at the crystal formation at the chamber's center and put his hands on it for the second time, with the understanding that this time he would not be removing them until the integration was complete. Kor was present. Empress Echo stood at the chamber's edge. Yu Fengling had not come. She had said goodbye in the real world with the precision she applied to everything, and he had said whatever he said that was as adequate as words were in that context, which was not fully adequate, and she had nodded and gone to monitor from the real world's instruments the way she monitored everything. The second and third stages of the integration were not combat. They were not dramatic in the visible sense. They were the specific, sustained work of a connection deepening from something Wei had built over 10 months to something the world recognized as permanent. The first hour, the integration extending through the primary ley line network. He knew this geography already. The revived artisan district, the medical district, the council building's annex, the restored fountain square, the deep veins, the basin, the library, the weapon vault. He knew all of it, but knowing it and being it were different, and the integration was moving from the first to the second. The third hour, the deep veins engaging fully. The vault's circulatory network, which had been running independently for 3,000 years, synchronized with his own spiritual circulation for the first time. He felt the geological heat gradient that powered it, the specific rhythm of its self-maintenance. He felt the library's heartbeat as something that was now also his heartbeat. The fifth hour, the reconstituting citizens, each one a presence in the world's awareness and therefore in his. Not invasive. He did not have access to their thoughts or their experiences. But their existence as alive was something he felt the way you felt your own heartbeat without attending to it constantly. 63 of them, fully physical. Hundreds of ghost impressions, trending towards solidification. The seventh hour, completion. Not a transition with a clear moment. More like the last piece of a complex array settling into place, and the whole system going from active and effortful to active and effortless. The world's geography was not information he held. It was something he was. He took his hands off the crystal and was still standing in the vault chamber. But the vault chamber was also him, and Linghai was also him, and the 40,000 people who were coming back through the library's careful preservation were something he was responsible for in the most literal possible sense. He looked at his hands. 25. The world's compensatory healing had done what you had calculated. The accumulated aging reversed, the soul thread depletion corrected, the physical damage from 8 months of world-scale channeling resolved. He looked younger than he had ever looked as an adult. The library's energy generation was substantial. 3,000 years of accumulated potential, now actively applied. He felt it as a warmth that was also a competence, the world supporting the person bound to it with the full extent of what it had available. Empress Echo was watching him from the chamber's edge. Complete, she said. Complete, he said. Then the weapon is operational, she said. The first stage is complete. The calibration requires the target. He looked at her. How do I fire it? She looked at him with the expression she had when he asked a question that had a complicated answer she had already prepared. You don't, she said. Not yet. He waited. The weapon's range at current revival is limited to the dimension itself, she said. The resonance pulse travels through the ley lines. The ley lines extend through the anchor point into the real world. The geological integration is present. But the pulse's coherence at long range requires a revival level that we have not yet reached. She paused. The pulse would disrupt the ascendant's integration only while the ascendant is inside the dimension. You are telling me the ascendant has to come in, he said. Yes, she said. I did not tell you this earlier because I needed to confirm it from the chief engineer's technical specifications. I confirmed it 2 days ago. She looked at him with the directness that was her standard mode. I needed you to complete the integration before I told you, because the integration had to be made regardless of the target requirement, and I did not want the target requirement to influence whether you completed it. Wei sat with this. You managed my information, he said. Yes, she said. Briefly, and for a specific reason. She looked at him. Does it change the situation materially? He thought about it. The integration was complete. The world was bound to him. The weapon required the ascendant to come inside, which he had already been planning for in the still voice invitation strategy. No, he said. It does not change the situation. But I would prefer to be told the full picture. I will endeavor to tell you the full picture in future, she said. I will sometimes fail because I am managing multiple things simultaneously and judgment calls are not always correct. You will tell me when I fail. I will correct. This was, he thought, a governance relationship in its actual working form, rather than in its documentation form. Imperfect, self-correcting, based on sufficient trust to continue. Yes, he said. He stood. The vault chamber was warm with the world's energy. Outside, in the revived districts, it was past midnight. The leyline light had its night quality, softer, warmer. The ghost impressions had reduced their activity, which he now understood as the impressions following their original patterns, and those patterns included sleeping. Through the connection, he felt 12 more of the ghost impressions gain solidity. Not full, but perceptibly more present than they had been an hour ago. The library was accelerating as the integration completed, the world's support for the reconstitution process increasing with the increase in the operator's integration depth. 12 more people, trending toward alive. The undying throne had not sent its ascendant directly. It was waiting to understand, as the still voice had said, what the weapon actually did. Preparing its approach. Calculating whether entering the dimension on the library invitation was a genuine opportunity or a trap. It would decide eventually. Either it would come, drawn by the library and the weapon's design specifications, and 3,000 years of wanting to understand the thing that could kill it, or it would choose the alternative, which was to attack from outside indefinitely and hope that sustained external pressure would collapse the dimension or the operator's will or the legal framework or some other part of the structure that had been built. Wei had spent 10 months building the structure to resist exactly that sustained external pressure. He thought about the chief engineer's note. About the 40 years of patient work building a succession for someone the engineer could not name. About the library of living records running for 3,000 years without maintenance, preserving the living texture of a civilization that had decided it was worth preserving. What does a dying world teach a man about patience? He said, to himself, in the vault chamber's quiet. The world's connection answered with the only thing it had to offer, the steady, persistent heartbeat of something that had decided to keep living, and had kept that decision through 3,000 years of absence, and was now doing exactly what it had been built to do. He went back up through the basin and into the revived artisan district, and stood in the fountain square for a while, watching the 12 new impressions find their place in the neighborhood's pattern. They moved through the space with the easy familiarity of people returning to somewhere they knew. One of them, a man in his 40s with the build of someone who worked with his hands, stopped at a specific spot in the square and looked at it for a moment with recognition, and then continued walking. He had been here before. He was here again. Wei Cangming stood in the square and thought about everything that was still to come. The ascendant's decision, the invitation that would need to be made and made genuinely, the weapon that had been waiting 3,000 years for its operator to be ready, the 40,000 people who were on their way back, the governance of a sovereign territory with a population that would exceed a small city within the year, the patron network's other 11 interests, each of which would eventually send its own representative or its own challenge. The work was not done. It would not be done for a very long time. He thought, I have enough reasons. He went inside. Chapter 101. 3 months after the operator integration, Linghai was different. Not dramatically different in the way that the early revival months had been different. Those had been the difference between dead and approaching alive, which was visible and significant in every direction. 3 months after the integration, the differences were the kind that required sustained attention to notice. The texture of the ley line hum a half-tone deeper, the quality of the ghost impressions cleaner than last week's, the botanical growth in the revived districts moving from pioneer species density toward the more complex layering of an established ecosystem. Wei Cangming noticed all of it. The sulfuret integration meant that Linghai's changes were not external phenomena he observed, but internal phenomena he experienced. He did not have to walk the districts to know what was happening in them. He knew the way you knew your own heartbeat, not attended to constantly, but present and legible when he turned his awareness toward it. What it told him, 3 months after integration, was that the revival was proceeding beyond what his active channeling had ever achieved. 48 citizens. That was the current count, fully reconstituted, physically present, going about their daily lives in the revived districts with the gradual adjustment of people who had returned from a very long absence and were relearning what the world felt like from the inside. Echo's governance structures were providing them with roles, resources, and the specific organizational support that reconstituted people needed when they woke up 3,000 years in the future with full memories of a civilization that no longer existed in its original form. Hundreds of partial impressions, trending consistently toward solidification. The library's reconstitution process was running at a rate that Ashen had updated his calculations for twice. The actual pace was faster than his models predicted, which meant the model was missing a factor, which meant Ashen had been in the survey station for 3 days running revised analyses. The cultivation practice had changed. Echo had organized the 48 citizens into a practice community, not just individual cultivation sessions, but coordinated collective practice, using cultivation methods from the library that were designed for groups rather than individuals. Linghai's educational curriculum had always included group cultivation frameworks. 3,000 years ago, the civilization had understood that a community's collective cultivation practice produced different effects than the sum of individual practice. What they had not known, what the library's revival was demonstrating, was what those collective effects produced when the community was inside a dimension that was actively reconstituting itself. The deep veins responded to the community's collective qi in a different way than they responded to Wei's individual channeling. More organic, less directed. Like the difference between a single person singing and a chorus, the harmony produced resonances that the individual voice could not. The result was revival acceleration that Wei had not initiated and was not controlling. He had noticed this 2 weeks ago. He had mentioned it to Ashen, who had confirmed it, and then to Echo, who had not seemed surprised. He had not yet addressed it directly with her. He was thinking about addressing it when the alert came through the connection, a ley line junction on the dimension's western quadrant, deep in the partially revived zone, showing activation indicators that should not have been possible. The junction in question had been in Wei's deliberate hold category, veins that were present and mappable, but that he had chosen not to revive yet, for reasons that were in Ashen's survey documentation. The specific reason for this particular junction, it was 200 meters from the Heartsleeper's location. Wei moved. The junction had not ruptured. The collective practice had triggered a sympathetic resonance in the deep veins, which had then propagated through the unrevived circuits in the western quadrant, which had then reached the junction Wei had been keeping dormant. The resonance had activated it. Not fully, not the kind of activation that Wei would have produced deliberately, but sufficient to move the dormant circuit from inert to active low. The Heartsleeper was 200 meters from a newly activated ley line circuit. Wei felt, through the connection, the specific quality of what was at those coordinates. Not the junction, not the activation, but the thing below the dormant zone. Not threatening, not awake, but the quality of something that was not quite inert either. The geological pressure of something very large that had been compressed for 3,000 years by the collective spiritual weight of a civilization and was now experiencing a slight reduction in that pressure. He went to find Ashen. Chapter 102. What was there before the world? Ashen's architectural records for the Heartsleeper's location were in the supplementary survey files. Not the main archive, which held standard leyline geography, but a separate file that Ashen had flagged during the Deep Basin Survey as anomalous geological formation, review pending. Wei Cangming had not reviewed it. He had been occupied with approximately everything else. He reviewed it now. The anomalous geological formation was not geological. It was a vault, smaller than the weapon vault, smaller than the library, but built with a significantly different construction philosophy. The weapon vault and the library had been built with the organic aesthetic of structures integrated into Linghai's overall architecture. This vault had been built to be invisible. Not just concealed, actively designed to resist detection. The materials were different. The construction method was different. The specific geometric arrangement of its structural elements was designed to cancel its own spatial resonance signature, which was why Ocean's survey had classified it as geological. Ocean, reviewing the records beside Wei, said, "I should have recognized it." "It was designed not to be recognized," Wei said. "Yes, by someone who understood my survey methodology better than was possible for someone building this 3,000 years ago." He looked at the structural analysis more carefully. Unless they anticipated the general methodology, which would not require knowledge of me specifically. Only knowledge of how array architects approach deep basin surveys. He paused. The entity that designed this concealment was anticipating survey work. An entity, Wei said. Not Linghai. Not Linghai. Ocean confirmed. The construction predates the civilization's founding. The material analysis places it at approximately 12,000 years old, which is 6,000 years before the founding records we have. He looked at the geological section of the survey. Linghai was built here, at this specific location, because of what is here. The civilization's founders chose this location knowing what was below. Wei thought about the original warning, the half-revived memory stone from the earliest weeks of the revival. The dead empress's voice, recorded in the stone. Never wake the heart sleeper. It cannot be reasoned with. He had set it aside as irrelevant, stored it in the buffer Ocean had designed, and moved on. He had not moved on fully. The warning had sat in the background of his awareness the way unprocessed information did, not active, but present. "What is it?" Wei said. Ocean was quiet for a moment. He was the kind of person who was careful with the word "is" when applied to things he did not fully understand, and the specific quality of his silence indicated he was deciding how to describe something that his vocabulary was not quite equipped for. "A primordial world spirit," he said finally. The term is from Linghai's oldest theological documentation, which I have not been able to fully verify against the library's contents. The concept predates our civilization's systematic cultivation theory. In the older cosmological frameworks, the ones Linghai's founders were working from, the term refers to a category of entity that exists at the interface between cultivated space and the void, something that is not a cultivator, not a ghost, not a remnant, but a fundamental quality of a world's spiritual substrate that has achieved coherence. He paused. The heart sleeper specifically is described in those older frameworks as having predated Linghai's spiritual geography entirely. The world was seated on top of it, deliberately, to use the civilization's collective spiritual weight as a suppression mechanism. The civilization was the containment, Wei said. Yes, Ocean said. For 3,000 years, the civilization was the containment. When it collapsed, the library's preservation took over, but the library was designed for people, not for this. The preservation was incomplete. The suppression degraded slowly. He looked at the activation indicators Wei had flagged. What you felt in the Western Quadrant is the first indication that the suppression is no longer adequate. Wei looked at the records. 12,000 years old. Predating Linghai by 6 millennia. A primordial entity that could not be reasoned with, that a civilization had built itself on top of specifically to keep suppressed, and that had been waiting through the entire collapse period and the revival period for the moment when the weight pressing it down was insufficient. He sent a cipher to Empress Echo. * We need to speak. About what the founders knew. * Her response was immediate. * I know what you're going to ask. Come to the council building. * He was already moving. Chapter 103. What Echo kept back. The council building's main chamber was empty when Wei Cangming arrived, which Echo had arranged. She had cleared the space before his cipher reached her, which meant she had been expecting this conversation. He sat across from her and said, "You knew." "Yes," she said. "The heart sleeper. The original records were in the Empress's vault, which you accessed when you reconstituted." "Yes," she said. "You have known for 3 months and did not tell me." "Yes," she said. The quality of her voice was not defensive and not apologetic. It was the voice of someone who had made a choice they expected to have to explain and had prepared the explanation. "Tell me why," he said. "I needed to assess whether you would panic," she said. "Specifically, I needed to understand your response to information that constituted an existential threat to the revival you had spent 10 months building, before that information could become public and influence the decisions being made around it." She paused. "The heart sleeper is, by every account in the original records, not a threat that can be addressed through any technique or weapon available to us. It cannot be destroyed. It cannot be defeated. It can only be suppressed, and it requires a specific kind of suppression that the founding architects designed, and that Linghai spent 3,000 years maintaining." She looked at him. If you had known about it when you were managing the Patriarch's operation and the Still Voices offer and the legal framework and the patron network, if you had added this to that load, you might have made different choices. Wei said, what choices specifically? The Still Voices offer, Echo said. The sovereignty, the protection, the guarantee, in exchange for destroying the vault weapon. If you had known about the Heart Sleeper, you might have assessed that offer differently, not as a trap, but as a genuine trade. Give up the weapon's specific purpose in exchange for the resources to build the suppression infrastructure the Heart Sleeper requires. Wei was quiet for a moment. You think I would have considered it, he said. I think, Echo said carefully, that you would have been correct to consider it. The Heart Sleeper is a larger problem than the Undying Throne in the long term. The throne wants to destroy the weapon. The Heart Sleeper, if it wakes, does not want anything in the human comprehensible sense. It simply is, and its existence in an unsuppressed state would be incompatible with Linghai's survival. Wei looked at her. And you decided, on my behalf, that I should not have the information required to evaluate that trade. I decided, she said, that the timing of the information mattered. That you would make a better decision about the Heart Sleeper 3 months after the throne situation was resolved than you would make in the middle of it. She paused. I may have been wrong about that. I have thought about it extensively. My conclusion is that I was correct about the timing but wrong about the principle. I should not have made that determination unilaterally. We agreed that major decisions affecting both domains require mutual agreement. This is a major decision. She looked at him directly. I am telling you now. I am telling you that I understand the governance framework I violated. I am not asking for absolution. I am correcting the error. Wei sat with this. He was genuinely angry, not at the information, which was what it was, but at the choice. At the thing Echo had done that was the mirror image of his own management of information through the first months of the revival, deciding what other people needed to know and when, because he had concluded that he understood the situation better than they did, and that their incomplete knowledge served the mission better than their complete knowledge. He had done exactly this to Yu Fengling for 6 months. He had done it to Duan Qifeng. He had done it to Rou Xiangtian in various ways. He had been angry when other people managed information to protect him, and he understood now, with the specific clarity that came from being on the receiving end of a choice you recognized from the inside, that his anger was at the principle, not just at the instance. The governance framework we agreed to exists, he said, because I have made this kind of choice and been wrong about it. You have now made the same kind of choice. Neither of us should make it again. She looked at him. Agreed. Tell me about the Heart Sleeper, he said. She told him. It was worse than Ashen's description in the specific way that information from primary sources was always worse than information from secondary ones. More detailed, more concrete, more inevitably present. The Heart Sleeper was a primordial world spirit that predated Linghai's cultivation framework. In the founding architect's understanding, it was not evil. It was not anything in the human moral sense. It was a fundamental quality of the world's spiritual substrate that had achieved coherence over 12,000 years of accumulation before Linghai ever existed. The problem was scale. The Heart Sleeper's natural state, unsuppressed, would express itself through the ley line network in ways that were simply incompatible with human habitation. Not hostile, not directed at humans, but the way that geological heat gradient was incompatible with bare skin contact. Not intentional, just present, and sufficient to cause harm through pure presence. The founding architects had understood this and had designed Linghai specifically to provide the suppression the Heart Sleeper required to remain dormant. The civilization's collective spiritual weight, 40,000 people practicing cultivation in a coordinated manner, their combined output sufficient to hold the primordial's natural expression below the threshold of effect, had maintained the suppression for 3,000 years. The collapse had ended that suppression gradually. The library's continued operation had not been designed to replace it. The library preserved patterns, not collective spiritual mass. The suppression had degraded. And now the revival, by restoring the ley line network's depth and the community's collective practice, was approaching, but had not yet reached, the suppression level required. They were, Ashen's analysis indicated, at approximately 60% of the suppression baseline. The founding architect's records showed that below 70%, the Heart Sleeper's dormancy became unstable. They had been below 70% since the collapse. The Western Quadrant activation, Wei said, when Echo finished. The junction activation reduced the buffer by approximately 4%, she said. We are now at approximately 56. The next activation event that reaches the Heart Sleeper's proximity will produce a noticeable response. What is a noticeable response? Increased activity in the dormant zone. Thermal output from the vault structure. Possible ley line distortion in the adjacent circuits. She paused. Not catastrophic. Not an awakening, but measurable. And the full council needs to know this. Yes, she said. Today, Wei sent the notifications. Chapter 104. The full council, everyone who mattered was in the room by mid-afternoon. Wei Cangming presented the heart sleeper problem without editorializing, which was how he presented every large problem. The factual situation, the historical context, the current indicators, the decision that needed to be made. He did not speculate about implications he was not certain of. He did not simplify the difficulty. When he finished, the room was quiet in the specific way of people who have received information that is large enough to require a moment before response. The Dust Patriarch was the first to speak. He had been present in the dimension for 3 months. Echo had granted him sanctuary, as the outline had noted over Shun Bali's objection, and he had spent those months studying the library's records and providing external intelligence on the Undying Throne's current movements. He was not a member of the Governance Council. He was present because he had asked to be and because Wei had concluded that his perspective was relevant. I have encountered this before, he said. Everyone looked at him. The first world I processed, he said. 60 years ago. My first operation. The survey indicated a large anomalous formation in the deep geological layer that I was trained to classify as natural. My mentor told me all dead worlds had them, that they were residual structures from the world's formation period. He looked at the table. I processed the world. The consumption of the world's energy changed the anomalous formation state. It did not wake. There was not enough left for it to wake into. But the last stage of the consumption produced a response that I did not understand at the time and have thought about every year since. He paused. I processed it anyway. The formation is still there, in the void. I called it floating. In the years since, I have understood it was not floating. It was waiting. The room was quiet. This is not that formation, the Patriarch said. This is more advanced. This civilization understood what they had and built their suppression deliberately. But the category is the same. He looked at Wei. What is your question? Whether containment is possible without the full 40,000-person cultivation mass, Wei said. The founding architect's design required that specific scale. We do not have it yet. Ashin cleared his throat, his specific vocal signal that he had a technical contribution that he had been waiting to make. I have been working on this for 2 weeks, he said. Since Wei told me about the Western Quadrant activation, and I identified the suppression level deficit. He placed a document on the table. The founding architect's design used the collective spiritual mass as a distributed suppression mechanism. The 40,000 practitioners' combined output maintained the suppression passively, as a side effect of normal cultivation activity. The design is inherently passive, which makes it very stable and very difficult to substitute. He looked at the technical diagram on the document. However, he said, a passive distributed mechanism can be partially substituted by an active concentrated array. Less stable, requires continuous maintenance, but achievable at our current scale. He indicated the array's specifications. The key component is the world key that Liang Wuhuan holds. The bloodline resonant anchor points that the key provides access to are specifically calibrated to the suppression architecture. The founding architects, or someone working from their records, designed the world key to serve exactly this function. Liang Wuhuan, at the table's edge, looked at the document. The key was designed for this, he said. Among other things, Ashin said. The containment array requires the key's resonance as its foundation. With the key, I can build an array that concentrates 48 practitioners' output into a suppression mechanism approximately equivalent to 4,000 persons' passive output. He paused. Not sufficient for the founding architect's design, but sufficient to establish a functional suppression threshold that prevents the dormancy from destabilizing while the reconstitution continues and the community grows toward the 40,000 baseline. In the region near the Heart Sleeper's chamber, Empress Echo said, the ley lines adjacent to the chamber cannot be revived while the array is active. The revival energy would undermine the suppression. Correct, Ashin said. We would need to designate approximately a 4-kilometer radius around the chamber as a permanent hold zone. Revival work in that region stops until the community reaches sufficient scale to sustain the full suppression independently. Echo looked at Wei. We cannot choose what is dead and what is not in our own world, she said. It was not a veto. It was an objection stated plainly. Can you reason with it? Wei said. She looked at him. No. Then we contain it until we can, Wei said. The alternative is letting the dormancy destabilize, which puts the 48 people currently living in the dimension at risk. We can negotiate the boundaries of what stays dormant. We cannot negotiate with what wakes up. Echo was quiet for a moment. The quality of her silence was not acceptance. She was working through the objection, finding whether it had more structure than she had initially given it. deciding whether there was a counter-argument that addressed the core problem differently. She found that there was not. The 4-kilometer hold zone, she said. I want it mapped explicitly. I want the citizens to know why it exists, and I want the timeline for when we expect to reach the suppression scale that lets us revive it. Ashen, Wei said. 20 years at current reconstitution rates, Ashen said. Assuming no disruptions, the community reaches 10,000 citizens in approximately 20 years. I estimate 10,000 practitioners with coordinated active cultivation is sufficient to replace the containment array with passive suppression and allow full revival of the hold zone. 20 years, Echo said. Yes. She looked at Liang Wuhuan. Your key will be the foundation of the containment for 20 years. Liang looked at the world key in his hands. The one he had put in Wei Cangming's hands on the day he decided not to use it. The one Wei had returned to him when the situation changed. He looked at it for a long moment. My grandmother's people built this civilization on top of the thing they couldn't move, he said. They maintained the suppression for 3,000 years. 20 years is not long. He placed the key on the table. Use it, he said. The Dusk Patriarch had said nothing since his initial contribution. He spoke now. In the first world I processed, he said, I left something behind because I did not know what to do with it. I have thought about it for 60 years. He paused. What you are doing here, containing what cannot be moved, working around what cannot be addressed directly, maintaining the suppression while the civilization grows to the scale where it can handle the problem permanently. This is what I should have attempted in that first world, instead of concluding that processing was the only viable outcome. He looked at Wei. I want to say clearly, while the people who were in that first world are not present to hear it, that I was wrong. And that what you are doing here is the correct answer to the problem I failed. No one spoke. Shin Baoli said, finally, with the specific dry quality that meant he had sat with something long enough to say it without editorializing. Then let us not fail. The containment plan was approved. The array construction would begin the next morning under Ashen's direction. Chapter 105. Governance. The array construction took 14 days. Wei Cangming worked with Liang Wuhuan and Ashen through the full construction period. Not continuously, but with the engaged attention of someone who understood that the construction's details were as important as the general design, and that the general design was the best work that the most sophisticated array architect of any civilization he had access to had ever produced. The array was, Ashen said, the most complex structure he had built since the silencing shell. Possibly more complex, because the silencing shell was designed to conceal and the containment array was designed to actively hold something that was considerably older and more fundamental than the phenomena the shell had been designed against. During the 14 days, the revival continued. 6 more citizens reconstituted. The ghost impressions in the western quadrant, the hold zone's edge, faded slightly as the revival energy was redirected away from that region. The citizens closest to the hold zone noticed this and asked questions. Echo answered them, with the directness she applied to all of the citizens' questions. On the 9th day of construction, Wei Cangming and Empress Echo had the conversation about governance. It happened without appointment. They were both in the council building's administrative annex, working on separate tasks, and the parallel presence produced, as it sometimes did, an opening for the kind of conversation that required proximity without pressure. When does Linghai become fully self-governing? Wei said. He had been thinking about the question since the Heart Sleeper Council meeting. Since Echo's observation that his authority had been used in ways that should belong to the citizens, and his acknowledgement that she was partially right, and the specific way she had said, not yet, but you are close to starting. Echo set down the document she was reviewing. She looked at him with the assessment she had used in their first conversation, not the hostility version, which had been absent, but the directness version, which was always present. Define self-governing, she said. The citizens determine their own priorities, their own governance structures, their own cultural practices, without the external authority that my position as sovereign territory steward represents influencing those determinations. That is not a state you reach, she said. It is a quality of the governance relationship that develops over time as the trust between external authority and internal authority becomes sufficient to allow delegation of decisions. She paused. You are currently in the early period of that development. The decisions being made at the council level are still ones where your participation is necessary, because your cultivation integration and your external relationships provide information and access that the internal governance cannot yet replicate. And when that changes, Wei said, when the community has sufficient scale that its own senior cultivators can manage the relationships I am currently managing, she said. When the community has sufficient knowledge of the external situation that my information advantage is reduced. When the governance framework has been tested in enough situations that the internal authority's judgment has been validated. She paused. This is not a timeline in years. It is a development that will happen unevenly, in different domains at different rates. Wei said, have I been making decisions that should belong to the citizens? She looked at him. Not yet, she said. But you are close to starting. The cultivation practice management decision, the collective practice protocols, the leyline response to community cultivation. I have been observing you monitoring this for 2 weeks without initiating a conversation with me about how to address it through governance rather than operational management. He thought about this. He had noticed the collective practice's effects. He had discussed it with Ashen. He had not brought it to Echo or to the citizen governance structures. I was treating it as a technical problem, he said. It is also a cultural and governance problem, she said. How the community practices cultivation is not a technical decision that falls within the external authority's scope. It is a community cultural decision. I should be discussing it with the community leadership structure, with Ashen's technical input as advisory. She paused. Instead, you have been monitoring and preparing to address it yourself. Wei was quiet for a moment. She was right. He had been doing exactly what she described, treating the community's internal cultivation practices as something that fell within his operational oversight because they had technical consequences. He had not been wrong about the technical consequences, but his approach had been to manage the situation rather than to bring it to the governance structure that was supposed to manage it. I understand the distinction, he said. I know you do, she said. Understanding the distinction and defaulting to the correct response under pressure are different skills. You are developing the second one. Slowly, he said. Adequately, she said. The speed is less important than the direction. He thought about Shen Baoli saying the same kind of thing in different vocabulary at various points over the past 10 months. He thought about Yu Fengling's clinical assessment of his recovery from soul thread depletion, stabilizing, not resolved, not yet reversed, but moving in the correct direction. Everything was in process. Nothing was finished. The collective practice question, he said. How should I bring it to the governance structure? Come to the community leadership meeting tomorrow morning, Echo said. Present it as a question rather than a solution. Ask what the community intends and whether that intention aligns with the technical situation. Let the answer come from the community. And if the answer produces a technical problem, then Ashen presents the technical constraints. I mediate between the technical constraints and the community's preferences. You are present as the external authority's representative if the resolution requires your specific capabilities, the soul thread connection, the leyline management, the relationships with the sovereign code. She paused, not as the person who has already decided what the answer is. Yes, Wei said. One more thing, Echo said. She looked at him with the expression she used for information she had assessed carefully before delivering. The community cultivation's effect on the leyline network is beneficial. The collective practice is accelerating the revival faster than Ashen's models predicted, and it is doing so in a sustainable way that distributes the revival energy differently than individual channeling. The technical problem is not that the community is doing something wrong. She paused. The technical problem is that you have been managing the community's cultivation practice in your head, which is an inappropriate use of your integration with the world's ley lines. Wei looked at her. You are right, he said. I know, she said. She picked up the document she had set down and returned to reviewing it. The containment array was completed on day 14. Liang Wuhuan placed the world key in the array's central anchor with the care of someone setting down something that had been in their family for 3,000 years. It accepted the placement. The heart sleeper's proximity indicators stabilized. The dormancy's quality settled from unstable watchful to dormant held. Not perfectly, not the 3,000-year suppression of a civilization's full spiritual weight, but sufficient. The buffer was reestablished. Wei Cangming stood at the array's edge and felt, through the soul thread connection, the change in the western quadrant. The held zone was quieter than the surrounding area. Not dead, held. There was a difference. The ley lines adjacent to it were still active. The hold zone's boundary was not a wall, but a gradient. In 20 years, the community would be large enough to release it. He thought about what 20 years meant on a timescale that was no longer his own. He was bound to the world now. 20 years was, he thought about it carefully, approximately what he had spent in his previous life between birth and arriving here. Not a short time. Not an infinite time. Manageable time. He went to the community leadership meeting the next morning and sat at the table's edge rather than its head, and when Echo asked what he had brought to present, he said, a question. He asked it. The community leadership structure answered it. He listened. Chapter 106. The governance transfer happened on a Tuesday. This was not significant except that Wei Cangming noticed it. The specific quality of an ordinary day on which something was done that was not ordinary. The community leadership meeting had proceeded through its standard items: reconstitution integration updates, resource allocation review, the collective cultivation schedules coordination with Ocean's leyline monitoring. And then Wei had presented the transfer documentation. 3 categories: internal cultivation practices, the community's collective cultivation schedule, technique sharing protocols, advancement support processes. This had been in Echo's operational scope since her reconstitution, but formally on paper it had remained in Wei's governance authority as the sovereign territory steward. The transfer made the formal record match the operating reality. Community resource allocation, food production, material distribution, space assignment in the revived districts. Echo's council had been managing this effectively for 3 months. The formal transfer removed Wei from the decision chain entirely. Cultural programming, community gatherings, commemorative practices, the specific forms through which the reconstituting citizens were maintaining Linghai's cultural identity in a new era. This was the most abstract of the 3 categories, and the one where the transfer felt most significant. Wei had not been substantially involved in this domain, but removing it from his governance scope explicitly acknowledged that it was not his to govern. He retained external diplomatic relations, defense against the undying throne, and the vault weapon. Echo received the transfer documents, reviewed them, and signed them with the specific efficiency of someone who had been expecting them and had her response prepared. Shinbaoli, standing at the meeting room's edge, watched the exchange of documents without comment. When the meeting ended and the citizens had filed out, he stayed. "You did not fight for the scope," he said. "I had the correct scope 3 months ago," Wei said. "The transfer is correcting a documentation error." The documentation error was 3 months of more authority than necessary. Shin was quiet for a moment. Linghai's generals did not relinquish authority easily. It was not a cultural strength. He looked at Wei. "You are better at this than we were." Wei thought about the specific quality of this statement from a man who had fought and governed and made terrible decisions and tried to make good ones, and had lived with the results of all of them for 3,000 years in a dead world. "I had better examples," Wei said. "Yes," Shin said. "Also you had Echo, which is both an advantage and a permanent challenge." Both simultaneously, Wei agreed. He went back to work. The 32 new citizens arrived overnight on the same day as the governance transfer. This was not planned. The library's reconstitution process did not produce scheduled outputs. It produced what the world's energy generation could support on the world's own timing. What had happened, Ashin determined the following morning, was that the containment array's activation had redirected a specific volume of the revival energy away from the Western Quadrant hold zone and back through the main leyline network, which had created a temporary surplus that the library had used immediately. 32 simultaneous reconstitutions, each one a person. Echo managed the integration with the efficiency she brought to every logistics challenge. The space assignments, the orientation meetings, the introductions to the community leadership structure, the medical assessments that Qian Ruoyi performed for every new arrival to establish baseline health. She was working through 17 simultaneous processes before noon. Among the 32 was an elderly woman named Counselor Mira Tai. Wei knew the name from the Memory Stone's crisis documentation. She had been one of the 4 council members who had organized the vote to die majority. She had been, in that documentation, described as pragmatic to the point of severity, a woman who understood the mathematics of survival better than sentiment, and who had made the collapse argument with the specific clarity of someone who had thought about it for longer than the crisis period. She reconstituted in the council building's residential annex and immediately asked to speak with Liang Wuhuan. Wei found out about this request when Liang told him, that evening, that he had received it and had agreed to meet. "You don't have to," Wei said. "I know," Liang said. He was holding the world key, now permanently installed in the containment array, but present in some conceptual sense that he carried regardless. "I have been waiting for someone from that side of the vote for 3 months. Asha is too young." The Wakeable were not involved in the vote. Echo would not discuss it with me directly because she was running the vote and the discussion would be about her decisions. He paused. Mira Tai voted for the collapse. "I want to understand why." The conversation took 3 days. Wei was not present for most of it. He had intentionally avoided inserting himself into a conversation between 2 people who needed to have it without mediation. He had Echo's permission to remain absent, which she had given immediately and without qualification. On the evening of the 3rd day, Liang found Wei in the survey station. "Tell me," Wei said. She explained the calculation, Liang said. The specific parameters they were working from, the timeline they had, the alternatives they had assessed. He sat down across from Wei. It was not a decision made from hatred or fear. It was a decision made from a very clear understanding of what the available options were, and a specific kind of love for what they had built. He was quiet for a moment. She said they voted to die to protect the possibility of what is happening now. Not specifically this. They did not know about the library the way we know about it, or the chief engineer's plan, but the possibility of return, of someone finding what they had built and choosing to bring it back. Wei said nothing. I understand now, Liang said. I still grieve. I will grieve for the refugees my grandmother's generation became, and for the childhood she spent on grief, and for the specific cost that choice imposed on the people who did not get to make it. He looked at Wei. But I understand why they made it. Wei looked at him. Is that enough? It is not nothing, Liang said, which is more than I had before. He paused. Miratai asked about my grandmother. I described what I saw in the dimension, the impression of her reaching toward me. Mira cried. She knew my grandmother personally. She had to persuade her to stay for the vote. He was quiet. She said my grandmother was one of the 3 people who had wanted to keep fighting. That the vote was close. That the decision to die was not unanimous or easy. He looked at his hands. I knew it was not unanimous. I had not known it was close. Wei sat with this. The world is coming back, he said. Yes, Liang said. Your grandmother is in the library. She is coming. Yes, Liang said. He said it the way he said the things that were large enough to require the plain statement rather than elaboration. He went to sit with the World Key's presence in the containment array for a while. Wei was writing up the governance transfer documentation for the Sovereign Code's territorial administration record when the notification came through his cipher stone. The still voice had returned. Chapter 107. The other offer. The still voice came alone and without the documentation case. Wei Cangming met her in the same neutral consultation room with the same configuration. Himself, Empress Echo at his right, Solon at his left. The still voice looked different than the first meeting. Not physically. She was the same compact woman with the same careful economy of movement. But the quality of her presence was different. Less official. She had set something down. This is not a formal negotiation, she said, when she sat. I wanted to make that explicit before I began. She paused. What I am about to offer is not the throne's position. It is something the throne authorized me to offer, but it is directed at you specifically, not at the governance structure. Wei waited. The operator integration, she said, is permanent in one direction. The soul thread connection to the world's core cannot be severed from Linghai's side. But it can be, with the right intervention, severed from your side. The soul thread can be transferred to another operator who has developed sufficient integration. The current binding can be released. Wei looked at her. The transfer would require time and a specific cultivation process, she said. The throne has knowledge of the process. It was developed by a previous ascendant, now gone, who studied the soul channeling revival system in detail during Linghai's original period. The knowledge was acquired rather than created. She paused. In exchange for the vault weapon's destruction, the throne offers the transfer process, which would release you from the permanent binding. Full soul restoration. Complete reversal of all aging costs accumulated during the revival. And the throne's guarantee that Linghai's sovereignty would be respected, the reconstitution would continue, and Echo's governance would be protected. She looked at him. You would be free, she said. Not from Linghai. You could remain involved as you chose. But free in the sense that the binding was a choice you made under conditions that were not fully informed. This offer acknowledges that the integration's permanence was built into the design before you agreed to it, and offers you the correction. Wei said, what is the condition exactly? What is silence? You stop the revival, she said. Not immediately. You continue long enough to allow the transfer process to complete and to ensure the community's stability. Perhaps 3 to 6 months of continued revival. After which you cease active stewardship. The revival's rate returns to its natural independent pace, and the vault weapon becomes inaccessible because the operator integration is released. The vault weapon becomes inaccessible, Wei said, because no one is bound to the world at the operator level. Yes. And the throne, which is the only entity with knowledge of the transfer process, would ensure that no future operator achieves the integration depth necessary to access the weapon again. The still voice was quiet. You are offering me freedom, Wei said, in exchange for the weapon being permanently sealed. He paused. Not destroyed. Sealed. The throne keeps the knowledge of how to prevent future operators. The weapon exists, in theory, but in practice is inaccessible forever. The destruction is of the accessibility, she said. Yes. Yu Fengling was in the room. She had been present at Wei's request, not because her medical knowledge was relevant to the offer, but because she had been present for most of the significant conversations of the past year, and Wei had found that her presence produced a specific quality of clarity in his thinking that he had learned to value. She was watching him with the expression she used for situations that required waiting and silence before the right response emerged. The offer was, Wei thought, genuinely sophisticated. Not because it was deceptive, it was accurate, as far as he could determine. It was sophisticated because it had been designed for a specific vulnerability that was real. The part of him that had been managing everything for over a year and had accumulated the specific fatigue of someone who had been the person responsible for too many things for too long. He was not that tired. He had been more tired. But 3 months ago, before the integration's compensatory healing had restored him, before the community leadership had taken on the governance scope that properly belonged to them, before the heart sleeper problem had been contained and the patron network's initial attacks had failed, 3 months ago, this offer might have reached a different part of him. He thought about this for approximately 3 seconds. Then he thought about 32 people who had woken up overnight. No, he said. The still voice looked at him. The freedom you are offering, he said, is real. The cost you are naming is real. And the offer is designed for the moment when someone who has been carrying something for a long time is most inclined to consider setting it down. He paused. I thought about it for approximately 3 seconds. What ended the consideration? I thought about the 32 people who woke up overnight, and about the 40,000 who are on their way back through the library, and about the fact that the freedom I would receive is real and the cost is also real, but the cost is not mine to pay. It belongs to the people who are coming back. The still voice was quiet for a long moment. 400 years, she said. I have been making this kind of offer. I have been told no before, but the reasoning has not been this. What reasoning do you usually hear? Wei said. Fear, she said. Stubbornness. Duty in the abstract sense. Occasionally genuine conviction. She looked at him. The reasoning you have just given is specific. It is about specific people. Yes, he said. She stood. Then I will return with what follows. She paused at the door. I want you to know that the throne is, I am choosing the word carefully, not the entity. It was 3,000 years ago. It has existed for a very long time. That is not an excuse for what it has done. It is information. She left. Solon immediately began scanning the room. She found the monitor on the consultation table's underside, attached during the still voice's brief period of stillness. It had been active for 40 minutes, a passive recording device, not a transmitter. She removed it, deactivated it, and placed it in an evidence container. 40 minutes, she said. What did 40 minutes give them? Wei said. Detailed cultivation signature data on everyone in the room, she said. Population counts from the reconstitution monitoring I have running as standard protocol. Revival percentage indicators that I was reviewing when she arrived. She paused. And everything we said. Wei thought about what they had said. The governance transfer discussion had been in the morning, not during this meeting. The offer refusal was now on record with the throne, but they already knew the answer. The concern was the data, the current revival percentage, the population count, the specific capabilities of the people present. They know the weapon requires the ascendant inside the dimension, he said. They've known this since their intelligence on the vault architecture, Solon said. What they have now is a clearer picture of our defensive capacity. She looked at the deactivated monitor. They are calculating whether external collapse is still viable. If it is not, if our defensive capacity makes external collapse unlikely to succeed, then they face a choice between doing nothing and entering. Echo said, they will not do nothing. No, Wei said, they will try the external option first, because entering is the most dangerous path for them. They know what is in the vault. They know we know how to use it. He looked at the monitor in Solon's evidence container. Ashen, he said through the anchor. I need a revised external collapse resistance assessment, based on current revival percentage and community cultivation capacity. Ashen's response was brief. Asterisk already running it. Initial results in 2 hours. Asterisk chapter 108. The part that is tired. Ashen's revised assessment arrived in 2 hours and was, Wei thought, both better and worse than the previous version. Better. The current revival percentage, combined with the community's collective cultivation practice effect on the leyline network's coherence, had pushed the external collapse resistance significantly above the 80% baseline they had crossed during the joint channeling push. The community's coordinated cultivation had done something to the dimension's structural integrity that individual revival work had not. It had distributed the coherence across the entire revived network rather than concentrating it in the primary circuit paths. The dimension was, in Ashen's terminology, more itself than it was. Worse, the specific region around the heart sleeper's containment array was, necessarily, at lower coherence than the rest of the dimension. The hold zone was the vulnerability. An external collapse attempt that targeted the hold zone specifically would require less force than an attempt against the revived areas, which they now know about, Wei said, reviewing the assessment with Ashen. The monitor was in the room during your discussions about the heart sleeper, Ashen confirmed. They have information about the hold zone's location, the containment array's nature, and the suppression level deficit. Can they exploit it? An external collapse attempt targeting the hold zone would require. Ashen ran the calculation. 3 domain holder rank practitioners coordinating on a single point, sustained for approximately 20 minutes, which is a significant operational requirement, but not beyond the patron network's resources if they commit them. He paused. The outcome would not be a collapse of the entire dimension. The collapse attempt would compromise the containment array, which would destabilize the Heart Sleeper's suppression. Wei sat with this. The throne strategy, he said, is not to collapse the dimension directly. It is to compromise the containment array and allow the Heart Sleeper to destabilize, which creates an internal threat that forces us to divert resources from external defense while the collapse attempt continues. That is my assessment, Ashen said. How do we protect the containment array? Extension of the defensive arrays into the western quadrant hold zone boundary, Ashen said. Rou Xiangtian's spatial arrays, adapted for the specific topology of the hold zone's edge. The challenge. The containment array's resonance interferes with standard spatial defense architecture. He paused. I have been working on a modified design that accounts for the interference. It is not complete, but it is feasible. Estimate the preparation time. 3 weeks for full implementation. 1 week for partial implementation sufficient to raise the attack threshold to 5 domain holder practitioners. He looked at Wei. 1 week, prioritized. 1 week, Wei said. Prioritized. He went to coordinate with Rou Xiangtian, who had been running the anchor point defense protocols with the methodical efficiency she brought to every technical challenge, and who received the new assignment with the expression of someone who was already thinking about the design problem before he finished explaining it. The interference pattern, she said. The containment array runs at a specific resonance frequency that's close to the spatial array's fundamental architecture. Not identical, close. Can you work around it? She was quiet for a moment. I can work with it. If the interference is predictable, the spatial array can be designed to use the interference as a structural element rather than fighting it. Different from standard spatial architecture, but more robust in this specific environment. She looked at him. Give me 3 days to design it. Then I will tell you how long implementation takes. 3 days, he said. She was already writing. Wei found Yu Fengling in the clinic she had established in the real world, adjacent to the anchor point's physical location. She had moved her practice to this location 6 weeks after the integration, for reasons she had described as proximity to the primary monitoring subject. The still voices offer, he said. Yes, she said. She was preparing compound formulations with a methodical focus that meant she was thinking about more than the compound. Did I make the right decision? He said. She set down the preparation instrument and looked at him. That is not how I have been thinking about it, she said. How have you been thinking about it? I have been thinking about whether you made the decision from a complete picture or from a tired one. She looked at him steadily. The distinction matters. The correct decision made from exhaustion is less stable than the correct decision made from clarity. It can be unmade the next time the exhaustion is different. Wei thought about this. The offer reached the part of me that is tired, he said. 3 seconds worth. Then I thought about the 32 people. Yes, she said. I know. I was watching. She paused. The part that is tired is a real part, not something to deny or defeat. It exists because you have been carrying something difficult for a long time. She looked at him with the clinical precision that was also, in its own way, a form of care. The question is whether you are tending to it. I transferred the governance authority, he said. That addresses the weight, she said. Not the tiredness. Those are different. She thought for a moment. What do you do when you are not managing something? Wei considered this. Walk, he said. Through the revived districts. Through the hold zone's boundary. Sometimes through the basin. Alone. Mostly. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to say the next thing. Come tomorrow morning, she said. We will walk through the artisan district. Not for a cultivation purpose or a governance purpose. Because Asha planted something in the east quarter garden that I have been meaning to look at. And because the weather inside the dimension in the morning has a quality I have not found anywhere else. That is an offer, he said. Yes, she said. I accept, he said. He went back through the anchor. And he walked through the revived artisan district that evening. Not managing anything, and noted the ghost impressions that were almost not ghost impressions anymore. People who were so nearly present that their faces were fully visible in the ley line light, who moved through the neighborhood with the easy familiarity of people who had come home. 3,000 years of absence, and they moved like they had never left. He thought that was worth the 32 currencies the still voice had asked for. And more. Chapter 109. The external collapse attempt. The first attack on the western quadrant's hold zone boundary came on a Wednesday evening, while Rou Xiangtian was still designing the adaptive spatial array. 3 domain holder rank practitioners, coordinated, targeting the containment array's anchor points in the hold zone. The attack was clean and professional. No consumption array, no archive specialist framework, just pure cultivation force applied to the specific structural points that Ashen's assessment had identified as the hold zone's vulnerability. They had studied the assessment. Not Ashen's specific documentation, they did not have access to that. But they had done their own survey work, which had reached the same technical conclusions. Wei felt the attack through the soul thread connection immediately. The containment array's anchor points registering the pressure, the heart sleeper's dormancy shifting slightly in response to the destabilization attempt, the held zone's suppression level dropping from its baseline by approximately 3% in the first minute. He was in the revived districts when the attack began and was running toward the anchor point within seconds. Solon filed an emergency injunction with the sovereign code simultaneously, not because the injunction would stop the attack, but because the legal record of the attack would matter for what came after. She had the filing ready. She had been ready for 2 weeks. Duan Qifeng's forces responded within 4 minutes, which was the time Wei had been told to expect and was, in practice, faster than he had hoped. 20 combat cultivators from Iron Basin sect, positioned as the defensive protocol specified, engaging the domain holder practitioners from 3 angles to disrupt the coordination that made the attack effective. The Cloud Temple's monks responded within 7 minutes. The Patriarch was in the dimension. He had been reviewing the library's records that day and came through the anchor point into the real world with the speed of someone who had been expecting this moment and had his cultivation prepared. He assessed the domain holder practitioners with the specific, efficient quality of someone who understood their level from the inside. He engaged the central practitioner directly. What happened over the next 40 minutes was a sustained defense that required coordination Wei had been building for months. The domain holder practitioners were skilled and committed and working from a plan that had studied the hold zone's vulnerability carefully. They adapted to the defense faster than Wei had hoped. The central practitioner's engagement with the Patriarch was a genuine challenge that occupied the Patriarch fully, which meant the other 2 had more operational freedom than the original plan had accounted for. The attack reduced the containment array's suppression level by 11% before the domain holder's coordination was disrupted enough to prevent further progress. The Heart Sleeper's dormancy status shifted from dormant held to dormant strained. Not awakening. Strained. Rose Xiangtian arrived at the hold zone boundary as the domain holders were withdrawing. The defense had not stopped them cleanly. They had retreated on their own assessment that continuing was no longer viable with the Patriarch and Duan's forces engaged. She arrived with the partial design for the adaptive spatial array and began implementing what she had. She worked for 6 straight hours. The interference pattern, she said, when Wei checked in at hour 4, is more useful than I expected. The containment array's resonance frequency has a specific harmonic that the spatial array can use as a structural anchor rather than fighting around. The design is not what I would build from scratch, but it is better than the standard design would be in this environment. How long for full implementation? 2 days for the anchor points closest to the hold zone boundary. 5 more for complete coverage of the boundary perimeter. She looked at him. The next attack, if it comes before 5 days, will find the boundary partially reinforced. They will come before 5 days, Wei said. Yes, she said. So I will work faster. She worked faster. Inside the dimension, Ashen ran revised calculations on the containment array's reduced suppression level. The Heart Sleeper's dormancy was stable, but had less margin than before. 2 more attacks of equivalent magnitude would push it to the level where the dormancy became actively unstable, where the containment array would be providing maintenance suppression rather than comfortable margin. Wei reported this to Echo in the evening governance meeting. Echo looked at the report. The containment array's degradation is a problem that has a solution. Liang Wuhuan can reinforce the bloodline resonance to partially compensate for the reduced suppression level. It will cost him approximately 1 year of aging per significant reinforcement session. You have discussed this with Liang. He brought it to me, she said. He wanted to know if the option existed. I told him it did. She paused. He said to tell you it was available. Wei thought about Liang Wuhuan, who had arrived in grief rage with a world key in his hand, and had become the person who had put the world key in the containment array and was now offering to pay an aging cost to maintain the suppression of the problem that the key was anchoring. Tell him I will not use it unless the attack escalates beyond what the defensive measures can handle, Wei said. Already told him, Echo said. He said that was the answer he expected. He also said to tell you the answer would be the same regardless of escalation level. Wei looked at the containment report for a long moment. Then let Ro finish the array, he said. And let us hope the timeline holds. Chapter 110. The unilateral decision, the second attack, came on day 4. Not domain holders, void-brushed rank cultivators. The patron network had escalated. Where the first attack had been surgical, 3 practitioners targeting specific structural points. The second attack was more broadly applied, a cultivation pressure field that attempted to saturate the entire hold zone boundary with enough force to overwhelm the partially implemented defensive array. It was a different problem. Rou Xiangtian's adaptive array handled the hold zone's anchor points at the boundary level. The pressure field was not trying to break the anchor points. It was trying to overwhelm the spaces between them, the coverage gaps in the partial implementation, the areas where the array's protective effect was thinner. Wei coordinated the real-world defense while managing the leyline response inside the dimension. The Patriarch's engagement with the void-brushed cultivators was different from the domain holder confrontation, less a direct engagement and more a territorial control exercise, where the Patriarch was preventing the void-brushed from establishing the stable positions they needed to sustain the pressure field effectively. Duan's forces were doing the same work in the outer perimeter. The Cloud Temple monks were disrupting the coordination between the attacking practitioners. Inside the dimension, Wei felt the containment array's suppression level dropping again, slower than the first attack, but steadily. The partial implementation was better than nothing. It was not sufficient. Liang Wuhuan arrived at the containment array's central anchor and placed his hands on the World Key's installation point. Not yet. Wei sent through the anchor. The suppression level is at 62%, Liang sent back. The threshold is 60%. The attack is being disrupted. Hold, 63%, 64%. The disruption was working. The attack lasted 22 minutes before the coordination broke down sufficiently for the void-brushed cultivators to conclude that continued application was not productive. They withdrew in better order than the first attack, more professional, more controlled, less information provided to Solin's documentation. The containment array was at 68% suppression when the attack ended. The margin was 4%. Wei went into the dimension immediately after the withdrawal and checked the containment array's status with Ashen and the Heart Sleeper's dormancy with the soul thread connection. The dormancy was strained, not at the active instability threshold, but close enough that another attack would push it past. He was running through the options with Ashen when the monitoring alert came through. The internal array system had registered an unauthorized activation. In the revived Artisan District's northwestern quadrant, one of the ancient Linghai defensive arrays, the kind that had been designed for the civilization's original spatial defense, not the standard cultivation combat techniques, had fired. The array's target, the location where 2 of the void-brushed cultivators had established their outermost coordination position, in the real world, adjacent to the dimensional boundary. The array's effect, spatial constriction that had injured both practitioners. Wei found echo in the council building's main chamber. "You activated the array," he said. "Yes," she said. "Without consulting me." "Yes," she said. Wei looked at her. The quality of the confrontation was different from the Heartsleeper discussion, less about information management and more about authority. She had acted in the real world, using the dimension's defensive architecture, without coordination with the external authority. "Tell me why," he said. "Because the practitioners were injured in the real world, they stopped coordinating effectively, and the attack ended 8 minutes earlier than it would have otherwise," she said. The containment array's suppression level recovered 4 additional percentage points because of those 8 minutes. She paused. The tactical decision was correct. The tactical decision was correct, Wei said. The process decision was not. "Yes," she said. "I am aware of that." She looked at him with the directness that was her consistent mode. "We agreed that major decisions affecting both domains require mutual agreement. External offensive actions require coordination. I acted unilaterally." She paused. "I acted unilaterally because the window for the decision was approximately 40 seconds, and coordinating with you would have cost the tactical advantage." Wei said, "If the window is 40 seconds, we need a protocol for that." Echo was quiet for a moment. This was not the response she had prepared for. She had prepared for either acceptance of her justification or disagreement with her reasoning. The protocol request was different. "What do you propose?" she said. "Predefined conditions under which you have unilateral defensive authority inside the dimension," he said. "Specifically, if the suppression level drops below 60% and the attack is actively ongoing and I am not reachable. Those 3 conditions together. Outside of those conditions, coordination is required." She considered this. The 60% threshold is specific. The actively ongoing condition requires judgment. The not reachable condition needs a definition of reachable. "Work through the specifics with me," he said. They spent 40 minutes working through the specifics. The result was a protocol that was stricter than Echo wanted and more permissive than Wei's instinct suggested, which meant it was probably approximately correct. She would have unilateral defensive authority in genuine emergency conditions with defined thresholds. Outside those conditions, coordination was required. They both signed it. The practitioners who were injured, Wei said, when they were done. They will recover, Echo said. The array is designed to incapacitate, not kill. It has a maximum force ceiling. She paused. It is a very old array. 3,000 years old. It worked correctly. Ashen designed it. No, she said. He was responsible for the weapon vault and the library. The defensive arrays in the revived districts were designed by someone who worked with Ashen but had a different specialty. She paused. She is in the library. She has not reconstituted yet. Wei thought about 3,000 years of Linghai's defensive architecture, waiting in the library's records, operated by systems that had maintained themselves through the collapse and the revival. The array performed correctly, he said. Yes, Echo said. Then we document it, update the protocol, and continue. He paused. We were at 68% suppression after the attack. With the array's contribution, where do we end? 71, Echo said. And Rou Xiangtian says the boundary reinforcement will be complete in 40 hours. Then we have 40 hours of partial coverage. Yes, she said. And the patron network has lost 2 void brush practitioners to injury. They may reconsider the escalation pace. They may, Wei said. I would not rely on that. No, she agreed. I would not either. He went back to monitoring the boundary. Outside, the world was alive and holding. It had held before. It was holding now. It would hold the next time. He thought about 40,000 people, and about the specific quality of 3,000 years of patience, and about the library of living records maintaining the living texture of a civilization that had decided it was worth keeping. He held the next attack in his awareness and waited for the moment when it would end and the world would still be there. Chapter 111. 50 days after the protocol had been in operation for 50 days without needing to be invoked. Wei Cangming noted this as a positive indicator of 2 things simultaneously. The patron network's pause between attacks, and Echo's operational discipline in the period when the protocol's conditions were not met. She had the authority. She had not used it. This was more informative than the protocol's absence would have been. The pause was not peace. The patron network's assets had withdrawn from the immediate operational zone, which Salin's monitoring confirmed, but the monitoring also indicated that those assets had not gone far. They were positioned at the edge of the regional zone, outside the sovereign code's direct observation radius, waiting. The containment array had been rebuilt to full specification after the second attack's degradation. Rou Xiangtian's adaptive spatial array covered the hold zone boundary completely. The suppression level was at 82%, above the founding architect's baseline requirement for the first time since the collapse. The community was at 117 citizens. 117 people who had been dead for 3,000 years, going about their lives in the revived artisan district, in the medical district, and the agricultural terrace that Echo's council had designated as the community's primary food production area. Asha's botanical expertise had been applied to the terrace's cultivation program, and the combination of 3,000-year-old agricultural knowledge and Linghai's authentic botanical specimens was producing yields that had Yufengling documenting with focused intensity every second day. The library's reconstitution rate had stabilized at approximately 3 to 5 new arrivals per week, enough to continue the community's growth steadily without the integration systems being overwhelmed. Echo had developed the integration process from a 6-step emergency protocol to a comprehensive orientation program, and new arrivals were typically stable and functional within 4 days. Wei Cangming attended the community meetings, asked questions, and deferred to the governance structure on decisions that fell within it. He noticed when he defaulted to managing rather than participating, and he corrected. He was, as he had told Echo he would be, slow to develop this habit, but moving in the correct direction. He was walking the northern perimeter of the revived zone one evening, the boundary where the revived areas gave way to the partially revived areas, which gave way to the still dead zones, when he felt the first indication of what would become Chapter 112's event. Not an attack, something internal, a pressure in the western quadrant. Not from outside, from below. Chapter 112. What the containment held the heart sleeper did not stir violently. It stirred the way geological formations changed, not with visible drama, but with the specific quality of something very large shifting its weight. Wei Cangming felt it through the soul thread connection at approximately 2 in the morning on a Tuesday, which was, he had noted, becoming the throne's preferred operational time window, when attention was diffused and response was slowest. This was not the throne. This was something older than the throne, and it did not choose its timing. It simply pressed, not against the containment array structure, not trying to break it. The heart sleeper, Ashen had explained, did not have the kind of directional intention that would produce a targeted attack. It pressed in the way a large body of water pressed against a dam, not aimed, just present and weighty and seeking, by the nature of pressure, any available path. The containment array held. The pulse that traveled through the ley lines when the pressure came was not violent. It was the specific quality of a very large thing asserting its presence, the deep veins vibrating at a frequency they were not designed to carry, the surface circuits registering the harmonic in ways that produced visible effects, the ley line light in the western quadrant flickering once, the botanical growth at the hold zone's boundary shivering. A temperature shift that Ashen registered on his instruments before Wei had finished processing what he was feeling. The community's sleep was disrupted briefly. 43 citizens reported waking with a sense of pressure that they could not identify, which they reported to Qian Rui's medical monitoring in the morning. No physical effects, just the pressure of something vast being present. Wei went to the containment array immediately. The array was intact. The suppression level had dropped from 82 to 79% during the pulse and had stabilized. The Heart Sleeper's vault registered on Ashen's instruments as having moved from dormant held to dormant active for approximately 7 seconds before settling back. 7 seconds. The containment array held, Wei said, when Ashen had completed his assessment. Yes, Ashen said. He was reviewing the pulse's frequency data with the specific focused attention of someone who had encountered something they needed to understand completely. The array held. However, the pulse indicates that the Heart Sleeper is closer to the dormancy threshold than the suppression level alone suggests. The 7-second activation window implies an internal pressure that is approaching the point where the dormancy cannot be fully maintained by the array's output. He paused. Not immediately. Not this week. But the trend line requires the community's collective cultivation mass to increase faster than the standard reconstitution rate is currently producing. How fast? Wei said. Approximately 100 additional practitioners in the next 6 months, actively practicing the coordinated suppression protocols, would stabilize the trend line. He looked at Wei. 100 practitioners who understand that their practice has a specific function. This requires Echo's counsel to communicate the Heart Sleeper's nature to the community in enough detail to explain the practice requirement. Wei thought about this. The community knew about the hold zone. They knew there was a reason for it. Echo had described it as a geological anomaly requiring careful management, without the specific detail of what the anomaly was. It is time to tell them more, Wei said. Echo agreed when he brought it to her. She organized the community meeting herself. The presentation was direct, more direct than Wei would have managed, because Echo's governance philosophy was that citizens required accurate information to make good decisions, and making decisions for them based on incomplete information was not governance, but paternalism. She told them what the Heart Sleeper was, what it required, what the collective practice could provide. 46 citizens asked to be included in the coordinated suppression practice immediately. The remaining 71 agreed over the following week. Ashen revised the trend line. With full community participation in the suppression protocols, the stabilization timeline was 12 weeks rather than 6 months. I should have told them sooner, Echo said, when Ashen delivered the revised calculation. Yes, Wei said. We discussed this at the time. The decision was made to introduce the information in stages. The staged introduction was cautious rather than considered, she said. When I am cautious rather than considered, I make the same kind of decision I criticized in you. She looked at him. I am noting it for my own records. I am noting that you noted it, Wei said. The pattern seems to apply to both of us approximately equally. Yes, she said. That is not entirely reassuring. No, he said, but it is honest. The Dusk Patriarch, who had been present during the morning's assessment, said, in the first world I processed, there was a formation similar to this. I felt it during the consumption. It pressed against the consumption process in a way I did not understand at the time. He was looking at Ashen's frequency data. The frequency profile is the same, not identical. This one is more coherent, more organized, as though it has been in contact with a civilization for a long time and absorbed something of the contact. He paused. In the first world, the consumption collapsed the formation's context and it pressed outward without the suppression. The void was very large and very old afterward. I have thought about it every time I have worked since. He looked at the suppression level indicator. You are holding it correctly. The civilization is the correct answer. I understood this wrong for 60 years. Wei stood at the containment array's monitoring station and thought about what it meant for a primordial entity that predated civilization to have been in contact with a civilization for 12,000 years, absorbing the contact's quality. What did it absorb, he said. Ashen said, unknown. But the frequency profile suggests it is more organized than a primitive primordial would be. less purely pressuring, more present, aware in a non-directed way. The Dead Empress's warning, Wei said. Never wake the heart sleeper. It cannot be reasoned with. The warning is about waking, Ashen said, not about contact. She did not say it could not be in contact. He was quiet for a moment. This may be worth understanding more carefully. After the immediate situation is stable. After, Wei agreed. After he was learning, where most of the interesting work lived. Chapter 113. The largest assault the Patron Network's pause ended on a morning 3 weeks after the heart sleeper pulse. What followed was not a continuation of the previous attack pattern. The previous attacks had been surgical, targeted, specific, designed to exploit the containment array's vulnerability before it was reinforced. What came this time was something different. 5 anchor points, simultaneously. All 5 of the dimensional boundary's primary anchors targeted at the same moment by cultivators of different ranks and different operational styles, in a coordinated attack that had clearly been planned with the specific purpose of dividing Wei Cangming's coordination capacity across too many simultaneous defensive requirements for any single person to manage adequately. Wei felt all 5 attacks through the soul thread connection the moment they began. The sensation was overwhelming in the specific way that overwhelming sensory input was overwhelming. Not painful, but demanding. 5 anchor points. 5 different threat signatures, each requiring a different kind of response. 5 different sovereign code jurisdictions overlapping as Solon filed simultaneous injunctions that created regulatory chaos around the attack's legality. He began coordinating. Duan Qifeng had the eastern anchor covered within 3 minutes. The Iron Basin Sect's forces had been stationed there specifically because the eastern anchor was historically the most frequently targeted. The Cloud Temple monks addressed the southern anchor with the methodical efficiency Wei had come to rely on. Rou Xiangtian's adaptive array covered the western boundary autonomously, requiring minimal active management. That left the northern and northwestern anchors as the underdefended points, the locations where the attack's coordination was heaviest and where the dimensional boundary pressure was building fastest. The Patriarch engaged the northwestern anchor's attackers directly. Wei moved to the northern anchor. The northern anchor was being suppressed by a combination of void-brushed and domain-holder cultivators working in a formation that Wei had not seen before, a collaborative domain technique, where 2 domain holders were sharing their domain space to create a combined suppression field that was significantly more effective than either domain individually. It was sophisticated. Whoever had designed it had a deep understanding of domain-level cultivation principles. Wei had been at law-touched rank for 3 months. The domain holder boundary was 2 ranks above his current position. He had the library's knowledge, 347 technique lineages, including the advanced work that law-touched and domain holder practitioners from Linghai's development period had produced. He had the soul thread integration, which gave him a quality of perception and control through the world's ley lines that no individual cultivator's domain ability could match. He used it, not to fight the domain holders directly. Their individual cultivation rank exceeded his. To disrupt the coordinate between their domains. The joint suppression field required continuous calibration to maintain the shared domain space. The calibration required both practitioners to maintain identical orientation toward the dimensional boundary's resonance frequency. Wei changed the frequency, not by force, by moving the ley lines. The dimensional boundary's resonance frequency was not fixed. It was the product of the world's spiritual architecture, and the soul thread integration meant Wei could adjust the architecture's expression without adjusting the architecture itself. A frequency shift of 3 degrees was enough to break the joint domain calibration. The 2 domain holders shared fields separated into 2 individual domains, which were individually manageable. The defense held. Barely. At the moment the northern anchor's pressure began to reduce, the domain holder's coordination broken, the attack force pulling back to reassess. Wei felt the change move through him like a wave through water, his own cultivation structure responding to the compound stress of simultaneous management across 5 anchor points, the soul thread integration amplifying the response, and the specific advancement pathway that the library had revealed to him 3 months ago completing its progression. Domain holder. The advancement happened in the middle of the battle, which was the worst possible timing and also, he thought afterward, appropriate. Domain abilities at the domain holder rank produced a unique effect. Wei Cangming's domain, generated by the soul thread integration rather than standard cultivation advancement, was not a bounded sphere of personal authority. It was the leyline network itself. His awareness extended through every revived vein simultaneously, and the domain's expression was the ability to perceive and influence anything within that network in real time. He did not fight the remaining attackers. He simply made the anchor points very difficult to approach. The battle ended in 43 minutes. All 5 anchors held. The domain advancement provided the margin. Solon filed 15 simultaneous violation notifications with 3 different sovereign code jurisdictional offices before the last attacker withdrew. Wei stood in the connection's extended awareness, a domain holder at the center of a world he was bound to, every revived vein present in his perception, and understood that the patron network had now committed its best available conventional resources to the attack, and failed. They had one option remaining. He sent a cipher to Echo. They will send the Ascendant now. Her response came immediately. Asterisk I know. Invite the still voice for a final meeting. Asterisk chapter 114. The last offer and the last warning. The still voice came alone, as she always came. She looked, when she entered the consultation room for the 3rd time, like someone who was carrying more than the conversation. Not physically tired. She was a cultivator of significant rank, and age did not produce in her the visible fatigue it produced in others. But something in the quality of her presence had changed from the first meeting and from the second. She sat. She looked at Wei Cangming across the table. We will send the Ascendant, she said. Not an offer. Not a threat. A statement of what was coming. I know, Wei said. The throne has assessed the situation carefully, she said. The patron network's attacks have provided substantial intelligence data. The domain advancement confirms the soul thread integration is complete. The library is confirmed accessible at the depth that you have confirmed. She paused. The throne understands that the weapon works. It has concluded, from the data, that the weapon's deployment requires the Ascendant's presence inside the dimension. Yes, Wei said. Then you understand that the Ascendant's approach to this situation will be carefully considered, she said. It is 3,000 years old. It does not do things carelessly. It has had 3 months to study everything the monitor recorded and everything the attack data provided. She paused. It has not reached a conclusion about whether to enter the dimension. It is still considering. What is it considering? Wei said. Whether the library is worth the risk of what the weapon can do. She looked at him. You know what the library contains. You know that the throne has wanted to understand what it contains since before Linghai was founded. The possibility of accessing that knowledge, at risk, but the risk is calculable, against the known outcome if the risk goes wrong. She paused. It is a genuine calculation. I am telling you this so you understand that the invitation is real. The throne will not enter without believing the library access is genuine. Wei looked at her steadily. The library access is genuine, he said. The weapon is also genuine. Yes, she said. I know. She was quiet for a moment. I want to tell you something that is not part of the official communication. He waited. In 400 years of serving the throne, she said, I have seen it do many things I did not agree with and could not prevent. I have made my peace with this by concluding that my service prevented worse outcomes, that without my guidance, the throne would have been less careful, would have caused more harm. She looked at him. I am less certain of this conclusion than I used to be. Wei looked at her. I am not defecting, she said. I am telling you that the 400 years have changed my assessment of my own position, and that what you have built here has contributed to that change. She paused. Whatever happens when the Ascendant comes, I will not be here for it. My service ends after this communication. She stood. Tell it, Wei said. That Linghai remembers what it was pursuing. She looked at him for a long moment. I will tell it, she said. I do not know what it will do with that. She left. The consultation room was quiet. Echo said, she is genuine. Yes, Wei said. That does not help us with what is coming. No, he said. But it is information. Inside the dimension, in the revived artisan district's Fountain Square, Wei felt through the soul thread connection what the advancement's expanded perception made visible. 100 ghost impressions becoming solid in a rush, over the course of 3 hours after the battle's adrenaline faded. Not all of them. Not a complete solidification, but more than at any previous event. The world's collective excitement, or the collective cultivation of the community during the defensive crisis, had provided the library with energy for a cascade of reconstitutions. 100 new citizens. The community exceeded 200. Echo's governance structures were overwhelmed within 6 hours. She handled it by doing what she did when things were overwhelmed. She identified the most urgent elements, assigned the least urgent to the self-managing protocols she had been building since her reconstitution, and asked Wei for the 3 specific things she actually needed from him rather than the 20 things she could theoretically request. He provided the 3 things. The community found its footing. Over 200 people, going about their lives in a reviving world, 3,000 years in the future from when they had lived those lives. Wei walked the district at midnight when the immediate management had settled, and watched the new arrivals discover what had become of their neighborhood. Some of them recognized the streets. The geometry was preserved. The stone was the original stone. the spatial relationships were intact. Some of them stood at the intersection of two familiar streets and understood, in the specific way that was not grief but was adjacent to it, that their world had continued without them. All of them, eventually, continued. This was the thing that the chief engineer had built the library to preserve. Not just the knowledge, not just the identity. The specific quality of human persistence. The way people, given a world to be in, found a way to be in it. Chapter 115. What he did when he did not have to channel. 2 weeks after the community exceeded 200 people, the world's revival percentage crossed 85. At 85%, Ocean's instruments recorded something that had been theoretically predicted and was, in practice, more significant than the prediction had captured. The world's independent spiritual energy generation reached a level sufficient to sustain its own advancement. The revival was no longer recovering. It was growing. The distinction was important. Recovery moved toward a previous state. Growth moved toward a future state. Linghai's deep veins, as they restored, were producing configurations that had not been present before the collapse. New circuits, new resonance patterns, new ley line architectures that the library's records suggested were appropriate for a civilization at this stage of development, but that had not existed in Linghai's pre-collapse state, because the collapse had interrupted a development process that was supposed to happen. The world was becoming something that it had been on its way to becoming 3,000 years ago and had not finished. Wei Cangming felt this as a change in the quality of the soul thread connection, not less connected, but differently connected. The relationship between him and the world had been, for a year, primarily the relationship of someone pouring energy into a recovery project. Now it was beginning to be the relationship of someone bound to something that was doing most of its own work. His channeling contribution to the revival was, Ocean confirmed, now approximately 3% of the world's total energy input. The other 97% came from the world's own generation, the community's collective practice, and the library's deep vein resonance. His aging cost was negligible. Yu Fengling, in her morning report, said, "Your physical indicators show 30 years of apparent age, consistent with the soul restoration and the compensatory healing's continued operation." She looked at her instruments. "You have been 22 for the past 6 months and are returning to 25 in the opposite direction from what happened." "I started at 22, he said. "You appear to be approximately 25 now," she said. "The soul thread integration appears to be stabilizing around an equilibrium." She paused. "Your apparent age will probably not change significantly as long as the world's core is actively supplying the compensatory healing." She looked at him. "You are going to look 25 for a very long time." "That seems manageable," he said. "It has some social implications," she said. "When I am 60 and you appear to be 25, people will draw incorrect conclusions about our relative positions." Wei looked at her. "Is that a problem?" he said. "It depends on what we are relative to each other when I am 60, she said, with the clinical precision she applied to pharmaceutical compound dosing. Wei thought about the conversation they had not quite finished since she had suggested they discuss indefinite timescales and standard lifespans. He thought about the morning walks they had been taking through the artisan district for 3 weeks, which had not been for cultivation purposes. "I would like," he said carefully, "to find out." "So would I," she said, in the same careful tone. They looked at each other for a moment. Then she went back to her instruments and he went to find Core, because there was work to be done, and the work was its own kind of answer to certain questions. Core was in the library vault, which was where he spent most of his time, not studying his master's records, which he had memorized completely, but extending them. The chief engineer had built the weapon and the library and the vault's circulatory system and the suppression architecture. He had not had time, in the years before the collapse, to finish everything he had started. Core had taken on the completion as his own project. He was working on a cultivation architecture problem when Wei arrived. A specific resonance configuration that would, he explained, stabilize the intersection between the library's energy output and the main ley line network's primary circuit. Not urgent, not emergency. Theoretical work that would produce practical benefits in 3 to 5 years. Wei sat across from Core and watched him work. "What do you do?" Core said, without looking up. "When you do not have to channel." Wei thought about this. It was Yu Fengling's question from weeks ago. He had not fully answered it then. "I walk," he said. "I attend governance meetings. I manage the external relationships. I think about what comes next." He paused. "I do not know yet what I do with the parts that are not those things." "My master," Core said, "spent every available hour on what was not urgent. The urgent things were assigned to whoever was most qualified to handle them. He reserved himself for the things that no one else would think of." He looked up. He said the most important work always looked like it could wait. He paused. "He spent 40 years on the weapon vault." He spent 30 years on the library in parallel. He spent 10 years on the circulatory system. None of it looked urgent until it was the thing that made everything else possible. Wei said, "You think there are things I should be working on that I am not working on?" "I think," Kor said, "that you have spent a year managing urgent problems and have been very good at it. And I think you are now at the point where the urgent problems are handled by other people adequately, and you have not yet discovered what you do with the capacity that creates." He looked at Wei with the direct assessment he had always carried, the engineer's apprentice who had woken with complete understanding of what needed to be done. What does Linghai need in 20 years that no one is currently building? Wei sat with this question for a long time. He was still sitting with it when Kor said, without looking up from his work, "There is something in the library's deep archive that I have been trying to access for 3 weeks. A notation in the chief engineer's personal records. I have been waiting for the right moment to show it to you." "Show me now," Wei said. Kor accessed the notation. It appeared in Wei's library awareness as a small file, different from the structured records around it, shorter, in a more personal script style, with a specific character at the beginning that indicated it was addressed to someone. The address was not a name. It was a description. "The one who finds us," Kor read, which is the same language as the Vault Blueprints label. "Read it," Wei said. Kor read it. "*We did not know your name. But we knew your type. The person who would revive what others left for dead because they could not bear for it to stay dead. We built this for you. The weapon is not the point. The living world is the point. If you are reading this, you already understand that. Give our people a good home. They deserved better than the one we gave them. We tried. We left you what we could. The rest is yours to build." Wei Cangming sat in the Library of Living Records, the most complete archive of a civilization that had decided it was worth keeping, maintained by a man who had spent 40 years believing someone would come, and read the note 3 times. He gave it to Empress Echo. She read it and sat with it for a long time. When she finally set it down, she did not say anything. But she looked at Wei Cangming with an expression that was not the assessment look, and was not the governance look, and was not any of the professional modes she moved through with such precision. It was the look of someone who had led her civilization to its end, believing in the plan, and was now standing in the proof that the plan had worked. Wei said, "What do you want to build?" Echo looked at the library around them, the living texture of 40,000 people's ways of thinking and deciding and being in the world, preserved with patient love for whoever came after. "Everything," she said. "Then let us begin," he said. Outside, in the revived artisan district, Asha was in her garden in the morning light, tending plants that had come back before she had. Above the basin floor, the fountain square was busy with people who were learning what it was like to be alive again after a very long time. In the hold zone's boundary, the world's containment maintained its steady pressure against the primordial that had been there before the civilization and would be there until the civilization grew large enough to manage it differently. In all directions, Linghai was becoming what it had been on its way to becoming when the collapse interrupted the process 3,000 years ago, and the undying throne was still deciding whether to come. Chapter 116. The note was a single sheet of compressed material that Kor could not identify. Not paper, not stone, not metal. It had the give of old silk and the permanence of granite, and it had been folded precisely 4 times inside a sealed drawer in the chief engineer's private archive, inside the library vault, inside the deep ocean basin, inside the dead world that was no longer entirely dead. Wei Cangming had read it twice already. He read it a 3rd time now, standing in the vault's antechamber with the faint hum of revived ley lines running through the walls and the sound of Linghai citizens going about their afternoon somewhere above him. "We did not know your name. But we knew your type. The person who would revive what others left for dead because they could not bear for it to stay dead. We built this for you. The weapon is not the point. The living world is the point. If you are reading this, you already understand that. Give our people a good home. They deserved better than the one we gave them." There was no signature. There was a date, in Linghai's old calendar system. He had to ask Ashin to translate it. 3,412 years ago, measured against the present era's count. 11 years before the collapse. The chief engineer had folded this note when he knew the vote would pass. He found Empress Echo in the governance hall, reviewing population census records with 2 of the Wakeable. She looked up when he entered. He set the note on the table without explanation. She read it. He watched her read it. Her expression did not change while she was reading, which he had learned meant she was feeling something she did not wish to display. When she finished, she set it down with the same deliberate care he had used and was quiet for long enough that the 2 census workers exchanged uncertain glances and excused themselves. "He wrote this 11 years before the end," Wei said. "I know," Echo said. "I recognize his handwriting. He was my chief engineer for 19 years. She touched the edge of the note without picking it up again. He never told me he wrote this. I did not know this existed. Would you have wanted to know? She considered that seriously. Perhaps not. At the time, I needed him to believe in the work, not in the end. She was quiet again. Then, he believed in both. Wei sat down across from her. The census records were spread between them. Names, ages, assigned roles, reported conditions. 112 names by his last count. More arriving each week. He was right, Wei said. About which part? All of it. He looked at the names on the census pages. The weapon was never the point. Echo picked up the note again and folded it back along its original creases. For precise folds, the same as it had been stored. She set it between them on the table. I would like to keep this, she said. It was not quite a request, not quite a statement. Something between, which was how she made most of her important communications. It was written to me, Wei said. Yes, she said. And you've read it 3 times and already know what it says. I am the one who needs to carry it. He considered arguing. He did not. It's yours. She put it in the inner pocket of her governance robe. Then she looked at him directly, the way she did when she had information she was about to deliver without softening it. Solin's monitoring network picked up a resonance signature 12 hours ago, moving in our direction. She estimates 30 days to arrival. The undying throne's ascendant. Not a delegation. Not a still voice offering negotiations. The thing itself. How certain is the estimate? 80%. The signature is moving at a consistent pace with no apparent evasion. It is not trying to hide. She paused. It knows we know it is coming. It does not consider this a problem. Wei thought about what it would mean to be something so old and so powerful that an enemy knowing your location in advance registered as irrelevant. He thought about 12 dead worlds. He thought about the chief engineer folding a note 11 years before the end. 30 days, he said. 30 days, she confirmed. He stood. She stood. They looked at each other across the census records and the folded note and the quiet hum of a world that had decided to live. We have work to do, he said. We have work to do, she agreed. Outside the governance hall, through the windows that Linghai's artisans had rebuilt from the vault blueprint specifications, the afternoon sky above the revived districts had turned the particular shade of gold that the memory stones associated with autumn in the old calendar. Wei Cangming watched it for 3 seconds. Then he went to find Core. Chapter 117, The Vault's Weapon Chamber, had a quality of patience that Wei had not noticed in the first weeks of his integration. Now, permanently connected to the ley lines that ran through its walls, he could feel the chamber the way he felt his own heartbeat. Present, constant, unremarkable until it wasn't. He sat across from Core on the chamber floor with the chief engineer's schematics spread between them and tried to understand the thing they were going to use. Second stage calibration, Core said, pointing to a sequence of activation nodes on the schematic. He was 23 years old in face and bearing, and 3,000 years old in the knowledge his master had pressed into him before the collapse. The combination was sometimes disorienting. My master's notes describe this as the difference between a stone thrown and a stone aimed. The first stage activates the weapon. The second stage ensures it kills the specific thing you intend rather than everything in range. How specific does the targeting need to be? It needs the Ascendant's resonance signature. A few seconds of presence inside the dimension is sufficient to extract it. The ley lines will record it automatically once the integration between you and the world is active. Core tapped a notation in the margin of the schematic. There is one constraint. The weapon fires along the ley line network. Every ley line, simultaneously. The pulse will pass through every revived district. Wei had already anticipated this. Effect on citizens? Disorienting. Some temporary spiritual disruption. Comparable to being near a strong thunder strike. Core hesitated. Citizens who are only partially reconstituted, the impressions that haven't fully solidified, may experience more significant disruption. Possible setback to their reconstitution timeline. How significant? Unknown. There are no prior operational records. Core looked at the schematic rather than at Wei. My master built the weapon in extremis. He designed it to work, not to be clean. Wei absorbed this. We evacuate the most fragile impressions to the deep vaults before firing. Echo will know who they are. Yes, Core said. That is the right approach. They worked through the activation sequence 3 more times. Wei could follow it now with his eyes closed. The integration with the vault meant he had been absorbing the weapon's architecture for 3 months, the way he had absorbed the memory stones in the early days. Not quickly, not without cost, but thoroughly. On the second day, Shun Baoli found them. He stood in the vault entrance and watched the calibration session in silence until Wei looked up and acknowledged him. Then, I understand what you're planning. I assumed you would. The library vault, Shun said. You're going to invite it in. We're going to offer access to the library in exchange for permanent cessation of the throne's campaign against Linghai, Wei said. Make the invitation verifiably authentic. It will not be able to resist examining what is in there. It destroyed Linghai, Shin said. His voice had taken on a flatness that Wei had come to recognize as the register preceding genuine anger. Its patron funded the harvesters who drove us to the vote. It killed, he stopped. Started again. You are going to invite it into the home we just rebuilt and let it walk through our streets and look at our people. For as long as it takes to get the resonant signature, Wei said. And then I fire the weapon. And if it brings cultivators with it? If it brings the still voice or the harvesters, and they remain outside while it enters? Then we fight them the same way we have fought every other assault. Salin, Duan, the Patriarch's unit, Cloud Temple, row at the anchors. Wei set down the schematic. Shun, what would you do differently? The silence that followed was the kind Wei had learned not to fill. Shin Baoli had been a general of a civilization. He had led armies. He had helped enforce the vote that ended the world he served, because he believed there was no better option. He was not a man who said I don't know lightly. He said nothing, which was the same thing. I hear you, Wei said quietly. I hate it too. But the weapon only works if the thing we need to kill comes inside. Shin turned and left the vault chamber without responding. Wei watched the space where he had been standing. He will be in position when the time comes, Kor said, not looking up from the schematics. He always is. Wei picked up the schematic again. I know. That evening, Yu Fengling sat with him in the revived district's garden quarter. Linghai's herbalists had been the first community to fully organize, and the result was something between a medical facility and a park, with plants that existed nowhere else in the known world growing in neat rows alongside species he could name from any cultivation merchant's catalog. She checked his vitals with the same routine precision she had used for 2 years. Her notes were shorter now. There was less to monitor. The sulfred repair is holding, she said. At current rates, full recovery in 8 months. Good. She put away her instruments. Did not leave. He waited. If it goes wrong, she said, then Linghai will still be here, he said. Echo has the governance structures. Salin has the legal filings. The Patriarch has chosen his side. He looked at the unfamiliar plants growing in perfect rows in the starlight. If it goes wrong, it doesn't all go wrong. She thought about this for a while. That's a very cold answer. It's the true one. She nodded once, which he had come to understand meant I accept this even though I don't like it. They sat in the garden until the watch bell sounded, and then she went back to her practice, and he went back to the vault schematics, and the 30 days became 29. Chapter 118 Prefect Salin drafted the formal invitation. It was her idea, or rather, it was her professional assessment that an invitation drafted by someone with sovereign code authority carried more legal weight than anything Wei Cangming could send, and that the Undying Throne's ascendant, despite being old enough to have outlasted civilizations, operated within a framework of cosmic law that gave formal documentation a meaning humans ascribed to oaths. They take legality seriously, Salin said, reviewing her draft at the council table. Not because they are bound by it, because it records their behavior for entities that might eventually have power over them. Ascendants have long memories. They prefer a record that reflects favorably on their reasoning. You're saying it wants documentation of having received an invitation, Wei said. I'm saying if it enters under documented invitation and the weapon fires, the cosmic record will reflect that it entered freely. She paused, which is why it will examine the invitation very carefully before accepting. The terms were specific. Access to the Library of Living Records Vault for 3 hours. Unrestricted examination, with full knowledge that the library's contents would not be copied or removed. In exchange, the Undying Throne's permanent, documented cessation of all actions against Linghai and its steward, certified under the same cosmic framework. The invitation included a summary description of the library's scope, specifically, that it contained 3,400 years of cultivation methodology from a civilization whose entire knowledge base had been otherwise inaccessible since the collapse. The bait is real, Wei said. That's important. The bait is genuinely worth having, Salin agreed. That's what makes this work. We are not fabricating an offer. We are offering something valuable in exchange for something it cannot keep anyway. She looked at him steadily. You understand that it knows this is a trap. Yes. And you are counting on the fact that it doesn't believe the trap will work. I'm counting on 3,000 years of impunity, Wei said. It has never encountered a weapon that could threaten it before. It will tell itself the same thing it has always told itself, that the danger is manageable. Salin folded the invitation into its courier envelope. The Dusk Patriarch reviewed the weapon schematics and confirmed the theoretical basis is sound. I asked him directly. He said, sound theory is not the same as a tested weapon. She set the envelope on the table. Which brings me to my question. Have you discussed this with Kor? He had. The conversation had lasted 4 hours and ended with Kor saying, with the particular careful precision of someone who had been trained by an engineer, I am certain of the theory. I am certain of the activation sequence. I am certain of the second stage calibration. The weapon was designed by the finest engineer Linghai produced. I cannot be certain it will work because I cannot test it, but I would not expect it to fail. He had paused, then added, my master did not build things that failed. Wei relayed this to Solon. She absorbed it without visible reaction. Then she sent the invitation. The response came in 11 hours. One line. In the formal high register language used for covenant communications between entities of significant standing. * we accept. We will arrive as indicated. We enter freely and without coercion. * Empress Echo read the response over Wei's shoulder. She was quiet for a moment. Then, are you certain the weapon will fire correctly the first time, with no testing? No, Wei said. That is the honest answer. She looked at the courier message for a while longer. The chief engineer designed it believing he would never see it activated. He designed it to be activated by someone who came after, someone who had more time and more context. She looked at Wei. You are that person. You have had 3 months of full integration with the vault. More than he ever anticipated. That's not certainty. No, she agreed. It is the best available foundation. She stepped back from the table. I will begin organizing the evacuation of vulnerable impressions to the deep vaults. Give me the list of parameters from Core. He gave her the list. She took it and left, already composing the instructions she would deliver to Qianrui before she reached the door. Wei watched her go, then turned back to the acceptance message. We enter freely and without coercion. He thought about the chief engineer folding a note 11 years before the end. He thought about 12 dead worlds. He thought about Linghai's evening sky, the particular shade it turned in autumn. 19 days. Chapter 119. The preparations took 3 forms, and they ran simultaneously. The first was the evacuation. Qianrui organized it with the same methodical focus she applied to everything medical. The most fragile impressions first, the partially reconstituted, the ones whose resonance signatures had not yet stabilized into full citizenship. She moved them to the deep vault system below the ocean basin, as far from the ley line network as possible while still remaining inside the dimension. She was gentle about it, and honest. She told them what was coming, what the risk was, why they were being moved. Most of them had been in Linghai when the vote was cast. They understood the calculus of accepting danger for the possibility of safety. The second was the defensive positioning. Rou Xiangtian, now reliable enough at the anchor points that Ashen called her architecturally integrated, stationed herself at the primary external anchor with a reconfigured spatial array that Ashen had been refining for 2 weeks specifically for this purpose. Its function, allow one entity to enter, hold everything else outside. A turnstile rather than a gate, operated by someone who had become very good at telling the difference between one thing and everything else. She had asked Wei, privately, whether she was certain she could make that distinction for something as old as an ascendant. He had said, you have better intuition for spatial boundaries than anyone I've worked with. If you can't hold it, no one can. She had nodded in the way that meant, that doesn't actually answer my question, but I understand you're telling me the truth. Prefect Solon positioned sovereign code enforcement at the perimeter, not to fight, but to witness. The cosmic record of what happened required witnesses, and she intended to provide them with unimpeachable ones. Duan Chifeng's Iron Basin sect forces held the secondary anchors. The Cloud Temple's combat monks formed a perimeter that Solon had described as ceremonial defensive infrastructure in her briefings, which was diplomatic language for a line that would die in place if it came to it. The Dusk Patriarch arrived the morning before the Ascendant was expected and went directly to the weapon vault. He spent 4 hours inside, alone, doing something that Wei chose not to ask about. When he came out, he positioned himself in the antechamber and did not leave. The third form of preparation was the people inside. 219 Linghai citizens. Empress Echo had briefed them all, not the details of the weapon's mechanics, but the shape of what was coming, what was being attempted, what success would mean. The question and answer session had lasted 6 hours. The final question, asked by an elderly woman who had been one of the original Vote to Die advocates, was this. Are we worth the risk? Echo had started to answer. The woman waved her off. I'm asking him, she said, and looked at Wei. He had not expected the question. He thought about it for 3 full seconds, which was long enough that the room grew very still. I don't think that's the right question, he said finally. The question isn't whether you're worth the risk. The question is whether it's right to stop. He looked at the room, at the faces that had been reconstructing themselves one by one over 2 years, at the people who had voted to die and the people who had grieved their ancestors' deaths, and the young woman Asha, who had woken first and stood in the back of the room looking at her own hands again the same way she always did when she was in crowds. And I think stopping would be wrong. So we don't stop. Yu Fengling, standing beside him, said nothing. But she found his hand briefly and then let go. That night, Wei Cangming sat in the vault chamber alone with the weapons hum and felt the entire dimension through his integration. Every ley line, every growing thing, every sleeping and waking citizen, every breath of wind across the revived districts. He was the world's awareness of itself, which was still a strange thing to be 3 months after integration. He stayed there until dawn. Then he went to his position. Chapter 120. The Ascendant arrived at the western anchor point at the 9th hour of the morning, precisely when it had been invited. Wei Cangming felt it arrive through the ley lines before he saw it, a pressure at the edge of the world's awareness, like a hand pressing gently against a membrane to test its gift. He had expected something overwhelming. What he felt instead was something enormous and measured, the way a master craftsman handles a piece of work they are examining rather than claiming. Curiosity, not hunger. Not yet. Rose Xiangtian held the anchor turnstile. He felt her feel it too. The array's sensitivity extended to his awareness now. One through, nothing else. The anchor registered the crossing. The Ascendant manifested in the first revived district. It took a form. Wei was not sure it was its real form, or whether the concept of a real form applied. That was human in outline, but wrong in the specific way that made every ley line around it pulse slightly inward, like water toward a drain. Ancient. Patient. Looking at the grass growing on ancient stones with an expression that might have been recognition. For seconds. That was what Core had estimated. For seconds of full manifestation for the ley lines to record the resonance signature completely. Wei was in the vault chamber. He kept his breathing even. 1 second. The grass pressed flat in a circle around it. 50 meters. 100. 2 seconds. 3 of the citizen impressions who had not been fully evacuated flickered. Not gone, just shuddering, like candle flames in a draft. 3 seconds. It turned its head, looking toward the library vault. It had felt the archive. That was what they had counted on. For seconds, Wei fired the weapon. The pulse moved at the speed that ley line networks move, which is to say, faster than anything that has a body experiences as speed. It was everywhere in Linghai simultaneously, a resonance calibrated to the signature extracted from those 4 seconds, broadcasting from every living vein in the world at once. He felt it pass through him like a sound heard through the chest rather than the ears. He felt it pass through every district, every building, every route network and water table and cultivated field. He heard, through the ley line connection, every Linghai citizen feel it. A shudder running through the world. Brief. Complete. The Ascendant unraveled. That was the only word for it. Not destroyed in a conventional sense. Not broken apart into pieces that fell. It came apart from the inside. The resonance pulse matching and inverting its cultivation pattern at every point simultaneously, and it was simply no longer coherent. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds after the pulse. Then it was not. The aftermath arrived immediately. The pulse had torn through 4 revived districts at its full intensity. Wei felt the damage like bruises, like places in his body that had been struck. Buildings cracked. 3 streets worth of restored stonework fractured along the ley line pathways. 16 citizens who had been within close proximity to the ley lines were down. Not dead. Qian Ruoi's voice came through the anchor link almost immediately. Not dead. Injured. Spiritual disruption. She had them. The 6 most fragile impressions had been knocked back by an estimated 3 weeks in their reconstitution progress. Wei sat in the vault chamber and breathed and let the damage assessment move through him. He had known there would be damage. He had known it would not be clean. The chief engineer had said so, in the margins of the schematic, in small careful handwriting 3,000 years old. A weapon is not a surgeon's knife. He felt the ley lines stabilizing, felt the world catching its breath. Then, slowly, he felt something else. Outside the vault chamber, at the surface of the first revived district, 200 Linghai citizens had gathered. He did not know when they had moved there. Echo must have organized it, or they had moved independently, the same instinct in 200 people at once. He felt them through the integration the way he felt weather systems and water tables, except with the specific quality that only living human beings have when they are feeling something together. He climbed out of the vault. He walked up through the ocean basin's access tunnels, through the library vault, through the ascending passages to the surface. The citizens were standing in the district's central square, where the chief engineer had designed a plaza that the vault blueprints called simply the gathering place. 200 people. The sky above them was that autumn gold that the memory stones associated with celebration. Empress Echo stood at the front of the crowd. She was not looking at Wei. She was facing the plaza, facing the buildings and the streets and the sky above her rebuilt world. Her expression was the one she never let anyone see, the one that had been behind every efficient governance decision and every careful negotiation and every challenge she had pressed toward him because she needed to know he would hold. She bowed, not to Wei, not to the direction of the vault or the weapon or any of the architecture of the defense they had assembled. She bowed to her world, the way you bow to something you are grateful to exist alongside. 200 citizens, watching her, bowed with her. Wei Cangming stood at the edge of the gathering place and watched this happen. Yu Fengling appeared beside him. She had come from the medical triage on the eastern side of the district. Her hands still carried the kit she used for emergency assessment. She stood beside him and looked at what he was looking at and did not say anything. He did not say anything either. After the bow, Echo turned. She met his eyes across the gathering. The expression was gone. She was Echo again, the one who ran things, the one who challenged him and was right about it, and would be right about the next thing too. But he had seen it. He kept it. She crossed the plaza toward him. Around them, the Linghai citizens were beginning to move, toward the damaged streets, toward the triage area, toward each other. 200 people who had voted to die and been waited for and brought back, beginning to go about the work of living in a world that had decided to survive. The damage assessment, she said. 16 injured. Manageable. Qian Rui has them. 6 impressions set back 3 weeks. I know about the 6. I have people with them. She paused. The weapon chamber? Intact. The vault is intact. She nodded. Then, the throne will know. They will feel the ascendant's dissolution. Yes. What do you expect they will do? He thought about it. Grieve if they can. Adjust if they must. The ascendant was not replaceable. That's why they held it back for so long. He looked at the damaged stonework in the nearest street, at 2 citizens already beginning to assess which cracks could be mortared and which required full replacement. They have no more pieces to move. The legal strategy failed. The external collapse failed. The ascendant is gone. He watched the citizens work. I think they will let us be. Echo looked at him with the expression that meant she was evaluating not just what he said, but why he was saying it with that particular certainty. You think, she said. I think, he agreed. She accepted this with a short nod. The kind that meant we will watch and see and prepare either way. Yu Fengling, still beside him, said quietly. How long until you know for certain? A year, he said. Maybe 2. A year, she repeated. He looked at her. She was looking at the gathering place, at the citizens moving through their afternoon in their rebuilt world, at the autumn sky that existed because something old and patient had decided long ago that if anyone came back, they would leave them what they needed to make it work. There is a lot to do in a year, she said. There is, Wei said. Around them, Linghai continued. Chapter 121. The continent took 3 months to process what had happened, which was faster than Wei Cangming expected. The undying throne did not announce its fracture. It simply stopped being coherent. The network of patrons and contracted relationships that had sustained it across 3 millennia had been held together primarily by the ascendant itself, its authority, its longevity, its ability to personally enforce the terms of 3,000 years of agreements. Without it, the remaining factions began the complicated business of determining who owed what to whom and whether any of it remained enforceable. The negotiations were neither quick nor clean. Prefect Solin monitored them with the detached professional interest of someone who had spent a career studying institutional collapse from the outside and found the real thing instructive. The Void Harvester's remaining organized units did not survive the throne's fracture intact. Most splintered into smaller groups, some dispersing entirely, some attempting to reconstitute under independent leadership, a few of the more principled ones simply stopping, setting down the work of being predators, and trying to figure out what else they knew how to do. The Dusk Patriarch brought Wei the full accounting with a specificity that suggested he had been tracking it closely. And yourself? Wei asked. I have requested sanctuary in Linghai, the Patriarch said, with the directness that Wei had come to understand was his particular form of humility. I have given my unit formal disbandment papers and my personal recommendation that they find work that does not require them to consume things. Whether they follow the recommendation is their concern. He paused. I am aware that Shun Baoli does not want me here. He doesn't, Wei agreed. Will you grant it anyway? Wei had already discussed it with Echo. The conversation had been brief and arrived at the same conclusion from 2 directions. The Patriarch had changed sides when it mattered, had stood in the vault chamber, and said what he said, in refusing sanctuary to someone who had done that would signal something Wei did not want to signal about what Linghai was becoming. Echo grants it, Wei said. You'll have to earn Shin Baoli's tolerance yourself. I won't ask him for it. The Patriarch nodded once. That seems correct. With the immediate threats resolved, With the legal status progressing through Solin's capable hands, with Echo running Linghai's internal affairs with the kind of organized competence that made Wei feel slightly unnecessary in the best possible way. With all of this, there arrived, for the first time in 2 years and some months, a morning in which Wei Cangming woke up and there was nothing that had to be done. He stayed in his quarters for 11 minutes trying to figure out what to do with this. Then he went outside. He walked through Linghai for 6 hours. No destination, no checklist, no monitoring equipment from you or briefings from Ocean or spatial array questions from Ro. He walked through the southeastern district where the botanical gardens had expanded into 3 connected city blocks. He walked through the artisan quarter where the memory stone techniques were producing objects that had no equivalent in the outside world, materials with qualities that Ocean described as thermodynamically unprecedented, and that everyone else described as beautiful. He walked through the administrative quarter where Echo's council was meeting about water resource allocation with the particular focused energy of people who had finally been given work they were qualified to do. He walked until he reached the edge of the northeastern district, where the streets became ruins, became cleared rubble, became the original uncollapsed ground of the dead world, the part that had been here when he arrived. He stopped. The spot where he had first channeled Qi into the cracked ley line was now the center of a crossroads. For streets met there. The ley line he had touched ran directly below the paving stones, and the intersection had been built over it deliberately. The vault blueprints had designated it as a junction point, a place where multiple lines of human movement would intersect above a place where the world's energy intersected below. There was a Linghai citizen sitting on the steps of the corner building, reading something. She was one of the spontaneous reconstitutions, not one of the 12 wakeable, not someone Wei had personally revived. She had simply come back because the world had enough energy to bring her back. She was perhaps 40 in appearance. She was reading with the focused absorption of someone who had been doing it for 3,000 years and had come back to find that all the books still worked. She did not look up when he stopped nearby. He stood at the crossroads and felt the ley line under his feet through the integration. The same one he had touched first, now running full and warm, nothing like the dry crack it had been. The world's pulse moved through it in cycles he had mapped so precisely he knew them the way he knew his own heartbeat. What does a dying world teach a dead man? He said quietly, to no one in particular. The woman on the steps looked up. Are you talking to me? No, he said. Habit. She considered him with the direct assessment that Linghai citizens seemed to share, the frank evaluation of someone who had voted to die for their world's sake and returned to find a stranger had decided it was worth coming back to. You're the steward, she said. Yes. She looked at him for a moment more. Then, with the economy of someone who had better things to do. Thank you. She looked back at her book. He stood at the crossroads for another few minutes. The afternoon light was the particular autumn gold that kept appearing in Linghai's sky. Something in the world's restored atmospheric patterns favored it. It fell on the paving stones and the woman reading and the 4 streets extending outward from the place where he had started this. He went home feeling something he could not immediately name. After some thought, he identified it as satisfaction. Not the completion of a task, just the fact of a thing continuing. Chapter 122. The 4 districts that the Ascendant's dissolution had torn through were healing. Not quickly. Linghai's spiritual energy worked at a pace that predated human impatience by 3,000 years. But steadily, visibly, in ways that Wei could track through his integration without checking in on it consciously. A street repaving here. A building's spiritual lattice reconsolidating there. The particular quality of the ley line energy shifting from disrupted to functional to smooth in the way that a bruise clears. He had seen enough damage and recovery over 2 years that he could estimate the timeline without Ocean's formal assessment. For months, maybe 3.5 if the community's collective cultivation practice kept accelerating. Empress Echo had managed the displacement of the affected citizens with the administrative precision that Wei had come to understand was not impersonal, but rather her particular expression of care. She managed logistics so that the people doing the actual emotional work of disruption did not also have to manage logistics. Qianrui ran the recovery work for the 16 injured citizens, and her reports were consistently positive. Spiritual disruption of the kind produced by the pulse was unpleasant and temporarily debilitating, but not lasting in healthy reconstituted adults. All 16 were improving. The 6 impressions set back in reconstitution had been the ones that woke in Wei a specific, unquiet feeling. He visited them in the weeks following, not as an official check, not with Qianrui's medical framework. Just visited. Sat nearby, while they did the quiet, continuous work of becoming more solid in the world. 3 of them were aware enough to register his presence. One of them, a young man whose outline had the faintly doubled quality of someone whose reconstitution was still calibrating, looked at Wei on his third visit with an expression Wei could not interpret. "You came back," the impression said. The voice had the echoing quality that partial reconstitution produced. "Yes," Wei said. "You do that," the impression said. Not accusingly, observationally. He sat with that for a day and then went back to work. The advancement came on a morning in the 4th week after the battle, which was not where he expected it. He was in the revived southeastern district, the botanical quarter, where Yu and Asha's herbalist community had expanded into what Ashin called a credible research institution, sitting in the small courtyard where the rarest of the restored plants were cultivated under careful array work. He was not meditating deliberately. He was sitting in the morning light with a bowl of tea that had gone cold, thinking about nothing in particular, and the advancement came up through the integration the way water comes up through limestone. Not dramatically, just inevitably, following the path that had been opening for weeks. Void brushed. The shift was not like the earlier advancements. Those had been crises, a sudden push past a threshold under duress, the world compressing cultivation into hours out of necessity. This was what advancement felt like without the emergency. A gradual enough change that he was not entirely certain it had happened until he checked his spiritual signature against the vault's integration point and found it had recalibrated. He looked different. That was the first thing you said when she examined him that afternoon. "How different?" he asked. She looked at him with the clinical assessment he had learned not to interpret as detachment. She was precise the way a surgeon is precise, which is a form of care with a different texture than most. "You look approximately 28, she said. "When I met you, you looked 41. Accounting for the aging we documented, your physical state before revival work began was approximately 35. She made a note. "The core healing has outpaced the accumulated damage. You are younger than when we met. By the calendar, I'm 39. By any measurable indicator, you are approximately 28. She put down her instruments. "You are also no longer aging on a human timescale. The soul thread integration with Linghai means the world's core is maintaining your cultivation state continuously. Linghai is effectively immortal as a spiritual geography. Barring catastrophic damage, it will persist indefinitely. You are now on the same timeline." He sat with this. "I will outlive everyone I knew before this started," he said. "Almost certainly," she agreed. She did not soften it. He would not have wanted her to. He thought about Xianxia, who ran the tea house with the same competence he had brought to every other endeavor and who was 53 now and moving more carefully in cold weather. He thought about Elder Duan, who had mobilized his sect's defenses and stood at anchor points in battles that had nothing to do with him and who would retire in the next decade and die in the decade after. He thought about the Linghai citizens, who were also tied to the world's timeline now, who would also persist, who had made, without knowing they were making it, the same trade he had. "It does not feel," he said slowly, "like something that happened to me. It feels like something that happened around me, and I didn't notice until it was done. That is how most permanent changes work," you said. She was already writing up the assessment report. Her handwriting was the same as it had always been. Precise, fast, the product of a person who had been making careful notes for a long time. He watched her write and thought about timescales and said nothing else. Chapter 123 The Sovereign Cultivation Code's formal classification of Linghai as a sovereign revival territory took 4 months and 11 days from filing to ratification. Prefect Solin attended every hearing. Wei Cangming attended 3 of them, when his presence was specifically required. The rest, Solin handled as his representative with a competence that made the phrase representative feel inadequate. She had spent years making the legal case, beginning before the legal structure existed to make it in, and she knew the argument at a depth that Wei suspected was permanent, the kind of knowledge that becomes part of a person's intellectual architecture rather than something they can set down. The 3 arbiters who had watched Shin Bali sit across a table from the Void Harvester's lawyer and answer questions in Old Linghai dialect were the same 3 who presided over the final ratification hearing. The eldest, the one who had passed Wei a note warning him about the patriarch's shift from legal to direct action, read the classification decision from a document that, for procedural reasons that Solin had explained to Wei twice without fully registering, had to be read aloud in its entirety before it became effective. The reading took 47 minutes. Wei stood for all of it. When it was finished, the arbiter set down the document and said, "Linghai is recognized as a sovereign revival territory under the cultivation code, with full political personhood, territorial integrity protections, and the right to diplomatic representation at the continental level." A pause. This is the first classification of its type. The code did not previously contain this category. The category was created for this case and will stand as precedent for any future cases that meet the established criteria. Wei thought about Magistrate Sarah's objection to the external revival program. We cannot choose what is dead and what is not in our own world. He thought about the fact that the classification they had just received would be the precedent any future revived civilization would cite. He hoped it would be needed. He was not entirely sure that was a good thing to hope for. The diplomatic arrangements followed from the classification in a sequence that Solon managed with the same organized competence she brought to everything. Magistrate Vex, who had processed the original filing, created the procedural precedent and managed to be at the center of the continent's most significant legal development in living memory while appearing to simply be doing his job correctly, was appointed as liaison arbiter between Ling Hai and the Sovereign Code Office. He accepted with the particular formal dignity of a bureaucrat who was privately delighted. Elder Duan Shifeng's Iron Basin sect received first-tier trading rights with Ling Hai as compensation for the anchor point defense. He received the offer with a formality that did not quite disguise his satisfaction. Wei met with him privately afterward, and they had the most relaxed conversation they had ever had, which was not relaxed but was at least honest, and ended with Duan saying, "I still do not entirely understand what you are." Wei said, "Neither do I." Duan nodded as though this were a reasonable answer and left. The Cloud Temple received access to Ling Hai's historical records for their theological research. Their representative, who had been managing the relationship between genuine religious interest and institutional caution for the entire duration of the engagement, received this information with a visible relief that he immediately tried to contain behind propriety. Wei let him contain it without comment. The Empire's representatives arrived to find that their exclusion from trading rights, a direct consequence of the anchor point attack that Rou Xiangtian had repelled in the 6th month of the engagement, had been formally codified in the classification agreement. They filed a complaint. Solon processed the complaint with absolute procedural precision. Every objection correctly received, correctly logged, correctly referred to the appropriate review body, correctly found to be without merit under the terms of the Sovereignty Protection Clause, correctly closed. The filing took 11 days. The closure took 2 hours. The Empire had no remaining legal avenue and knew it. Wei Cangming was in the southeastern district when Solon sent him the closure notice. He read it once, forwarded it to Echo, and went back to watching Asha's herbalist community argue over the correct classification system for a plant species that had not existed outside Ling Hai for 3,000 years and therefore had not been classified by anyone. They were arguing with the focused specificity of people who cared very much and knew exactly what they were talking about and had the time to care and know it. He thought, yes, this is what it was for. Chapter 124 Ling Hai's population crossed 500 reconstituted citizens on a Tuesday, which was a continental calendar designation that Ling Hai's internal calendar did not use, but that Wei still thought and out of habit. Empress Echo noted the milestone in a governance report, between a line about water allocation and a line about the artisan district's output capacity. With the same weight, she gave everything in governance reports, which was to say, precisely the correct weight, not more and not less. The number mattered. It also did not need ceremony. 500 people were alive again because a world had decided to keep them, and they were managing their own affairs under their own governance structure, and this was the point. The milestone acknowledged itself by continuing. Wei Cangming's formal role had completed its transformation over the 4 months since the ascendant. He was no longer Ling Hai's operator. The title still existed in the legal documentation. It was the foundation of the Sovereignty Protection Clause, but its practical meaning had shifted from the person who channels energy into this world to the world's external guardian and diplomatic representative. Echo ran the internal governance. He handled the outside. The outside had, it turned out, a great deal to handle. The continent had been watching the Ling Hai engagement for years and had drawn the obvious conclusion. Here was someone who had done something unprecedented, and unprecedented things were useful to know how to do. 3 requests for consultation had arrived in the first month alone. Wei referred 2 of them to Solon for legal assessment and declined the 3rd outright. A cultivation sect that wanted to know how to replicate the revival doctrine stewardship without having done any of the work the doctrine required. Solon reviewed his declination and said, "That is the correct answer, but the reasoning needs to be documented more formally." He let her document it. The library vault, now accessible to him through the integration at a level that had required the vault's full activation to unlock, had become his primary study focus. The scope of what was in there was still staggering to him even after 4 months of regular access. Cultivation paths he had never conceptualized, architectural theories that were 3,000 years ahead of anything the current era had produced, botanical research that you and Asha were mining with the combined enthusiasm of two people who had found the largest archive of their respective interests that had ever existed. He realized slowly, beginning again. His cultivation rank had advanced to void brushed. The library contained clear pathways for advancement beyond that. The techniques available to him through the integration made his current abilities feel like the opening pages of a text he was only now qualified to read. The rest of his indefinite timeline stretched out ahead of him. He thought about this with more equanimity than he expected. He had not been a person who thought much about the future before Linghai. The future had been abstract, something to manage, not something to inhabit. Now the future was specific. It contained 500 people's continued existence, the reconstruction of districts, the external revival projects beginning to take shape, the Heart Sleepers' containment, the library's research, the political relationships that Solon managed and that occasionally required his presence. It contained Yu's work and Ro's training and the patriarch sitting in the corner of the governance hall with the specific quality of someone doing penance that no one had assigned them. It was, he acknowledged, a great deal of future. Ro Xiangtian filed her application through the correct administrative channel, which was Echo's counsel rather than Wei directly. The application was for formal status as Linghai's first external apprentice, a citizen of the outside world studying under Linghai's masters, with all the structured obligations and rights that the designation implied. Echo reviewed the application for 2 days, which was longer than she usually took for administrative decisions. She came to Wei with the application and her preliminary approval together. I need your formal endorsement as her external sponsor, she said. The governance structure requires someone with standing in both the external world and Linghai to vouch for the arrangement. He read the application. It was Ro's handwriting, which he recognized from 2 years of spatial array diagrams and supply requisitions. Direct, clear, the handwriting of someone who had learned to write to communicate rather than to impress. She had listed her qualifications, her areas of study interest, and her reasons for the request. The reasons section was 1 sentence. I want to learn from the people who built this. He endorsed it. Echo approved it. Ro was formally designated Linghai's first external apprentice, with Ashin as her primary teacher and Shun Baoli as her combat instructor, over Shun Baoli's stated objection that he was not a teacher. Echo had responded to this objection with the patient attention she gave to objections she did not intend to accept, and Shun had eventually agreed. She'll be good, Wei said. She already is, Echo said. Chapter 125. It was Echo who raised the question of Yu Fengling first. She came to Wei not in the governance hall, and not with any documentation, which he had learned meant the conversation was one she intended to have before it became formal. She sat in the chair across from his work table in the library vault's outer room, and said, I want to ask you something that is not a governance question. All right, he said. What does Yu Fengling want from Linghai? She held up a hand before he could answer. Not from the work. Not from the research access. Not from the medical facilities or the botanical archive. What does she want? A pause. You have worked alongside her for 2 years. She has spent more time inside this dimension than outside it. She has relationships with reconstituted citizens. She is in practice as much a part of this place as anyone. Echo looked at him with the directness she used for everything. I have not formally offered her any status because I wanted to ask you first. And I am asking you because I realized I do not know the answer, and you should. Wei opened his mouth. Echo said, Do not tell me what you assume. Do not tell me what is convenient. Do you actually know what she wants? He closed his mouth. He sat with the question for a full minute. He thought about you monitoring his vitals in the early days when the aging had frightened him and he hadn't admitted it frightened him. He thought about her at the tournament, watching from the edge of the stands, taking notes he had never asked to see. He thought about her finding his hand briefly in the gathering place after the weapon fired and letting go. He thought about there is a lot to do in a year and the quality of the voice that said it. He thought about how little he had directly asked her about any of it. I don't know, he said. Then ask her, Echo said. You have been assuming she will follow wherever the work leads. That is not the same as knowing she wants to. They are not the same thing. She left. He sat with the work table and the library vault's quiet hum and the question that was, he acknowledged, one he should have asked long before now. He found you in her laboratory in the revived district, not the medical facility, but the smaller space she had set up specifically for the botanical research that had become its own project over the past months, separate from her medical role. She was examining a sample under magnification equipment that Linghai's artisans had produced to her specifications from the vault blueprints. The light in the laboratory was a warm amber from the ley line-powered lamps, and her face when she was focused on work was the same as it had always been. Total, unhurried attention. He waited until she looked up. Question, he said. All right. He thought about how to ask it correctly, and then decided that correctly was less important than honestly. Echo wants to formally offer you something. Status, designation, whatever the right word is. She asked me what you want from Linghai. I realized I've never asked you directly. He looked at her. So, what do you want? You set down her instruments. She looked at the sample, then at the wall, then at him. The pause was longer than he expected, which meant she was not giving the first answer but the true one. I want to stay, she said finally. Not because of the work. The work is important and I intend to do it, but that is not the reason. She met his eyes with the direct assessment that was her particular form of honesty. Is that enough? Yes, he said. She held the answer for a moment, testing its weight. Then, with the economy of someone who had expressed the relevant thing and did not need to elaborate. Good. She picked up her instruments. Tell Echo I would like to discuss the formal designation at her convenience. I have some questions about what it implies for my legal standing in the external world. I'll tell her. He turned to go. Wei, she said. He stopped. You should have asked earlier. Not accusingly. Observationally. The same register as always. I know, he said. 2 years is a long time to assume. It is, he agreed. She looked at him for a moment longer. Something in her expression that he had stopped being able to misread as detachment. Then she returned to her work, and the laboratory was quiet except for the amber hum of the ley line lamps and the sound of someone who had decided where they wanted to be, doing the work they had decided to do. He left and went to find Echo. Outside, in the revived streets of a world that had been dead and decided not to stay that way. The afternoon continued without him, the way the world had learned to do. Chapter 126. The formal arrangements for Yu Fengling's status in Linghai took 3 days of administrative work, 2 conversations with Echo about what permanent residency implied for someone who had not been born into a dead world citizenship structure, and 1 consultation with Solon about the external legal implications, which Solon resolved in 4 hours and presented as a clean summary document that answered questions Wei had not known needed asking. The practical result: Yu Fengling received permanent residency status in Linghai, a laboratory designated specifically for botanical and longevity research in the revived Southeastern District, and official designation as the territory's chief medical officer. The designation carried weight. It meant Qian Rui reported to her for administrative purposes, which Qian Rui accepted with the equanimity of someone who had already been consulting with you voluntarily for months and considered the formalization sensible. It meant you had standing in the governance structure's resource allocation decisions for anything medical. It did not involve a ceremony. They were both, as Wei had noted and you had confirmed, people who found ceremonies uncomfortable. The arrangement was complete when the documentation was signed and filed, and that was sufficient. Shin Baoli disagreed with this position. He expressed his disagreement not by arguing, but by doing. He organized something small, announced it to approximately 200 Linghai citizens through Echo's internal communication channels 3 days before it happened, and presented Wei with the schedule as a completed fact rather than a proposal. This is already done, Wei said, reading the schedule. Yes, Shin said. I could decline. You could, Shin agreed. Yu Fengling would also need to decline. And then 200 people who have been living in a world that has been under siege for months would not have the occasion. They apparently want to mark that they are not under siege anymore. He looked at Wei with the expression he used when he was making an argument and knew he was winning. The occasion is not for you. Wei looked at the schedule. You have organized a reception. A small one. It has 200 guests. For Linghai, that is small. Wei gave the schedule to you, who read it and looked at Shun Baoli with an expression that was not precisely gratitude, but contained something in that direction. You did this without asking, she said. Asking would have given you the option to say no, Shin said. I determined that option would not serve you. The reception was attended by, in addition to the 200 Linghai citizens, Elder Duan Qifeng, who brought tea from his sect's private reserve and consumed a significant portion of it himself. Prefect Solon, who attended with the professional composure of someone treating it as an official occasion and stayed far past any professional obligation. Chai Mingji, who had made the journey from his tea house because Wei had sent him a message that said only something is happening and you should be here, and who had apparently determined from this that it was important enough to close the tea house for 2 days. Rou Xiangtian, who had been in Linghai for a week studying with Ashin and who attended with the directness of someone who had decided she was family and did not need to be invited specifically. During the reception, Liang Wuhuan found Wei at the edge of the gathering and stood beside him for several minutes watching the room without speaking. Then he reached into his robe and produced the world key. It was a small thing, a compressed object the size of Wei's fist, dense enough that holding it felt like holding something heavier than it appeared. The bloodline resonance it carried was a warmth that Wei could feel through the integration even without direct contact. Destroy it, Liang said. Please. Wei looked at him. You're certain? I carried it for years because I thought I might need it. I don't need it. I don't want to need it. Liang's voice had the particular flatness of someone who had processed a grief so thoroughly that what remained was not pain, but decision. I do not want it in the world where my grandmother lives. Wei took the world key. The vault weapon's secondary function, the one he had discovered during the Ascendant preparation period, in Core's careful documentation of the full schematic, was a resonance seal. It had been designed to permanently close dimensional access points. The chief engineer had included it as a failsafe, a way to seal Linghai itself if the revival attempt failed and the world needed to be protected from extraction. It could also, Wei had determined, be used on a single object. He went to the vault chamber the next morning and stood at the resonance core and fed the world key into the secondary function. The seal took 7 seconds. The key dissolved not with violence, but with the specific quality of something being completed, the way a lock opens when the right key is used, except inverted. The resonance dissipated into the ley line network, absorbed and distributed until it was nothing and everywhere. He felt Liang's grandmother's district, 2 streets over from where the key had resonated, continue without disruption. Chapter 127, The Dust Patriarch, came to Wei on a quiet afternoon in the 5th month after the Ascendant, which was becoming how Wei measured time now. After the Ascendant, the way people measured from the end of wars. He set down a folded document on Wei's work table and sat in the chair across from it. I have been watching, he said, without preamble, the groups that left my disbanded unit. Wei waited. 4 of them have located dead worlds, the Patriarch said. Not large ones. Not civilizations. Spatial remnants. Pocket dimensions that collapsed recently enough that their structure is still partially coherent. They are not consuming them. 2 of them, specifically, are holding position and doing nothing because they do not know what else to do. He looked at the document. I have their coordinates and current assessments. Wei picked up the document. The assessments were the Patriarch's own work. Thorough, specific, the observations of someone who had evaluated dead worlds for 300 years and knew what he was looking at. Both recoverable. Neither trivial. You're bringing this to me, Wei said. You have demonstrated that revival is possible, the Patriarch said. These worlds will not survive without someone doing what you did. He did not add, and I am the reason they are dead. He did not need to. It was present in the room the way weight is present without being named. Wei brought the assessment to the council. The debate took 3 sessions over 2 days. Magistrix Sarah raised resource constraints, scheduling concerns, the question of whether Linghai's governance had the bandwidth to manage external commitments at the current population density. These were not bad objections. They were the correct objections of a city administrator who understood institutional capacity. Wei presented the counterarguments without waiting the discussion. He wanted the council's actual position, not a reflection of his. The vote was 7-5 in favor of sending a revival assistance mission. Empress Echo had voted for it. She was the 7th vote. Afterward, Magistrix Sarah said to her, not to Wei, what decided you? Echo considered the question. Someone came back for us when they did not have to, she said. I would like to be the kind of civilization that acknowledges that by doing the same for something else. She paused. And we have the capacity. Magistrix, your resource assessments are correct, but they assume a static population and static output. Both of those assumptions are wrong by the current growth rate. Sarah nodded, not conceding but acknowledging. She revised her projections. She shared the revisions with the council without being asked. This, Wei had come to understand, was how she operated. Object rigorously, lose gracefully, contribute immediately. It was, he thought, an excellent way to be a civic institution. Chapter 128, The First External Revival Mission, Traveled Light. Wei Cangming, Core, and an architectural specialist named Pei Danyang who had been a civil engineer in Old Linghai and who Core had described as the person my master consulted when he wanted his calculations tested against someone equally precise. They took supply cases appropriate for a week's work, Ashen's field assessment tools, and 3 sets of used longevity compound, which she had pressed on Wei with an expression that did not quite disguise itself as professional rather than personal. Rose Xianxia appeared at the departure point with a travel pack and the air of someone who had arranged her schedule without consulting anyone about whether her schedule was relevant. Wei looked at her. You weren't invited. I know, she said. I'm coming anyway. She met his gaze with the directness that Shun Baoli's training had apparently amplified into something that could hold against domain holder rank displeasure. I'm Linghai's first external apprentice. External work is part of the apprenticeship. Pei Danyang looked at Wei with the expression of someone who recognized a decision that had already been made. She can carry the second tool case, he said. Fine, Wei said. The dead world was small. That was the first thing. The patriarch's assessment had called it a spatial remnant, and the words had not fully conveyed the scale. It was a pocket dimension barely a kilometer across, compressed like a fist, the collapse so recent that the edges still had the clarity of broken stone rather than the weathered erosion of something that had been dead for centuries. No ruins, no civilization had ever developed here. Just collapsed ley lines, dormant potential, and the specific spiritual silence that Wei had first encountered in Linghai's dead districts and had learned to hear as the silence of something that had not stopped, only paused. He crouched at the first accessible ley line junction and touched it the way he had touched the first crack in Linghai, years ago. The chi moved differently now. He was not the same person who had channeled his first tentative thread into dead rock with no certainty that anything would happen. The integration, the vault connection, 2 years of continuous work through void brushed rank. What he sent into the junction was precise and measured and warm with the world energy that Linghai's living core contributed to everything he channeled now. The junction responded, not with the slow, grudging acceptance of Linghai's earliest days, not with a dramatic surge. It responded the way a sleeping thing responds when the right warmth is applied to the right place. A gradual, relieved settling, like a held breath released. Wei channeled for 6 hours. No aging cost. The Linghai core absorbed the longevity toll through the integration, distributing it across the world's vast reserves rather than drawing on his personal thread. This was what domain holder rank with full vault integration meant in practice. He could do this indefinitely, without diminishing himself. At the end of the 6 hours, the junction was stable. The dormant ley lines within 20 meters in all directions had accepted the energy and begun their own slow recovery process. It would take months without continued assistance, possibly years, but it would continue. He sat back on his heels and looked at the first small patch of ground that was no longer dead. "You look happy," Rose said, from where she had been making notes 3 meters away. "Yes," he said. "Good." She looked at her notes, then at him. "You look terrible when you're not." Pei Danyang was already measuring the adjacent junction points. Core was reviewing the field assessment data with the focused satisfaction of someone whose master had designed a process and who was watching it work in a new context. The small world silence was no longer absolute. Something in the way sound moved through it had shifted with the junction stabilization, a quality that Wei's integration enhanced awareness registered as the particular acoustic texture of a space that was not entirely dead. He stood. He took the second tool case from Ro. He went to help Pei measure. They planted the first seed. Then they went home. Chapter 129. Grand Scholar Ashen presented his research paper to the council in the 7th month after the Ascended, on a morning when Linghai's weather had produced the first fog anyone had seen in the revived districts. The atmospheric systems were still calibrating, and fog was apparently part of the process. The paper was dense. Ashen's writing style had the quality of someone who had been the most precise mind in his civilization for 300 years and had never had reason to simplify. Wei had read 3 drafts of it and understood approximately 70% of the content, which Ashen had accepted as adequate for a non-specialist. "The theory is sound," Ashen said, to the council and the specialists he had invited to review it. "The documentation is complete. The methodology is reproducible. The only question is whether we publish." The council understood what publishing meant. It would reveal everything. The specific techniques, the legal framework, the political precedent, the existence of the library vault's knowledge base. Everything that could be derived from a complete accounting of Linghai's revival would become available to anyone who read the paper. Institutions that had been competing for access would have the access. Powers that had been guessing would stop guessing. "It also means," Echo said, "that any future revived civilization will have the documentation they need. They will not have to invent this from the beginning the way Wei did." She looked at Wei. "Which is the actual argument, I think." Wei said, "Yes, that's the actual argument." The vote was unanimous. Publishing. He wrote the introduction himself, which Ashen had requested with the specific reasoning that Wei's voice in the document would carry a weight that Ashen's could not. Not because Ashen was less credible, but because Wei was the person who had done the thing and lived the thing and was still living it. Ashen wanted the introduction to be written from inside the experience, not above it. Wei's introduction was 2 pages. He did not find it easy to write. He wrote it 4 times before he arrived at a version that said what he meant without saying more than was true. The paper's circulation through the Continental Cultivation Network caused, as Solon had predicted, a significant response. 3 weeks after publication, Wei had received 14 separate consultation requests, 7 official communications from sovereign entities, and 1 personal letter from a cultivation scholar in a distant region who had been studying dead world theory for 20 years as a purely academic exercise, and who wrote, with the controlled excitement of someone trying to be professional about something that had completely undone their theoretical framework. Asterisk the practical application of the revival. Methodology in Section 4 resolves a contradiction I have been trying to address for a decade. I would like to discuss this at your convenience. Asterisk he forwarded this to Ocean, who responded immediately with a 12-page letter of his own. More importantly, 3 of the requests that came in the week after publication were from independent cultivators who had found spatial anomalies, pocket dimension fragments, collapsed ley line concentrations, the kind of spatial irregularity that might be a dead world fragment or might be something else. They wanted to know if anyone could assess them. Wei looked at the 3 requests and thought about the small world and the 6 hours of channeling and the first junction stabilizing. He forwarded them to Core and asked him to design an assessment protocol. Chapter 130 The advancement to Heaven's Guard rank happened in the library vault during a study session that had been scheduled for 3 hours and ran to 11. Wei had been working through the vault's highest-level cultivation theory for 2 months, not the practical techniques, which he had been absorbing through the integration continuously since the vault's full activation, but the theoretical foundations, the philosophical frameworks that the Linghai masters had constructed over centuries to explain why the techniques worked and what they were actually doing when they worked. This was different from technique practice in the way that understanding a map is different from walking the territory. Both necessary, neither sufficient alone. The advancement was not announced by a surge or a crisis or a battle. It was announced by a shift in the quality of what he understood. He was reading a theoretical text about the relationship between cultivation rank and a practitioner's ability to influence spatial geometries beyond the self, and the text stopped being difficult. Not because it became simpler, because he had become the kind of person who could read it without effort, and he had not noticed the change until the effort was already gone. He set down the text. He sat in the library vault with the amber hum of the ley line lamps and felt the integration differently, a new register of awareness. The way a new octave sounds different from the ones you have always known even if you know them well. The vault's knowledge became less of a resource he was drawing from and more of a space he was inhabiting. Heaven's Guard. He stayed in the library for an additional 4 hours, not studying but existing inside the new quality of his own awareness, the way you stay in a room after something has happened to understand what the room now means. When he came out, he found you at her workbench in the laboratory and let her run the assessment. She worked through it with the same methodical precision she always applied, made her notes, reviewed them, and said, "Your physical appearance has stabilized." What does that mean exactly? You appear to be approximately 23 years old. She looked at the notes. This is consistent with the Vault Core's maintenance function at the current level of integration. The core is no longer accelerating the reverse aging. It has reached an equilibrium point and is maintaining it. She set down her instruments. You will continue to look approximately 23 for as long as Linghai exists and the integration holds. 23. He had been 35 when this started. Linghai will exist for how long, he asked. That is not a medical question, she said. But Ashen's structural assessments suggest indefinitely, barring catastrophic damage. Indefinitely. He sat with the word. It did not feel like an abstraction anymore. It felt like a calendar with no last page. He spent a week moving through ordinary life in Linghai while this settled into something he could carry without constantly feeling its weight. He attended Echo's council session on water allocation. He sparred with Shun Bali for 2 hours and was informed that he had reached the point where Shun's satisfaction at his progress had been replaced by Shun's dissatisfaction that there was nothing more Shun could teach him. He ate dinner with Yu and Chai Mingji, who had moved his tea house operations closer to the Linghai anchor point and had apparently determined that this was simply where he lived now. He read in the library vault and walked the revived districts and felt the world through the integration the way he felt his own heartbeat. Present, constant, utterly without drama. He concluded at the end of the week, fine. Better than fine. He was a person who had been given an indefinite amount of time and had enough to do with it that the indefiniteness was not frightening but functional. The 3 incoming Dead World assessment requests from independent cultivators were still sitting with Core, being processed into a formal protocol. The small external world's first revival seed was growing without their presence, stabilizing on its own the way the Vault blueprints said it would if the initial channeling was done correctly. The request that arrived on the 7th day of the week came not from an independent cultivator, but from a sovereign nation with a name Wei recognized, a major Eastern power, significant enough that they had sent formal representatives to the Continental Classification hearings and diplomatic enough to have never been directly hostile. The communication was official, sealed with the sovereign code of 3 government ministries simultaneously. He read it twice before the scale registered. Their Eastern Cultivation District, a large pocket dimension that had served as the primary cultivation training ground for their nation's practitioners, had collapsed 43 years ago. The collapse had been sudden and without warning. 10,000 souls had been inside it at the time of the collapse. Based on the signature readings that had been taken in the years since, a significant portion of them were in preserved hibernation, not dead, but not alive, suspended in the collapsed dimensional space the way Linghai's citizens had been suspended in their dormant veins. 43 years. 10,000 people. They had read Ocean's paper. They wanted to know if anyone could revive it. Wei put the communication down. He picked it up again. He looked at the window of his study, where Linghai's afternoon light was doing what it always did. That autumn gold, the particular shade that the world had decided to keep as its default. He thought about 10,000 people suspended in a collapsed space for 43 years. He thought about the small world's first junction stabilizing under 6 hours of channeling. He thought about the blueprints labeled for the one who finds us. He wrote back within the hour. They needed to meet. Chapter 131. The sovereign nation's representatives arrived in Linghai 12 days after Wei's response, which was faster than he had expected, and suggested that the communication had been drafted and waiting before Ocean's paper was even published. They had been watching. They had been hoping. There were 3 of them: a senior diplomatic official, a cultivation scholar who had spent years studying the collapsed dimension signature, and a woman who introduced herself only as a family representative and who Wei understood immediately was the reason the other 2 were there. Someone whose family was suspended in that collapsed space, who had traveled with the delegation to ensure it was not merely diplomatic. He sat with all 3 of them in the governance hall, with Echo on one side and Ocean on the other, and he listened to everything they said before responding. The dimension had been the Eastern Cultivation District, a large pocket dimension established 4 centuries ago as the primary training ground for the nation's practitioners. At the time of the collapse, it had contained approximately 10,000 souls, students, masters, administrative staff, medical practitioners, the people who ran the facilities. The collapse had been catastrophic and sudden. 43 years of subsequent analysis had confirmed that a significant portion, Ocean's preliminary estimate from their data, delivered quickly and quietly to Wei before the meeting, was somewhere between 6 and 8,000, were in preserved hibernation rather than dead. Wei asked the questions that needed asking. Ocean asked the technical ones that Wei could not. Echo asked the governance ones. What the nation expected in terms of legal arrangement, what authority they claimed over the space, whether they had filed revival doctrine documentation. They had filed. Their documentation was in order. They had not, 43 years ago, had the legal framework to do it correctly, but Solin's work on the Linghai precedent had been retroactively applicable, and their lawyers had applied it. When the meeting concluded, Wei, Echo, and Ocean spent 2 hours in the library vault assessing what they actually had. Revival possible, Ocean said, with the particular specificity he applied to statements that needed to be true rather than merely optimistic. The signature data they brought confirms ley line coherence in approximately 40% of the dimensional space. That is sufficient foundation. The scale is the challenge. 10 times Linghai's size at the point we began work, with a 43-year collapse timeline instead of 3,000. He paused. The longer collapse is actually less problematic than the scale. 43 years is recent. The structure has not fully degraded. How long? Echo asked. For initial stabilization, 6 to 8 months of sustained effort. For full revival to a point where reconstitution can begin, 2 to 3 years, with Linghai's institutional support. 2 to 3 years. Wei looked at the window. Outside, Linghai's citizens were going about their afternoon. 500 people who were alive because someone had spent 2 years doing exactly what would now be required for 10 times as many. We need a revival protocol, Wei said. A formalized process. Not improvised the way Linghai's revival was improvised, but documented, tested, reproducible. If this works, it needs to work for the next case after this one. Echo and Ocean both looked at him. You are already thinking about the next case, Echo said. I'm thinking about the fact that Ocean's paper is going to surface more requests, Wei said. If we do this correctly, the protocol we develop here becomes the foundation for every subsequent revival assistance effort. Echo was quiet for a moment, in the way she was quiet when she was thinking something through rather than when she was uncertain. This is no longer a stewardship question, she said finally. This is an institution question. You are describing Linghai becoming a revival institution. Yes, he said. She looked at him with the expression that meant she was deciding whether to challenge the proposal or the person making it. She decided to challenge the proposal. Is that what Linghai's citizens want their civilization to be? That is a question for the council, not for you and me in this room. Yes, he said again. It is. The faction in the council that had objected to the small external mission objected more vigorously to this. Chapter 132 The internal opposition organized itself within 48 hours of the council being briefed on the sovereign nation's request, which was fast enough that Wei recognized it as genuine institutional response rather than reactive dissent. Magistrix Sarah brought 7 council members with her to the session, which represented more than a third of the council, and she spoke for 40 minutes with the focused precision that Wei had come to recognize as her particular form of taking something seriously. We have 512 citizens, she said. We have 4 districts under active reconstruction. We have a heart sleeper containment array that requires monitoring and reinforcement every 6 months. We have an external apprentice program in its first year, a world-linking research initiative in preliminary stages, and 3 incoming dead world assessment requests that we have not yet processed. I am not opposed to revival assistance in principle. She looked at Wei directly. I am opposed to assuming we have institutional capacity that we have not built yet. It was, Wei acknowledged, a good argument. He had asked you the night before what she thought. She had said, Sarah is right about capacity. You are right about timing. Whether you have the capacity to build capacity while using it is the actual question. He had not been certain how to answer that. Echo ran the debate session without waiting it. She called on members in order of when they had requested to speak, contributed no opinion of her own, and maintained the particular quality of neutral facilitation that Wei had not previously seen her deploy. She usually had opinions, expressed them, and defended them. The absence of her opinion in this session was itself a contribution. After 3 hours, Wei stood. I want to say something, and then I want to leave the room so the council can vote without me in it. Silence. Sarah is correct that we do not have the current institutional capacity for this. She is also correct that we should not assume capacity we have not built. He looked at the council members who had aligned with her, and then at the ones who had not. I am the reason Linghai exists. That means I have more weight in this room than any single council member should, which is not how good governance works. So I will say this once, and then remove myself. There are 6,000 to 8,000 people in that collapsed dimension who have been suspended for 43 years, and the number that will survive if we do not act is probably fewer. I cannot tell you to weight that against your resource concerns because the weight is mine to bear, not yours to share unless you choose to. He paused. I hope you choose to, but the choice is yours. He left the room. Echo found him in the library vault 20 minutes later. The vote was 9-3 for a limited engagement, she said. Strict resource ceiling. Sunset clause. Magistrix Sarah voted for it. Wei looked up from the text he was pretending to read. What changed her vote? She said she could accept a protocol-building framework with a defined resource cap. She could not accept open-ended commitment. When the proposal was amended to include a formal capacity assessment at the 3-month mark, she changed her vote. Echo sat down. She also said, privately to me and not to the council, that she came back from the dead because someone decided they were worth the resource cost. She did not want to be on the record as having argued the other side of that position. Wei was quiet. Core came to find me while the council was voting. Echo said. He has been reviewing the dimensional data the sovereign nation's representatives brought. He found something. What? The collapse method, she said. The signature of how the dimension was destroyed. He says it is identical to Linghai's collapse. The room became very still. The Void Harvesters, Wei said. A splinter group. One of the ones that formed after the Patriarch's unit disbanded. Echo looked at him with the expression that preceded precise, controlled anger. The 10,000 people in that collapsed dimension are not casualties of an accident. They are hostages. Chapter 133 The extortion mechanism was elegant in the way that the Harvesters had always been elegant. They did not announce themselves, did not threaten directly, did not make demands that could be refused with pride intact. They maintained the dimensional space rather than consuming it, and they filed quarterly archive maintenance invoices with the sovereign nation through a shell entity with legal standing. And the nation paid because the payments kept the dimension stable and the alternative was unthinkable. 43 years of quarterly payments. Solon, reviewing the documentation with the specific focused fury of a sovereign code officer who had been watching this system used for bad purposes for her entire career, calculated the total. She did not say the number aloud. She wrote it in her report. They have been categorizing this as a legitimate service, she said. The legal standing of the shell entity is real. It was established before the Void Harvester Network's various activities were formally classified by the Sovereign Code. The payments are technically legal under 43-year-old contract law. She closed the documentation. This is the most sophisticated extortion structure I have seen. It is also documented, which means it is prosecutable, once we have the precedent. We are not going to prosecute them, Wei said. Not yet. We are going to get them away from the dimension first. Agreed, Solon said. The prosecution follows the tactical response. The Dusk Patriarch, when Wei brought him the collapse signature comparison, was quiet for longer than he usually was. Then, I know which group this is. They were the unit I trusted most to be systematic. A pause. That trust was misplaced, apparently. He looked at the data. They have 4 cultivators at law-touched rank and a commander at domain holder. They are maintaining the dimension from a fixed position. He looked at Wei. This is solvable. The difficulty is that if they detect a coordinated approach before we are in position, they will collapse the dimension completely rather than lose the leverage. Which means they cannot know we are coming, Wei said. Which means we need someone fast enough to close the distance before they can act, the Patriarch said. And someone who can hold the dimensional space stable during the approach, in case they attempt a partial collapse as a deterrent. Echo, who had been listening from across the table, said, "We deal with the splinter group first. Then we begin the revival." She looked at everyone in the room. "I want this to be understood before we proceed. We are not going to revive a world while its captors are present and holding it as leverage. We deal with them, then we revive it. In that order. No exceptions." No one disagreed. The operational planning took 4 days. Wei Cangming, Prefect Solon, and the Dusk Patriarch worked through the tactical, legal, and intelligence components simultaneously, not sequentially, because the tactical approach had to be legally clean for the prosecution afterward, and the legal structure had to be informed by the intelligence on the splinter group's current positioning. Solon filed a preliminary enforcement warrant that would not become active until the tactical element had already been completed, which she described as procedurally unusual but defensible under the emergency action provision I am currently writing. "You're writing the legal provision while using it?" Wei said. "The provision existed in draft form," she said. "I am finalizing it." He decided not to ask further questions about this. On the 5th day, they went. Chapter 134. The operation ran for 6 days. It was the first time Wei Cangming was not the primary combatant in a significant engagement, which was an adjustment that he found easier than he expected. He was the coordinating mind, connected to the operation through Ocean's long-range communication arrays, monitoring positions, receiving status updates, making decisions when decisions were needed. He was Ling Hai in this operation, not Wei. The distinction felt correct. Xin Baoli commanded Ling Hai's external defense unit. This was also the first time Ling Hai's external defense unit had been deployed as a military organization since reconstitution. The anchor point defenses had been ad hoc, organized on the fly during the assaults on the dimension. This was different. Formal deployment, clear chain of command, the unit operating as what it actually was, which was a combat organization staffed by people who had been a civilization's military and had not forgotten it. Xin Baoli had been preparing them for this for months. Wei had not asked him to. He had simply noticed that the citizens who had military backgrounds were drilling together on a regular schedule, and he had not interfered. The tactical approach worked because the Patriarch was faster than the splinter group expected anything to be, and because Solon's dimensional space stabilization array, designed by Ocean, deployed by Xianxia at 3 key positions before the approach, prevented the partial collapse the splinter group attempted when they detected the incoming operation at minute 4. They had 4 seconds of response time. They used them to begin the collapse sequence. Rose arrays absorbed the attempt. The collapse sequence terminated. The splinter group had no subsequent play. The combat lasted 11 minutes. Xin Baoli's unit did not kill. Solon had been explicit about the need for live capture for the prosecution. They immobilized, which against cultivators at law-touched rank with a domain holder commander required the specific combination of Ling Hai's spatial technique tradition, Ocean's array architecture, and Xin Baoli's tactical read of how the splinter group would respond to each approach. They had practiced this specific scenario 17 times in Ling Hai's training grounds. When the commander was secured, Xin Baoli took one long breath and then released it. He was standing in the real world, outside Ling Hai, outside the anchor point, physically manifested, fully present, in the cold morning air of a region he had never visited when he was alive. He had been manifesting in the real world for extended periods before, the anchor point battle, moments in the legal hearings. But 16 hours was different. 16 hours was enough time to feel winter in your hands and eat food that tasted like the world it came from and be cold in a way that had nothing to do with spiritual cultivation. When the operation wrapped and Solon's enforcement team took custody of the captured cultivators, Xin Baoli sat down on the ground because his legs had finally decided to register the 16 hours they had just put in. Wei, monitoring through the communication array, heard him breathe. "How are you?" Wei asked through the array. Xin's voice, when it came back, had the particular texture of someone who was exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure and was not certain which one to report. "Tired," he said. "That is an interesting answer. I have not been tired from physical exertion in. He stopped. Calculated. I am not sure I remember the last time. Come back when you're ready. A pause. I thought I was done fighting. When the vote passed, when the collapse came, I thought I was done. I made my peace with being done. Another pause. I was wrong. Wei didn't say anything. The communication array carried the sound of Shun Baoli, sitting in the cold air of the real world, breathing, for a few minutes. Then he came back through the anchor point, and Linghai's morning had already started, and there was work to do. Chapter 135 The revival of the sovereign nation's collapsed dimension began on a clear morning 12 days after the splinter group's capture. Core coordinated the technical work, which meant he stood at the primary entry point with his master schematics in one hand and Ashen's revised field assessment in the other, and delivered instructions with the quiet authority of someone who had inherited the finest engineer Linghai had ever produced and knew precisely what the inheritance meant. Ashen designed the recovery arrays remotely and transmitted the specifications through Linghai's communication network. Xianxia established the hibernation recovery protocol at the first accessible dormancy zone, a different process than the 12 wakeable revival, scaled differently, designed for citizens who had been suspended in collapse rather than placed deliberately in prepared hibernation pods. Wei Cangming channeled alongside 3 Linghai citizens, Pei Danyang, who had done the small external world assessment and understood field conditions, a woman named Vash who had been Linghai's most skilled leyline technician before the collapse and had reconstituted 3 months ago, and Core himself, who could not channel the way Wei could but could direct the work with a precision that made up for it. The channeling was different now than it had been in Linghai's earliest days, not because he was stronger, though he was, but because he was not alone in it. Vash channeled alongside him, and the two of them working in coordination produced a stability that Wei's individual work had never achieved. The ley line responded to the two of them as it had responded to him, and Liang in Linghai's critical push, doubled efficiency, the energy absorbed faster and held more cleanly. The first junction in the sovereign nation's dimension stabilized in 4 hours instead of 6. They stayed for 3 days on the first deployment, establishing the initial network of stable junctions that would anchor the longer revival process. When they left, the dimension's leyline energy was still moving, slowly, steadily, the specific quality of something that had begun and would continue without constant attention. Xianxia's preliminary hibernation assessment confirmed approximately 7,000 of the 10,000 were in recoverable preservation. 3,000 had not survived the 43 years. She delivered this assessment to the sovereign nation's representatives in the particular direct, compassionate tone she had developed over years of giving difficult medical information to people who needed it true more than they needed it soft. The family representative, the woman who had traveled with the delegation, asked the questions she needed to ask, and Xianxia answered them all. 7,000. Wei sat with the number. 3,000 were gone, and he carried that the way he had learned to carry loss, as information, as fact, as something that had its own weight and would not be lighter for being avoided. But 7,000 were going to come back. He was in the library vault when the message arrived from Linghai's population management system. Empress Echo had organized an automated notification for significant milestones after the 100-citizen mark because she had determined that Wei was otherwise likely to miss them while working. The 80th spontaneous reconstitution event had occurred. He read the name in the notification, and then he read it again, and then he set down everything he was holding and went directly to the reconstitution chamber. Core was already there. He had apparently received the notification at the same time and had not paused for anything on the way. He was standing just inside the chamber entrance, very still, in the way that people are still when they are feeling something large enough that moving feels wrong. The man who had reconstituted was seated on the chamber's recovery bench. He was older than Wei had imagined from the fragmented memories and the schematics and the small, careful handwriting in the margins, late 60s in appearance, the look of someone who had been working hard for a very long time and had found it worthwhile. His hands rested on his knees. He was looking at the chamber around him with the focused assessment of an engineer. He noticed Core, Dao Wenjiang, chief engineer of Linghai, the man who had designed the vault weapon and the library vault and the world key and the blueprint for a civilization that had voted to die, looked at his apprentice for a long moment. "You made it," he said. Core said, "Yes, master." Dao Wenjiang's expression did not change dramatically, but something in it settled, the way a long-held question settles when the answer finally arrives. "Good," he said. Then he looked around the chamber again, at the revived stone walls and the leyline light, and the sounds of Linghai continuing somewhere above. "Tell me what I missed." Core sat down beside him. Wei stood in the entrance and did not go in yet. This was not his conversation. He waited, and he listened, and after a while he went back to the library and wrote one sentence in the margins of the text he had been reading before the notification arrived. The people who built this deserve to know it worked. He would introduce himself to Dao Wenjiang in the morning. There was time. Chapter 136. Wei introduced himself to Dao Wenjiang the morning after the reconstitution, in the small garden outside the medical facility where Qian Rui had set up the recovery space. The chief engineer was sitting in the morning light with a cup of tea and the expression of someone who had been doing the specific calculation of how long was I gone, and what does that mean, and had arrived at a number, and was now considering what to do with it. Wei sat across from him without preamble. "I'm Wei Cangming," he said. "I'm the person who found the crack in the ley line." Dao Wenjiang looked at him for a long moment. "You look 23, he said. "The world's core is maintaining me," Wei said. "I know," Dao said. "That was designed to happen." He looked at his tea. "I designed it that way. I was not certain anyone would be around long enough for it to matter." He looked up. "How long?" "Just under 3 years." Dao made a small sound. Not quite surprise, not quite satisfaction. Something between. "I budgeted for 5. I thought it would take longer to trust the ley lines enough to push them. I didn't know what I was doing for the first few months," Wei said. "I was learning as I went." "Most people who do something impossible are," Dao said. He looked at his hands, which were an engineer's hands. The specific were pattern of someone who had spent a lifetime building and testing and building again. "Core told me the outline last night. The 12 wakeable. The vault activation. The ascendant." A pause. "The weapon worked?" "It worked exactly as intended," Wei said. "Your design held." Dao Wenjiang put his tea down. He looked at the garden, at the plants that existed nowhere else, the particular quality of morning light in a world that had decided to produce it again. He was quiet for long enough that Wei did not try to fill it. "Echo and I spoke last night," he said finally. 2 hours. The guards tried to make her let me rest first. She said she had been running Linghai for 11 months and did not need to be managed. A pause. That sounded right. She was always like that. He looked at Wei. "She told me what you refused. The still voices offer. The throne's offers. The personal cost of the operator integration. It seemed like the correct choice." "It was," Dao said. "I want you to know that I built the integration to be reversible, theoretically. If you ever wanted to step back from the stewardship, there is a mechanism in the vault for it." He met Wei's eyes. "You do not have to be bound to this forever if you choose otherwise." Wei thought about this. He thought about the gathering place and the autumn sky, and you saying "I want to stay." He thought about 10,000 people beginning their slow return in a collapsed dimension 12 days travel away. "I appreciate knowing that," he said. "I don't expect to use it." Dao nodded once. The nod of an engineer acknowledging a design parameter that has been superseded by operational reality. "I would like to see the vault," he said. "The weapon chamber. I spent 11 years building it, and I have never seen it function." "Tomorrow," Wei said. "Today you should eat something and sleep another night." Dao looked at him with the expression of someone who recognized being managed and chose not to resist at this particular time. "Tomorrow," he agreed. They took him to the vault chamber the next morning. Wei, Core, and Dao Wenjiang himself, walking the corridors of the vault that the chief engineer had designed from a blueprint labeled "For the one who finds us," past the library, down to the weapon chamber at the world's deep center. Dao walked slowly, not from weakness but from attention. He was reading the walls, assessing the construction, noting what had held and what had shifted in 3,000 years of dormancy. He made small sounds occasionally that Core apparently understood, because he annotated his own notes at each sound. In the weapon chamber, Dao stood before the resonance core for 11 minutes without speaking. Wei waited. Core waited. The core hummed with its constant low vibration, the world's energy circulating through it continuously. "The pulse calibration," Dao said finally. "Did you have difficulty with the second stage signature extraction?" "For seconds of manifestation," Wei said. Core's documentation suggested that was the minimum. "Correct." He turned from the core. "There is one difference from the original design. I intended it as a single-use mechanism. The resonance core should have depleted with the activation." He looked at the core, which was clearly not depleted. "Why is it still active?" Wei and Core exchanged a look. "The vault integration," Core said. "The world's core is feeding the resonance core continuously. It was not doing that before the operator integration, before Wei accessed the vault fully." Dao was quiet for a moment. "I did not account for that," he said slowly. "I designed the integration as a targeting mechanism. I did not design it as a power source for the weapon." He looked at Wei. "You did that?" "Not deliberately," Wei said. "The best results rarely are." Dao turned back to the core. His expression had shifted from assessment to the focused attention of someone who had seen something unexpected and was already thinking about what it implied. "If the core is continuously powered through the operator integration," he said, "then theoretically, the secondary function would also be continuously available," Wei said. I've been using it. For the world key and for other things. The secondary function, Dao said, was designed for a specific purpose that I did not document in the main schematics. I documented it in my private archive. Did Core find? Yes, Core said. I found all your private archives. Dao looked at his apprentice with the expression of someone reassessing how thoroughly they had been known. All of them. All of them, Core confirmed. Dao sat down on the vault chamber floor, which was something Wei had not seen anyone do before. He sat there looking at the resonance core and thinking. Then, world linking. I had a theory in the last years. I never had time to test it. Chapter 137 Dao Wenjiang explained world linking in the library vault the following afternoon, with Ashen present, and what followed was the most sustained intellectual excitement Wei had witnessed in a confined space since you had first encountered Linghai's botanical archive. The theory, the vault's resonance core, now continuously powered through the operator integration, could in principle be used in a sustained low-intensity mode rather than a single high-intensity pulse. Instead of broadcasting a calibrated resonance to destroy a specific target, it could broadcast a continuous, graduated resonance to extend Linghai's ley line network outward into the real world's spiritual geography. A pocket dimension exists as a separated space. Its ley lines do not interact with the real world's spiritual geography except at the anchor points. World linking would mean gradually integrating those lines, dissolving the boundary between the pocket dimension and the real world not through a break, but through a gradual merger, the way two rivers merge when the land between them erodes away. The result, over decades, Linghai would no longer be a pocket dimension. It would be an actual territory in the real world, with natural borders, real geography, and the full sovereign standing of a nation that existed in physical space rather than a dimensional one. The real world's spiritual geography would resist the integration, Dao said. He was drawing in the air with a scholar's finger, the diagrams visible to Wei through the integration even without physical form. The first stage would be establishing anchor line extensions. Not just the current anchor points, but a network of permanent ley line expressions in the real world's ground, covering an area proportional to Linghai's current size. Stage 2 would be allowing natural geological processes to follow the ley lines over time. Stage 3 would be the actual merger. He paused. Stage 3 is not achievable in our lifetimes at current rate of cultivation. But stages 1 and 2 are. Wei asked. Stage 1, 5 years of sustained work. Stage 2, 10 to 15 years of managed integration. Dao set down his diagrams. This is a multi-generational project. Linghai's citizens are not dying of old age, Wei said. We have the time. Ashen, who had been silent for the entire explanation, which was the equivalent of a signal fire to anyone who knew him, said, the geological survey data would need to be collected first. We would need to identify the optimal real-world territory for integration based on existing spiritual geography compatibility. He paused. I have been thinking about this since the vault activation. I did not have the theoretical framework until now. He looked at Dao Wenjiang with an expression that was, by Ashen's standards, openly delighted. Your resonance core mathematics are 16 years ahead of anything else in this vault. Dao looked at Ashen. You are the grand scholar. Yes, Ashen said. My master's master studied under you. I know, Ashen said. He was exceptional. Corrected a significant flaw in my 4th century theoretical framework that I had not noticed myself. He paused. The framework correction that made your resonance core mathematics possible, I believe. Dao blinked. You know that. I recognized the downstream consequence of the correction when I read your private schematics. Ashen turned back to the diagrams. We should begin the geological survey data collection immediately. I have been wasting 2 months not having this conversation. Wei left them to it and found echo. Ashen is happy, he said. Good, she said. He has been irritable for 6 weeks. She looked at him. I take it the world linking theory has legs. It may be how Linghai becomes a real country. Echo was quiet for a moment. The particular quiet of someone deciding how much to feel about a thing before deciding how to respond to it. My grandfather's grandfather led the settlement of this world, she said. He chose this land. He negotiated for it. She looked at the window. If we do this correctly, Linghai could have land again. In the real world. Chosen. A pause. I want to present it to the council as a long-term possibility. Not an immediate project. People need time to want things before they can work toward them. Agreed, Wei said. Chapter 138 The council session on world linking was different from the sessions on external revival assistance, on the ascendant, on the governance transfer. Those sessions had carried urgency. This one had the quality of something further away, a horizon rather than a road. Dao Wenjiang presented the theory with Ashen's annotations incorporated into his own schematics. He was, Wei realized watching him present, The kind of teacher who had been waiting for an audience capable of understanding what he was saying and had arrived at one after a 3,000-year wait. The council listened with the focused attention of people who had already lived through enough that they could hear something extraordinary and hold it without flinching. The questions were good. They were the questions of people thinking seriously about something they were taking seriously, not performing interest for a political purpose. How long was stage 1? What territory would be viable for integration? What was the cultivation cost to Wei during the sustained broadcast mode? Would the integration process affect Linghai's current population? Was there a point of no return? Could they stop if they started? Dao answered every question with the same precision he brought to the schematics. The answer to the last question was yes. There was a designed reversal mechanism for stages 1 and 2. Stage 3 was irreversible, but they would not reach stage 3 within anyone's planning horizon. The vote was 11-1 in favor of beginning preliminary research and geological survey work. No resource ceiling, no sunset clause. The research phase was low-cost and informational, and even Magistrate Sarah had recognized that making a 3-year research commitment was not the same as committing to the project itself. Magistrate Sarah was the dissenting vote. After the session, Wei sought her out. What was the objection? She looked at him with the directness he had come to respect. "We have been rebuilding for years," she said. "We have been under attack. We have been managing crises and external engagements and legal proceedings and the containment array and the external revival, and now the sovereign nation's 10,000 people." She paused. "We have 512 citizens who came back from the dead and have been doing nothing but working since they arrived." She looked at the revived streets outside the window. "Give them time to be alive before you give them another century of work." Wei thought about this. "The research phase is low demand." "I know," she said. "That is why I accepted the council's decision. I disagreed with the framing, not the work." She turned back to the window. "You build things, Wei Cangming. That is what you do. It is what you are for, and it is correct that you do it. But the people who live in the things you build need time inside them before the next project begins." She looked at him. "Not forever. Just some." He sat with that for the rest of the day. He was in his quarters that evening, reading a text from the library vault about leyline geometrics, when the monitoring notification arrived from the Heart Sleeper containment array. The array's readings had changed. Not the intensity the array was holding. The pattern. For 6 months, the Heart Sleeper's pressure against the containment had been consistent, the same force in the same configuration, regular as weather. Now the pattern had shifted. It was probing the array's weak points with a specificity that could not be accidental. It was learning the structure. Chapter 139, the learning was slow. Ashen spent 4 days analyzing the new pattern before he was willing to describe it formally, which meant that by the time he presented it to Wei and Dao Wenjiang in the library vault, it had already become something he was certain of rather than something he suspected. "It is not intelligence in any cognitive sense," he said. "There is no reasoning occurring. What we are seeing is the functional equivalent of water finding the path of least resistance. Repeated pressure revealing structural weakness, with the pressure naturally concentrating at the revealed weakness in subsequent cycles." He looked at his analysis data. At current adaptation rate, the existing containment array will require reinforcement in 3 months rather than 6. Dao Wenjiang had been studying the original vault blueprints for a week. He looked up from his analysis. "I can design a new containment layer. A second ring with a different structural approach, pattern diverse enough that the adaptation process cannot apply the same method to both simultaneously." He paused. "This buys time." "How much time?" Wei asked. "Years. Decades, potentially, before the current adaptation approach reaches the outer ring." Dao looked at the blueprint he had been annotating. "But I will not tell you this is a permanent solution. The original containment was not designed to be permanent. It was designed to buy the revival attempt enough time to succeed." He looked at Wei. "The revival succeeded. We are now in the time the containment was designed to buy, trying to figure out what to do with it." "Is there a permanent solution?" Wei asked. "I don't know," Dao said. Wei had come to understand how Dao expressed genuine uncertainty rather than managed uncertainty. When he said "I don't know," he meant he had thought about it thoroughly and arrived at no answer. Wei went to the containment vault the next morning and stayed for 3 days. He sat in the meditation position he had been using for a year in the library vault, but positioned at the containment array's outer edge, close enough that his integration with the world extended to the Heart Sleeper's chamber, far enough that the array remained between them. He was not trying to communicate. He was not trying to understand in any cognitive sense. He was trying to listen the way the world listened, the way ley lines do not think, but know where the water wants to go. On the first day, he heard nothing except the containment array's constant disciplined hum. On the second day, he heard the pressure, vast, impersonal, not hostile, not hungry, Something older than hunger, older than desire, something that simply was. He had thought of it as a threat because it was powerful and unpredictable. He had thought of it as a thing to be managed. Sitting 3 days in the extension of his own awareness, he understood that he had been assigning it motivations it did not have. On the 3rd day, he heard the rhythm. It was ancient and very slow, not in time as cultivation practitioners experience time, but in the deep geological time of something that existed before cultivators existed. It was the rhythm of pressure and release, contraction and expansion, the fundamental pulse of a thing that had been alive before the word alive was applicable and would be alive after. It pressed against the containment not because it wanted out, but because the revival had changed the pressure around it. And it was responding the way anything responds when the conditions of its environment change. It wanted the conditions to be what they had been. It wanted the weight of a full civilization pressing down above it. It wanted to go back to sleep. Wei came out of the meditation on the 3rd morning and went directly to find Ashen and Dao Wenjiang. It is not a threat to be contained, he said, before he had fully decided how to explain it. It is a condition to be addressed. The revival changed the pressure it had been resting under for 3,000 years. It is not pressing to escape. It is pressing because the equilibrium broke. He looked at them. If the revival can stabilize, not stop, but stop accelerating, maintain at a consistent spiritual weight, the pressure may re-equalize. The heart sleeper may settle on its own. Ashen was quiet for a long time. Then he went to the modeling data and ran 6 calculations without speaking. When he looked up, if revival acceleration is actively managed, modulated to a consistent output rather than maximum rate, the spiritual weight above the containment would stabilize within approximately 4 to 6 months. The equilibrium pressure would reestablish. The containment load would reduce. He looked at Wei. The adaptation would continue at a slower rate indefinitely, but a stable equilibrium significantly reduces the urgency of the problem. Reduced to what? Wei asked. From crisis management to long-term monitoring, Ashen said. Dao Wenjiang set down his blueprints. This changes the design problem entirely, he said. It was not a complaint. It was the statement of an engineer who had been handed a different problem than the one he was solving and found the new one more interesting. Chapter 140 Wei Cangming brought the proposal to the council as a governance recommendation rather than as a technical requirement, which was the approach Echo had suggested when he described the heart sleeper situation to her the night before the council session. The containment is holding, he said. Dao has designed the new outer layer, and it will buy decades. But the long-term solution is not the containment. The long-term solution is a change in how we manage the revival itself. He let that settle. I am recommending that Linghai's revival acceleration be actively managed going forward, not stopped, not reversed, but modulated, maintained at a consistent spiritual output rather than maximum rate. The world has enough internal energy to sustain its citizens and its external revival work and still produce a stable, consistent pressure above the heart sleeper's chamber. He looked at Magistrix Sarah. This will mean Linghai grows more slowly. It will also mean Linghai grows with intention rather than momentum. New districts rebuilt when we are ready for them, not just when the energy is available. Magistrix Sarah looked at him for a long moment, then at the council around her, then back at him. Give the people time to live in what they have before the next thing arrives, she said. Yes, he said. That is what this means. The vote was unanimous. Echo seconded the recommendation before the vote, which she rarely did. She usually mediated rather than endorsed. After the session, Wei asked her why. Because it was right, and I wanted the council to know that I thought it was right, she said. That is what seconds are for. The adjustment to Linghai's revival management took 3 weeks to implement and practice. Ashen and Vash designed the modulation framework. Wei recalibrated his integration to work within the new parameters, and the world's energy output settled into the consistent rhythm that Ashen's modeling had specified. The change was not dramatic from the inside. The ley lines continued. The districts continued. The revived plants continued to grow and the artisans continued to work and the council continued to meet about water allocation and resource distribution. From the heart sleeper's containment array, the adaptation pattern in the monitoring data began to slow. It took 3 months. Wei watched the data every week without interfering, the adaptation rate declining, the probing pressure at the containment structure diminishing, the vast old rhythm below becoming incrementally less disturbed as the equilibrium it had rested in for 3,000 years gradually re-established itself. The revival was still happening. The world was still alive. But the weight above was steady now, not building, and steady was what the heart sleeper had always had. By the end of the 3rd month, the containment array's readings had returned to the baseline Ashen had established in the first weeks after the array's construction. Dao Wenjiang installed the new outer ring anyway. It was, he said, Good engineering to have contingency layers even when the primary solution was working. Wei Cangming was in the southeastern district, the first place where grass had grown, on the afternoon that Ashen sent him the final baseline confirmation. He was sitting on a bench that had not been there 2 years ago, that Linghai's artisans had built from materials that did not exist outside Linghai, in a neighborhood that had not existed outside memory stones and grief for 3,000 years. Around him, Linghai's citizens went about the work of living. He watched an elderly woman teach a young man something. He could not hear what. He was too far away. The young man tried it, failed, tried it again. The woman made a gesture that was clearly correction, clearly patient, the gesture of someone who had taught this before and was prepared to teach it as many times as necessary. The young man tried again. The woman nodded. Yu Fengling sat down beside him. She had come from her laboratory. She still carried the data pad she used for the botanical research. Half a page of notes in the handwriting he recognized now the way he recognized the sound of the ley lines. She looked at what he was looking at. They sat together in the autumn light that Linghai's restored weather systems kept producing and watched people live in the world that had decided to live. After a while, Wei said, "What does a dying world teach a dead man?" You waited. She had learned, over the course of 3 years in which she had watched him do more impossible things than she had previously believed were possible, that the question was not rhetorical. It was the way he arrived at things. He looked at the woman and the young man, at the streets and the buildings and the ley line light, and the autumn sky, and Linghai continuing around him the way it had not been able to continue for 3,000 years. "That you can come back," he said. "If someone decides you're worth coming back to." He was quiet. "Then, that took you a while." "It was a complicated answer," he said. She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh, but contained something in that direction. They sat together while the afternoon moved through its ordinary operations around them. 3 things remained unfinished, which was the nature of work that meant something. The World Linking Project had its research phase beginning, geological surveys being conducted, Ashen and Dao Wenzhang arguing productively about theoretical frameworks, the slow first steps of a project that might end, in some decade farther than Wei could clearly see, with Linghai having land in the real world that its people could stand on without being inside a pocket dimension. The sovereign nation's 10,000 were 3 months into their revival, 7,000 of them returning slowly to the world, Qian Ruoi and Kor and Vash working the process that would take years and produce people who would need time and care when they arrived. And somewhere in the void between worlds, the Dust Patriarch had given Wei coordinates of dead worlds, worlds that had been destroyed, some of them, in the 3,000 years since Linghai, and some of those worlds had, perhaps, things that had not yet finished dying. 12 dead worlds. The Patriarch's 12. What they contained was unknown. What the void held, patient and vast between them, was unknown. But Linghai continued, and Wei Cangming sat in the world he had decided was worth coming back to. And the afternoon light was the autumn gold that the world had decided to keep, and tomorrow there would be more work to do. He was not in a hurry.